ulti's going to pop off from Oracle. Hook back in from Andros. Going to be charging up that epicenter. No one's getting out of here. That's 3 going down. Disruptor, he was dewarding. Look at the damage. Oracle buys back, sweet as honey, says the big boy bear, and they are going to just crush your high ground from this. What a massive fight.
Four weeks of amazing Dota action already done. 3 teams vying for top position in this season, and we're not even done yet here at LPL. You're joined again by GTH and the WanderingBard, and week 5, it's feeling amazing coming into this week.
Yeah, it is, GTH. Last week was maybe the most tumultuous week of our entire competition so far, which is already packed with terrific top-class Dota. Big upsets coming out, big teams splitting their rubbers, and that has huge impacts on the ladder as we head into these last couple of weeks of the season. You couldn't ask for a better setup for exciting games.
That's right, FFYV2 going 1-1 with, the underdogs of every week it seems, but AGN always bringing it out.
Yeah, absolutely. There were questions about whether they could repeat their ups against FFYV2, who have looked so strong, and especially after Team Oracle dropped a game the previous night to Crossfire, all of the incentive was there for FFYV2. They could have become outright leaders if they got the 2-0, but AGN, they were plucky, they took advantages of some gaps in the strategy, and they showed us that FFYV2 can be beaten. So now it really is back to sort of being an open question as to who the strongest team in the competition really is.
That's right, the leaderboards are getting spicy. We can see the top 3 teams there: Neet, Uprising, Oracle AU, FFYV2, but if we're looking a little bit further down, it gets interesting. Crossfire 5-3, Toons Reborn 4-6, Eternal Discord and AGN playing tonight, both 2-6 themselves. These games are getting even more important, especially going into the next few weeks.
Yeah, absolutely. Internal Discord and AGN, they're on the ropes. AGN, of course, having had to work so hard for those points, haven't managed to take out a clean 2-0 yet in the entire competition. So really looking to do so this week, especially since Toons Reborn, as you can see, get the bye this week and are already up to 4, desperate to keep up.
That's true, because tonight we've got Eternal Discord and AGN starting off tonight. It's looking pretty big, and then we're ending it with a blockbuster as well. Oracle AU versus Neet Uprising.
Yeah, one match between the two teams stuck at the bottom of the table, desperately trying to claw their way out of that pit. And on the flip side, 2 teams at the top of the ladder trying to establish dominance and take preeminence amongst these sort of top 4 teams we see really striving to compete for the crown this season.
That is true. And the teams, they're really coming together. We've had 4 weeks of watching them just develop and play. And both these teams, actually, Eternal Discord and AGN themselves, these teams have been actually cultivating strategies, getting even better. Eternal Discord, specifically, with Ilium, Input, Mia, AFPR, Gary Dagoon, they play a different kind of Dota.
They really do, and I think we saw a little bit of really exciting stuff come out from them last week. Obviously, they weren't able to come away with the points that they would have wanted, but this new patch seems to have invigorated them a little bit. They're rotating the Mirana, which has become quite popular, at least in the first week or two, through multiple positions. We saw AXPR have some tremendous gameplay on that hero from the offlane role, and I feel that they are close to a breakthrough, just like AGN. Underestimate them at your peril.
That is true. The underdog story of this season so far. They played a little bit rough in the first weeks, but then we're heading to week 4 and we're going, holy crap, AGN are bringing it to play. They may not have had Farnsworth last week, but they took a game off FFYV2, another team vying for top position.
Yeah, the only team to take a game off FFYV2 so far in the competition, and FFYV2 were looking so clean before that. AGN have always complimented their drafts. It seems like it's taken them a little bit longer to put together the sort of gameplay to go with it, but they did all that last week without Farnsworth. So now with a full roster, potentially, they actually look quite strong heading into the back part of the season. And remember, they were last season's finalists, so definitely have the pedigree to win games.
That's right, and we're not even going to stop at all. We're going straight into the action here. We've got the first 2 picks for both these teams. A Morana Bane starting up for Eternal Discord, but AGN going with a little bit of a flair. A Clockwork Snapfire first 2 pick for them.
Yeah, two really, really strong combinations coming out in the opening phase for each team. Just duo heroes. Obviously, Clockwork and Snapfire, a bit of a more modern combination. Clockwork, just great setup for the Snapfire ultimate, which is already devastating, and strong heroes each in their own right. And then the classic Mirana Bane, beloved of so many teams. And I was just talking about how powerful Internal Discord looked on this Mirana. They can flex it very easily between fourth and third position, at least, with Miami and AXPR both being well versed in the hero. And with Bane, you have the perfect setup for arrow kills.
That's true, and interesting bans on both sides here. We've got a little bit different from Eternal Discord. They're going for the Vipers, the Treants, the NPs, the Centaurs, not bans we've seen in the previous weeks. And AGN, that's not stopping there. Winter Wyvern, Shadow Demon, Ricky may be a little bit more common, but these bans are very varied for this week.
Yeah, very interesting to see those heroes in particular come out. At least there's some consistency between Wyvern and Shadow Demon. You're removing these heroes that have saves from the pool, whether that's something you've identified that Internal Discord want to play from maybe scrims, or it's just something that you personally as a team find you have trouble with. Some teams tend to be punished by certain strategies more than others. Maybe they're just not, well versed in not over committing, or it just counters the kinds of heroes their mids like to pick. But the Ricky ban just seems to be targeted specifically at that hero, and now the Lone Druid ban, one that we're quite familiar with in the LPL.
Yeah, usually seems to be more of a team-based ban against, Riz, who seems to be able to be dominant on forces. But then again, Lone Druid is fantastic at pushing towers, getting the games basically done. And I guess if Clockwork tries to hook on the Lone Druid, it's not going to go too well anyway.
Yeah, and that may be the reason behind banning those first three heroes, because even if Ricky isn't a traditional save in the way that, throwing down the disruption or the cold embrace can help to rescue a hero in danger, when you're in danger from a Clockwork, being able to smoke cloud actually is a great way to save a hero. And of course, Rikimaru himself, very hard to pin down with these sorts of abilities. Now the hero's, sort of been worked a few times and has multiple movement and sort of disjointing spells to use.
Really decided to tie that man down, but right now we're taking away the helpful heroes. Actually, we're taking away one of TCG's favourite. Faceless Void is being banned, and Legion Commander's being taken instead. I guess Pressure Attack is going to be massive against any arrow attempt this game.
Yeah, that's true. Getting a couple of purges is never a bad idea. Sorry, a couple of strong dispels, I should clarify. And against a Bane Mirana opening, you know for sure that you're going to have plenty of usages for it. What I am interested in is that AGN's lineup right now very, very much seems to be tilted towards the team fight. This is looking like a support Clockwork and a support Snapfire with an offlane Legion Commander as your initiator. A lot of the strength in these heroes is finding kills on the map from very early on in the game on a very short cooldown, and I'm a little bit worried. That's the style of Dota that Internal Discord tend to play the best. They always tend to fall back into this very brawling, chaotic style, and, do you play into their hands a little bit by drafting these heroes?
Yeah, these guys love to fight, and they're bringing it, but they've got the third pick here. They've seen their Mirana and the Bane, who's got kind of a little bit countered here by the Legion Commander. Do we double? Okay, we'll find out if they double down. They're going to go for the Void Spirit instead, so more setup, more fighting, more of what we love from Eternal Discord.
Yeah, I still don't mind this. I mean, obviously, we're not certain at this point whether this is the AXPR core Mirana or the Miami support Mirana or maybe some other configuration. But if it is a roaming support Mirana, you now have 2 out of 3 lanes to roam to, which are going to have very strong setups for the Arrow in the Sleep and the Void Spirit Remnant. So I like that a lot. It's a tough hero to pin down and duel. And if you are concerned about the Legion Commander countering the Bane Fiend's Grip or the Bane Sleep, remember also, Bane's Sleep is a pretty effective counter to Legion Commander's Duel.
Oh, that is true. You just keep swapping back that Nightmare left and right, and you don't get any dual damage or any kills in the end. But speaking of somebody who doesn't care about ganks, who doesn't care about being killed at all, Wraith King seems like a perfect answer from AGN. The man is just going to reincarnate.
Yeah, we've seen this hero become the fallback carry for almost every team over the last couple of patches. I certainly like the hero where it is. It's sometimes you need a carry pick that you can sort of grab and feel relatively safe in doing so without having to sort of completely sacrifice the position and have your real pos 1 play somewhere else. So Wraith King does require you to sort of win your lanes and make a bit of space. He's never going to completely dominate a lineup that has, sort of a Void Spirit core. If that Void Spirit gets off to a good start, it could be quite difficult to pin down. But, you can play your Wraith King, build your Radiance. It's kind of like a stock carry that you don't have to think too hard
我
about
是
in
一
your
个
draft.
没有感情的刷
Well,
题
we
机器
do have to think a little bit if we're Eternal Discord. In fact, we're using that reserve time specifically to do it here. You've seen the Wraith King, the Legion Commander. Is there any hero that really jumps your mind that deals with both of these heroes here?
I think what you want to do here is just, especially if this Mirana and Bane is your support duo, you actually have the opportunity to keep going down the road you started with Void Spirit and pick 3 really slippery, high mobility hit and run core heroes. Like maybe you grab the Storm Spirit here, or the Weaver has been a popular, less greedy choice. So if you have 3 cores that are quite hard to pin down, can we go for the Vengeful instead, which is interesting?
Well,
Maybe looking back towards the core Mirana.
Yeah, I was about to say that. Is it Core Venge or Core Mirana? And I believe Eternal Discord in previous weeks have played the support Venge, but they typically do it as position 5 here. So the Bane and the Vengeful Spirit, is that a fine support combination?
5 seconds.
Yeah, I actually, even though Bane often ends up being a pos 5 and the hero is manageable, I actually do prefer it as a pos 4 hero. The Fiend's Grip is very, very hard to get off in a lot of games without some additional support items, kind of like a black hole. You really want to have a Blink Dagger to blink into some trees and correct your positioning, or at the very least an Aether Lens, so that you can actually get the spell off from outside of the immediate stun range of enemy supports. And having a Vengeful Spirit to kind of buy all the support items and tank the ganks for you will help you build up to that. You know, the Bane can definitely scale. Even the Aghanim Scepter late game, spamming up those Brain Saps is a real factor against some of these heroes. So what it does do is it doesn't completely negate what I said before, because I would still put Mirana into the category of slippery hero. She's a little bit easier to duel than, say, Void Spirit, just because you have to turn all the way around to leap away if you get blinked at. But, you know, still fitting into this game plan that Internal Discord can follow up on.
Well, we've got the final pick to follow up on for Eternal Discord. They're going to be banning the Razor out finally here. On the other side, they're taking out a Nagasaran late game carry. But what are you thinking here? Do they need to go specifically to the late, or do they just go for this big brawling lineup that gets this game done in about 20 minutes?
Yeah, I think the Nagasaran was a good ban, because with that and Centaur out of the pool, the sort of 2 best disengage abilities are gone, and it's clear that AGM want to engage. So Internal Discord punish with the Troll, who really is sort of an ultimate you know, stand and fight hero. Totally the opposite plan to what you're doing with your Mirana and your Void Spirit. But if those are your 3 cores, you can kind of just position the Troll up front. And if the Troll gets gone on by this Wraith King or this Clockwork or this LC, it's going to be quite difficult to take a winning fight out of that, because you just don't get rewarded very well for trying to burst down a Troll Warlord.
Well, right now they're going to have to reward themselves with a pick here. They've seen the Troll, they've got the Wraith, they've got the Legion Commander, so they're kind of being cornered into a mid pick here, right? Unless you want to lane maybe the Legion mid, I'm not sure. It's kind of like their draft has just narrowed itself out.
Yeah, I think they definitely want to try and find... Okay, they go for the Pug, which is a total... Yeah, that seems like a strong way to punish Internal Discord if they are going to try and slip around you with these... mobile cores, and you still have the punching power, so you're not really going to feel any lack of scaling from the Pugnet in real terms. You can keep Booty Loot alive in any difficult duels, even with the reverse suck. It seems like a solid all-round lineup from AGN. It just lacks a bit of flair, lacks a little bit of team fight. You really only have the Mortimer's Kisses as far as team fight ultimates go, and for a team that's looking to engage, it means that they are going to be so focused on getting the initiation. Like, this Clockwork hook shot and the Clockwork hero in general loses so much power if you aren't the one getting an initiation. If you're just trying to, like, react and find a line to cast that spell in a fight, you tend to not get value out of it. And I could say Internal Discord punishing them.
Well, actually, before we throw down who's going to win this game here, Eternal Discord, they're throwing a little bit of wrench in the works here. Input is playing the Vengeful Spirit, XPR the Void Spirit, and Ilium on the Troll Warlord. But getting a different mix-up of course here, does that move this draft in favor of Eternal Discord, or are you just feeling a little bit back now and going towards a more safe AGN draft?
I actually prefer this draft with the Mirana as a core, I'm not going to lie. The Vengeful Spirit, I suppose, is just kind of like a tankier, more reliable, lower fail rate hero, because AGN, with this Pug to pick, it's very clear they are going to take the fight to you and pressure your towers and map, not just chase your heroes around the side lanes while they farm. But it's not as though Mirana is like a slow farmer, especially compared to Vengeful, right? You've got that Starstorm to help you farm quickly, and I would have preferred to see that happen, because I just don't know how good the Vengeful is at trading blows with any of these heroes. And if the Vengeful's a support, you always get to hold it in reserve to counteract the duel or to save a hero who is trapped in the cogs. Whereas as a core hero, you don't want to sacrifice yourself like that.
No. Well, I guess she's going to have to try and sacrifice herself for some kills because Eternal Discord, they're looking to put some points on the board here against AGN. But AGN, they're the upset kings of the season. So looking at their draft here, it's not feeling like they're drafting for the upset. They're feeling comfortable coming out of last week and just going for something that's really just by the numbers here. Pugna mid, Wraith King in the safe lane, and just a nice little Legion off lane. So it doesn't have the same AGN flair that we know and love.
Well, I mean, not to flame them for that. I think their lineup, like I said, is solid, and there's nothing wrong with that. But AGN, for once, this could be a matchup this season where they actually aren't the underdog. They have played a lot of the top teams back to back, so they've had a really tough schedule so far, and that's why we've kind of been characterizing them this way. But Internal Discord, they are a team that tends to wind up lower on the win count in the seasons of the LPL. Like, just looking at their record, they do play their own style. They try and shoot for upsets. They have very entertaining games, but, they have given up a lot of points. And AGN could be looking, like Toons Reborn did, I think, the week before, to kind of take an easy 2-0 and try to rehabilitate their record. And in that case, do the solid draft.
Yeah, fair enough. Go by numbers. And then that means you pass the underdog status to Eternal Discord, and when they have the underdog status, that's when the crazy stuff comes out. That's when they're fighting in about 10 minutes with 5 heroes just running you down out of nowhere. You don't even know what the hell's going on.
Yeah, I mean, we saw it last season, right? We've seen some very, very unpredictable Internal Discord games. By no means should you count them out. They've definitely won matches, and against teams that you wouldn't really expect them to. Some teams kind of get baited into playing the Internal Discord style of game and almost forgetting what their own draft was about. As long as AGN can avoid being lulled into a false sense of security, their draft has a pretty clear window where I think they are very strong. All they have to do is really kind of secure either the Wraith King or the Legion Commander's lane. If the Wraith King has a great lane, we're going to see that Radiance timing be very strong. But even if it doesn't, if the Legion does well, you do have a lot of opportunities, it looks like, to go for dual kills.
That is true. A whole bunch of dual damage. If you build that Legion hard, she'll take down your town sector and heroes and maybe take down the game for you. But we've got a little bit of downtime first. So I'd like to thank one of our sponsors for this season of LPL for 2020 Season 2. Conquer, our monitor partner, always bringing crystal clear vision to your games. You'll never miss a shot again. Never miss any vision because you'll see it in perfect crystal clear vision with a high frame rate that you can't go past. This high quality hardware that you'll never be disappointed about, and we thank Conquer for sponsoring this season of LPL.
Absolutely. Game is hard and pretty, Luke. Just having a little bit of a high five party in the trees. Gary the Goon doing some cheese juggling. Typical pre-game Dota shenanigans going on. But I hope that AGN do stay in the trees at bottom lane. This doesn't look like a matchup that's favoring them at the moment, although they have brought down the Legion Commander as well. So a possible 3v3 engagement, but the level 1 skills on Internal Discord are so strong with these 3 heroes.
That's true, and if Arrow lands on anybody, it should be a kill, but then again, Booty Loot could be pressured into leveling Prestige attack early. Is that good? Well, actually, we don't even have to find out right now because we're just charging forward if we are AGN, trying to secure these runes as best we can. Looks like Input's going to go try and steal. They've already got a Morana in position just to make sure they take it. So the trade is going to be a little bit even, but no first blood attempt yet.
Yeah, moving the Morana away to try and take away the Dire Bounty Rune did mean that Eternal Discord were not in position to actually take the fight, despite arguably having the stronger level 1. So they give up on that. But Miami on this Morana rocking a Blightstone to open up the game, and Arrow level 1 definitely looking to high roll some early kills and could be a big way to start the momentum going for Internal Discord. This is the kind of risk-reward Dota that they like to play.
Just landing those arrows, making sure you can secure those lanes. And one of the earlier problems we did have with Eternal Discord was this Troll Warlord in the mid lane. He seems like he needs to farm a whole bunch to be really active in this game, but it looks like Eternal Discord, they've learned a little bit about it. They've got very active heroes this time to make space for Ilium on this Troll.
Yeah, I think the issue in that game was in part that their other heroes also did not really have a terrific early and mid game, and also that their side lanes were just outplayed extremely hard. Which happens sometimes. There's no accounting for one thing starting to go wrong at the start of the game, snowballing into 2 more kills, snowballing into a hero getting an item timing early, or a level 6 when you don't expect, and the game slips away from you quickly in Dota sometimes. So I don't see anything wrong with trying to pick again and just adjusting the lineup slightly as they have, and you got to presume you'll do better this time around. Have faith.
Yeah, you practice it. You've learned your mistakes, and then you're coming back even fiercer. In fact, he's already having a fantastic time in mid lane, and he's in both off lanes here. It seems like we're having a bit of security. Venge, a pretty safe farmer with a Bane support, and looks like Dire Straits, who actually has been playing pretty fantastically on this position 4 clock, which you kind of say is either hot or not. But it seems like it's very safe farming between these two core heroes here.
Yeah, Dire Straits. Oh,
okay, Remnant Farnsworth. Blight Zone, can it do it? They need one more hit. He's just surviving there. That Blight Zone is paying off, forcing back and forcing out that regen pretty hardcore.
Yeah, exactly, and just sad not to get the kill there, but still good to burn the regen, and he'll have to be worried from now on. Dire Straits in the bottom lane, though.
No, Brunowood's going to keep everybody back and actually take a little bit of damage to himself because of it. It is safe, your support hero here, but you're going to be nightmared yourself, and you're going to be worried at this point because they've got a stun on the Venge walking clock too. We see himself press attack's going to come out and keep him back safely, but at least the creep wave is in your tower, and they're not looking to keep it safe anymore. They are looking to fight, so if you get out of position, they are going to take complete advantage of it.
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty obvious advantage to the Radiant in that bottom lane. Dire Straits on the clockwork, you mentioned he knows how to use the Zero, but right now in this lane specifically, it's pretty hard to find many uses for it. You're up against 2 ranged heroes, both with stuns and nukes. Very difficult to find a position where you can walk at one of them and end up taking a favorable trade. You're sort of just going to have one of them walk away from you while the other one harasses. And Legion Commander is sort of focusing on her own farm. So Dire Straits is just sort of using his own body to distract the enemy and then standing by in case they go on booty loot ever. Then you can run forward and throw out the cogs of the battery assault just to zone them off. But it's a purely defensive and kind of sacrificial role that he's playing right now.
Which is kind of effective here because right now Venge and Legion both have good, secure farm, which is what you want to see. Gary Dagoon is just looking, I guess he's just sitting there. If somebody comes forward, he'll brain tap, you pull the lane back and keep it safe for farm. But is anybody worried about these timings here? Do they want to destroy these lanes or are they happy just evenly farming between them?
I think with the heroes that have been picked on each side, both teams are focused more on farming. It's very hard to kind of root heroes like Vengeful Spirit or Pugner or Wraith King out of their lanes completely. And if both teams end up trading farm, the most prominent timing that I can see is on AGN, right? Like they were the ones to take that Pugner last pick and really like put the ball in Internal Discord's court. You know that as soon as this Wraith King finishes up the core item, which we can presume will be the Radiance, it's going to be TCG charging at the towers, if not before then. You know, if they feel confident, they could just take 4 heroes, go to bottom lane or mid lane, and besiege a tier 1 with Pugner's spells. That will take the heat off the Wraith King in a big way.
Oh yeah, right now keeping a little bit of heat in this mid lane. Trolls farming pretty well, 15-8. Pugner is keeping up 15-2, so pretty even, but these other off lanes, they're doing fine as well. XPR on this Void Spirit, 17 last hits, just traces down Farnsworth with the help of Miami. In fact, they're popping the mangoes, looking for the potential kill as he holding the remnant. There it goes, it's going to miss. Nice little juke to the left, keeps Farnsworth alive, and game is already back to keep man safe. So the pressure is good, the security is great for Void Spirit, who's feeling really dominant in this lane, and both these lanes, yeah, you're keeping booty loot back right now, you're forcing the off lane back. It is 5 minutes coming up, and I guess Dire Straits, he's wandering back to base to get a little bit of regen. Maybe the Dire off lane isn't jumping off, but it seems fine. You're ideally looking for just level 6 on the Legion Commander, and then you're going to do exactly what you talked about. Just get the plays with TCG and keep active and make the space for that Wraith King.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. Like I said, it's just a really solid lineup. There's no huge load-bearing hero in the AGN lineup that must succeed in the first 10 minutes or they fall apart, which is a problem we've seen teams kind of fall prey to this season. The things that I'd be considering in such a passive game as this is really just the economy. And as you mentioned, levels are a big part of that. A lot of these heroes, especially the supports in kind of static lanes like this, you're not really sure what to do as a support. You know, are you able to stack and pull without the enemy team disrupting you? If you go for a gank rotation, are you able to make that favorable, or do you end up creating sort of deep stacks within your own jungle? And whichever team is able to create either, you know, a fast level 6 maybe on a key hero like Clockwork, or which is able to, you know, set up a bunch of stacks for their carry, is going to be the one, you know, that might be the biggest advantage either team has going into the mid-game fights.
Well, the one... Oh, let's say. No, Dire Strait's not going in. The one thing we haven't seen too much is Venge Core. How do we build him? Usually, if we're talking about an off-lane Venge, which is typically the more popular role, the man just builds auras. He gets the helm, gets the vibes, and just works with the team. But as a carry Venge, you kind of got to concentrate on the right-click damage here. How do you itemize?
I think auras might still be the way to go, but you just give your vengeful...
Hold that thought for a second. Maybe we get a kill here. Bootaloo is trying to run, press attacks a little bit early. In fact, he trapped himself in with Gary to go. So the kill is gonna be Gary's. First blood for the Bane. Maybe a double with Dire Straits chasing back. Input running forward. Bane's gonna take it. Gary to go and gets himself a double kill in the end. Fantastic start for Eternal Discord there, just in time. And hey, we're looking for openings. There's an opening right there.
Yeah, Internal Discord, you know, kind of polite, or at least happy-go-lucky people don't see fit to rub it in and tip Gary the Goon there, but you know, tip
top tower is
Dire Straits, but you know that there was no intention to hog the Legion Commander in there. You just got your offlaner killed while trying to save them, and I mean, it's sad to say there may have been a better chance of the Legion Commander living if you didn't have the clockwork there. So... You know, it shows that, like I said, this hero is sink or swim, both in individual interactions and on the map overall. Obviously, we're waiting for that level 6 for Dire Straits to really be effective, but he's only level 3 right now. Out of all the supports on the map, you know, this Clockwork is one of the most level dependent, obviously not doing much for you in the laning phase right now, and clearly can't prevent Bootaloo dying, so you really want to either be stacking heavily or, you know, just turboing out that level 6. If even Bootaloo, maybe you could go and jungle for a little while, or there's a rotation out of mid where Dire Straits can take a lane. I would consider that worthwhile for AGN.
And GCG does have the hero to make it, but then again, whose lane are you going to push with the Pugner if he does? You're going to go down the Booty Loot where he's getting pressured, or you're going to go to Farnsworth where he seems to be happily farming, just safely.
I mean, yeah, that's the difficult part. It is you would normally consider it to be either the mid lane or they actually go on the Pugner.
Arrow perfectly comes, Gary Goon sets it up, and they get the kill. So Eternal Discord, 3 kills for their troubles. They're starting to get active, and even with a Legion Commander on the team, it doesn't matter if she's not in the lane, she can't press the attack shit, and TCG goes down.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is the window for Internal Discord. We mentioned that AGN are looking to push, but the heroes aren't quite ready for that yet. So right now, they are just kind of sitting ducks in their lane, trying to get levels and items up. And this Mirana and Bane are online from, you know, minute 1 of the game. So they are starting to pick up a few kills, starting to build a little bit of momentum. And one thing that I did like is that rather than go completely defensive in their draft and say, we're just going to try and avoid this push from AGN while we split farm, they actually have like this kind of aura-based teamfight of their own with the Troll and the Venge. If they get enough of a lead, they could start taking, you know, the fight to AGN and kind of reverse their draft position.
Nice pull from GameStar, just keeping that farm away from the Void Spirit, who's going for the Urn Spirit Vessel build himself, so Demand looking for action as well. So the draft, it's coming together here. 10-minute rune set coming up too. TCG trying to keep the lane pushed in, so Ilium just has to farm it and can't answer it. But the man, he's going Battle Fury himself, so the true carry does seem to be the Troll Warlord on Eternal Discord here.
Oh yeah, 100%. I mean, Vengeful Spirit, you mentioned, oh, do we build it any differently? But really, when you pick this hero, it's kind of just tanky Drow. Like, if Drow Ranger is too greedy to pick this game, you can always pick a Vengeful Spirit. If your Vengeful Spirit gets hook-shotted, you can swap out. If your Vengeful Spirit gets attacked, she tends to have better stats than a lot of ranged agi carries, and she provides that aura to your team.
Gary's coming in. He's chasing him down. He tried to go for Ilium. Look at him. He's dropping the cheeses. Eat the cheese, my man. But they're going to be trying to eat Gary Nagoon. We got the Nightmare. The arrow's going to go on Dire Straits. But nope, this Bane is going to be sacrificed. Maybe. Yeah, blown up by TCG. Maybe get a kill in return here. Draining all the life away from Miami, but he does be able to leap away. Input coming in. Join the fun. He's got to swap. He's got to save. He's got to start if he wants. But he got the Snapfire with one and Troll. He pumps that ult to go for TCG, but TCG's gone down for Decrap in the left game on the Vengeful Spirit. Go, remember, Venge will come back. Nice and soft to break that up. But Jill is on the Venge, and damage isn't there yet. The blast is going to finish him off, get that damage, get the dual damage on pretty low. But now he's fighting against 2. Ilium's still fighting, but Legion's going nuts. They've still got Vengeful Spirit Illusion, but they can't finish off the Legion. But in the end, they are popping the Reincarnation in the top lane as well. So a fantastic trade for Eternal Discord. What, they lost Bane and a Vengeful Spirit, but how much pressure did they get out of that?
Yeah, that was a huge rotation, a big win for them, as you said, especially popping that Wraith King Reincarnation. He didn't die, but make no mistake, at level 1, that is a sizable cooldown. He is vulnerable for a long time, and Farnsworth will have to change the way that he plays. If he is going for that Radiance, you can't afford to actually die, lose your unreliable gold like that. So now he maybe has to retreat deeper into the jungle, or they have to be very careful about pulling all their supports in the mid lane like they just did. And AGN, that fight looked good for them to start with, right? That rotation to counter the gank, that's a great idea to discourage future rotation. Oh, so they go again.
Oh, man. No. Leave TCG alone every single time they find him. They're bringing in the Void as well. The party's going, but TCG's not going to be there. He gets kicked right on out. 28 seconds again on the sidelines. Holy balls!
moly!
Yeah, they're just exploiting the passivity of this AGN lineup, this brief window where in the laning phase their team is actually very passive and kind of stuck in their lanes statically. None of these heroes are terrific at rotating, at least until they get an item or two. So they're just preying on this vulnerable Pugna with their very strong disables. And it's a great idea. Obviously, there's a time window on being able to do it, but weakening the AGN cores as much as you can before they begin their push is critical.
And right now, it's keeping the top lane push on in. Venge is making rotations with the team. Bane is looking to set up again. The Menace will set up machine. You just need to be standing there, but the Vision is going to catch it out. So maybe you don't get yourself a raping unless input finds it. No, he's just going to keep that pressure up. So real good pressure from Eternal Discord here. They are just putting the pedal to the metal right at this 10-minute mark. Just isolating Farnsworth away from his farm. He has to leave this lane completely.
Yeah, and as you can see, the Vengeful Spirit gunning straight for that Vlad. So the aura items coming out as usual on this hero. Already having maxed the Vengeance aura, only a single point in stun, 2 in howl, 1 in swap. You can tell what their priorities are. They've identified that they can actually get under the AGN lineup without having to sacrifice their potential late game. And if they can push AGN, you know, sort of far enough back in their intended timeline of the game, it creates complications because this draft does not like scale forever. At least their support heroes.
Bootaloo's coming on in. They want to go duel on top lane. In fact, TCG is joining the party. Gary Green trying to tempt him, but they got the duel onto Void Spirit with the kisses coming down. The swaps are saved. They're going to be trying to divide the damage between them, so no duel damage. It is broken. Miami is in position. Do they lose anybody here? No! The cookie! It sends him back and said Dire Straits does initiate. It seems like they're so dysfunctional in this team fight, but can they get any kills? Yes, they can. The Clockwork who came in to get themselves the Venge or the Bane ends up delivering his own life straight to Eternal Discord.
And we're seeing that internal Discord. TCG.
He's trying to TP top. They're just going to bring the fight to him. If you don't come to it, they'll send the Void Spirit in. He's going to degrab himself, trying to get the live train, but I think he's got a step to run away. Doesn't even die. No shotgun for you. TCG dead again. 9-2 already. The top tower is down, and Farnsworth, he's going to get maybe one tower for his trade, but things are slowly falling apart on AGN. The pressure is coming.
I'd say they're starting to fall apart pretty quickly, but they haven't fallen apart completely. Like I said, AGN, because of the way they drafted, they don't have a single load-bearing core. I mentioned that they are happy if the Wraith can get space, and that is what their sacrifice is buying them. Farnsworth, despite losing that reincarnation before, hasn't really slowed down his farm. They haven't actually killed the Wraith King yet, and he is progressing towards that Radiance. That is on track to become a very reasonable timing, and that will arrest the momentum of Internal Discord if they try and fight it.
Oh, he found himself snapped. Game is hard in a bad position, but press attack may save them. Live train from TCG. Cookie going in, finding Miami. But what's going to happen? A dual damage to give leading some duel for a trouble. Nice little nightmare to keep TCG back. Swap with game is hard, so now TCG can maybe run down this Bane if he can. And he's chasing, he's draining, he's trying to get the kill, but Bane can still move away. And now he's just going to turn around and get the Fiend's grip onto TCG himself. Ilium's trying to join the farm. We've got a DD on the troll, but the damage ain't going to be there. And with the actual troll ult pumped itself, they will be able to finish off Booty Loop, which the fans has a kill for the troll, but he's focused on the building instead of the heroes. And now they've kind of isolated themselves up. The Vengeful Spirit who wanted to join the farm, but troll was doing something else. So they did sacrifice a big call, but still, it is Eternal Discord dictating this game.
Yeah, Dire Straits kind of rescuing AGN from disaster there on a couple of points, especially as the troll picks up the DD, runs towards the Fiend's Grip Pugna. Dire Straits made a quick read and put the cogs down on the hilltop, actually walled off the troll from rejoining the fight. Of course, that does kind of trap Booty Loot in, causing his death, but that's only your offlaner, and TCG has suffered too much this game already. You can see the Pugna, that's your mid laner, desperately trying to build towards an Aether lens, and that's your main mechanism for sort of safely taking these towers. If you don't have this Pugna kind of working to full effect, not only do you lose a potent counter to the troll, but you also kind of have to take a lot more risks in being proactive about taking objectives. So, you know, they do really want to engage him, but I gotta praise Internal Discord so far for how they've taken these ganks. They've really caught AGN off guard, and despite the fact that the AGN lineup actually has a ton of counters for single target spells of the kind that ID has, like not only the press the attack, but also, as we saw there, the Pugna heal coming out in conjunction to save the Snapfire. That was the first time that AGN have actually been able to get those abilities to pay off.
That is true, but slow payoffs are worth it. But if we're looking at net worth difference here, Brave King is still the sole hero with the crazy net worth, having 7,000, keeping up with the Troll Warlord at least. Is it enough to have a solo core on the side of AGM with that farm? Will the disparities really come into play?
I think they are riding the line where right now it is still okay. This Wraith King with one item, that Radiance is so strong. That's kind of why you go for the hero. And like I said, it's just a stock carry. You can rely on it. Pugna and Legion, you'd love for them to be farmed. But they, right now, just having the duel and having Pugna's suite of spells is enough. And if you start to get some momentum off of the Wraith King item timing, they will play their way back into the game all right. So I'm not concerned totally for AGN.
That's good to see, because it's only 2k gold lead in the end. It's not the biggest, craziest gold lead that we've been seeing. We've seen 10s, we've seen 18s, we've seen 24s, but it's only 2. And tower pushing is coming up from AGN, so they're ready to make some moves here. Go straight for the mid, tier 1s, maybe take out all the tier 1s and get a little bit of gold back into their pockets to just make up for it, because the other items on the supports, they're coming in too. We've got some blade mails coming in the clockwork, but the fighters coming in the mid. They're going to try and keep everybody wave with terror and just save the tower, but it ain't going to happen. DCG is a Pugna. He loves taking towers. If one blast, he gets it done.
One big concern is the Troll Warlord, right? Because the other cores of Internal Discord do not scale that well into the late game. Like, you'd be surprised how much damage a Vengeful Spirit can put out when she's keeping up on items, but it really is the Troll who's their great late game home. Nothing else stands up to this rating, but the Troll actually stands up to it pretty well, kind of matches that unkillable nature. And I'm just curious as to the item build, because it looks like the Troll's gone to Battlefield.
Farmsworth's been found.
Oh.
He's done. He's down. He does have a reinforcement. It's going to take a while to kill him.
Hook shot?
But yeah, he is alone. A reinforcement's come. The Hooker's going to come in and land on into the bench. Keep her trapped. She can swap out. In fact, she will. Bane's going to go into the meat grinder, but nobody's going to be dying except for Dire Straits himself, and Farnsworth gets traded too. So double kill so far. Fiend scripting is perfectly fine. TCG before he can do a single thing. He makes it a triple. Now everybody has to be running away. AGN, Boolud, who wanted to get a duel or something done, can't do anything but fight for his own life by running, hiding in the trees, and making it a quadruple. They just feed full lives trying to save Farnsworth, who, as you said, was... Oh, okay, we're not done. We're not done. Team wipe. It's going to be a team wipe. We found the game is hard as well. What does that Farnsworth being there just really cost him 5 deaths?
Yeah, Farnsworth, I think that's the kind of thing where you look at where your Wraith King gets caught and you look at the sheer amount of stuns available for Internal Discord and you just say, you know, that's the one thing we didn't want to happen, but we have lost our Wraith King. Like, you don't need to feed 4 more kills, but AGN, they're desperate to save their friend, their most important core, and they kind of just overcommit, arriving piecemeal. You saw the Legion again running in too late. This has been a real problem. If you go back and watch all these fights, Booty Loot looks so confused and so torn about how best to apply the spells in a team fight. He's responsible for trying to deal damage. He's responsible for dueling a key target like this slippery Void Spirit, who otherwise is like tearing the team apart or using the duel to cancel a Fiend script, but also needing to effectively use the press the attack to save someone. You know, it actually caused Sorry. I was just gonna say I didn't harp on it before, but it actually got TCG killed in one of the mid games because Booty Luke got the duel before the press the attack and just didn't save the Pugna from being disabled. And we see again in that fight the press the attack being totally ineffectual.
Yeah, that was exactly what I was about to say here. It seems like Legion has like a catch-22 here. She can either initiate and then she can't press the attack anybody else off, and maybe she gets 1 kill, or she can just sink back and save the heroes that they go upon, but then that's not what Legion wants to do. In fact, Eternal Discord, they know exactly what they want to do. Midnight Shadow, go for more ganks, keep this pressure on, and keep isolating the farm away while Farnsworth does what Farnsworth does best. He farms in very dangerous positions, trying to get farmed so we can actually give his cause the safe farm in his jungle. I mean, his reincarnation is back up, but if he gets caught out again, it's going to be pretty costly because his gold lead, it's still 5k.
Yeah, and the Radiance is online for Farnsworth, but critically you can see he's not actually even looking to fight with the team yet. This is like, you're still just farming in dangerous spots far away from them. So clearly either he thinks that now it's actually too late to go for the Radiance fight. I mean, it is 20 minutes, they're 6k gold behind, it's reasonable to say so. But that means that now your whole team is kind of waiting even longer. We discussed how passive they've been. It's beginning to feel like their timing to actually be proactive is never going to come. Like, this Dire Straits clockwork has already started to fall off. We mentioned that Booty Loot is not really progressing and not able to have a lot of impact in these fights. You are beginning to lose out more and more economically by just farming on this Wraith King and everyone else huddling together on the back half of the map.
And the thing about the farm as well, it's an AC coming up as the second item before the Wraith King. That's not a cheap item. That's about 5,000 golds you need to farm yourself before it's active enough. Even if you buy it piecemeal, you get a plate mail, you maybe get yourself a little bit of extra attack speed. But Eternal Discord, they're taking the opportunities. They're pressuring your tier 2 towers, they're spreading the farm. And Troll Warlord, who has the Battle Fury, is already 2,000 gold ahead of you and is not going to be slowing anytime soon.
Yeah, this is the big concern. I was worried that the Troll, given the aggressive posture that Internal Discord have taken, I was concerned the Troll was going to build a very fast Diffusal Blade, which presents a ton of problems for the Wraith King if he tries to come to fights early. But since Wraith King's not coming to fights at all, the Troll has made this adjustment to a Battle Fury, and now you can actually out-farm even the Radiance Wraith King, and they're going to take the Roshan on top of this and really force the issue.
Initiations there though. The kisses are flying in, but they've already wasted their ability. They're going to keep TCG back from being drained. Anybody now, they're just finding out the Duel is not even going to be killing the Bane yet. Duel is done, no damage given. Maybe you get Gary to go on the backside, but you've already lost TCG again. Gary's running, Night Swap. Okay, a little bit interesting. He actually pulls him into Dire Straits, but then again, he just saps all the HP back to Dire Straits, and they're going to be chasing down the clock. Nice Nightmare keeps him in place, waiting for the arrow. Getting the kills back for them. It's going to be 3 in the end. With an A just picked up, TCG dying again. Farnsworth wanting to come, but he couldn't do anything in that fight. He had no opportunities to enter that fight. And Eternal Discord, they're just going to take all the opportunities they can get to keep pressuring your talents and making this gold lead even worse.
Yeah, Farnsworth's position is a really difficult one to be in right now. Obviously, as one of the leaders of your team and their core player in this game, you know, you're trying to be the great hope for your squad, but you know that like your arc is not ascending at the moment, right? Like he's still farming up, but the Troll is now out farming him. There's plenty of kill gold going the way of AXPR and input as well, and your team is falling further and further behind. He feels like he needs this assault to provide armor to his team so they can survive, but he's not going to have a base more sooner rather than later. They're going to have to fight.
Dire's middle tower.
Right now they're going to force a fight, take more towers. They've only got 1 tower left in the bottom lane. And Farnsworth, he's kind of there. He's got to run back to safety, which means he's not hitting any creeps, which is really just exacerbating that problem. And I think Eternal Discord, they're comfortable like this. They've got the Aegis. Do they just go high ground and say, hey guys, this is it. We just want this game to end and put some points on the board here?
Yeah, I think unless you've got one really key item coming up, which like I can't imagine what it would be unless you do want to buy either the Diffusal or the Nullifier even on the Troll Ward. I'm not sure how much gold he currently has. Those items counter the Wraith King and the Pugna respectively, but they have the Spirit Vessel on AXPR, which negates pretty much all of what the Pugna has to offer at this point since he's already been so shut down, as well as, you know, the Legion Commander. They've got the Yules to disrupt the duel, and the Kisses. Oh, has they?
TCG TPing on in, they're pulling everybody out in with Grand Venge, but Troll is doing the work. They've got the Duel in the back, just hitting the Vengeful Spirit, but still Vengeful Spirit is fine. It's the illusion, it's not really doing much again. You've killed her, but you didn't get the dual damage on top, and actually, 2 dead. We're running back. We're kicking them out. Maybe this is AGN's fight that they actually wanted. They kept Eternal Discord back away from their towers, kicked them out, and you just thought game was hard. So maybe the option that they're looking for is what you were saying about maybe 5 minutes ago, is just to fight them, but to fight them on your terms.
This is like when you pull a drowning man out of the ocean and after 5 minutes of just complete deathly stillness, there's a shuddering gasp of air. AGN finally engaging their lineup the way it's meant to go. I mentioned in the draft, heroes like Clockwork, the difference between when you are on the initiation and when you are not on this hero is night and day. As wow, Farnsworth picks up a fortunate DD rune, probably just for farming, but this AC is going to come up very soon now. And what we've seen, I think, most importantly, is that Pugna and Legion Commander, and even to a degree, the Snapfire, are also heroes that do much, much better when you're taking the initiative, either because they're quite position dependent, like we're seeing this Pugna and Snapfire repeatedly caught out, or like Legion Commander, it's just easier to engage your spells all valuably when you are the one taking the fight. You know, you blink and duel the target and kill them immediately, or you are positioned to heal your Pugna and purge him. And that's what we saw there. The Wraith King came to the fight, they got the hookshot on target, immediate kill, and they forced Internal Discord back. That's something they can do again. They can repeat that process. They just have to keep finding openings off Dire Straits' hooks. It's his time to shine.
It is his time to shine, and maybe we could shine now with 3 heroes smoked up in Eternal Discord. It would be nice to surprise them when they walk up to your high ground and you've got a Clockwork or the entire team of AGN just waiting for them to come, but nobody doing it. Absolutely. No, okay. Smoke coming out. They just want to take the fight too, and they've already seen the rune going away, so maybe there's an opportunity. In fact, who are they going to find here? It's the Vengeful Spirit. Still a big kill to get. You got the Duel. The Decrap's a little bit awkward. Duel damage is going to be yours, and what else going to get? The Spirit on top, and now they can push. AC picked up. The fights are coming, and Booty Loot. I mean, it might have been a little bit of a rough starting here, but Legion infinitely scales. It doesn't matter when you get the duels yourself, as long as you get those duels, and Booty Loot, it's coming. 48 duel damage so far.
Absolutely, and this is what I meant when I said that AGN, while it's bad for them to be losing the game, obviously, they don't necessarily crumble just because Bootaloo didn't get farmed. Now you see Blink chainmail phase boots. That's all you need, because all they need him to do right now is blink and duel a target, lock them in place. Farnsworth has the damage.
Ilium is literally tipping. Okay, arrows at face keeps them alive. Alright, that's how you play it. You don't want them to push your towers, you just march up to their high ground, threaten their tier 3s, and everybody comes a running.
Because remember, Ilium still has the Aegis, right? And has the Basher build. This troll is so far ahead right now, like, they actually wouldn't mind pushing the issue, I don't think. But because they've repeatedly lost this Vengeful, they're kind of losing their Aegis timing. Yeah, exactly. Big win for HE.
Okay, TSG by 5, Remnants off the mark, but maybe we can get someone in the back. Miami's going to be caught with the U-Scepter and bring everybody in. Vengeful Spirit will TP, but is it going to be fast enough? Going to be trying to swap. No, Nightmare to keep the save. No, to be bouncing it back and forth between him. But still, Miami is dead. The hookshot's going to come in and just be melting up TSG in the backside. This is what we're talking about. The troll actually going ham. He's cleaning up, and on the backside, you've already lost yourself. Your supports. Gary is gone. Miami is doing it, but all 3 cores, they're still looking to fight right now. HPL looking for another initiation. Farnsworth is going south, but north is going to be Dire Straits on the clockwork. Because when he caught out by the Void Spirit, maybe he would have played Mal for now, but those comms are just basically a death trap as everybody just literally runs at you and takes you down. A triple kill in return. A fantastic showing of the power of this troll ward, and maybe an opportunity to go high ground because these guys do not have a buyback.
Yeah, but it is still very early in the game. It seems like they're all going to be alive by the time any sort of damage to the tower is presented. So, you know, the thing about the troll going Battle Fury that is good for internal Discord is that they don't feel pressured to go high ground at all. Like, they can just keep farming. Ilium has tons of room still to grow, definitely outscaling even the Wraith King at this point, and it will become very difficult to kill him. These supports, like, don't scale a lot in their damage. The Pugner's damage is going to be hard to actually bring consistently in the fights because he can obviously be interrupted and even, you know, scared off at this point by multiple heroes because TCG is unfortunately so weak. And speaking of being scared off, poor old Gamers Hard got a little bit lost in that team fight, kind of ran in late. It was a decent initiation, but I would have loved to see just the immediate Mortimer's Kisses follow-up. Instead, he kind of leapt forward with the cookie on himself, wasting the cooldown, hitting nothing, and putting himself so far out of position that he spent the rest of the fight just running away, never cast the ultimate at all.
Oh man, I mean, at least you have it for now if they try to push the issue a little bit twice. But yeah, I guess you really have to be careful about how many cookies you do feed yourself, and maybe you're trying to hold them for the Wraith King, for Dire Straits on this clockwork here. But it seemed to have go all right as a team fight overall. Wraith King didn't die, they didn't lose too much, and they are at least able to charge on forward. In fact, Jewel off the mark. Okay, close. Almost found himself APL.
I like that they're continuing to be aggressive.
Yeah, they're not just sitting back going, okay, we'll just farm a little bit more. Maybe next fight we'll go, we're just going to keep going. We're going to miss the arrows. We're going to keep on charging down and try and keep getting these jewels off. And at the same point in time, Eternal Discord, they're happy to push you around the map, leave when they're feeling comfortable, and then go back to farming because, as you said, they don't feel like they're on the timer.
Yeah, remember, originally it's AGN whose lineup was intended to be the aggressor, and they were the ones who wanted to be not just doing these ganks individually with the duel, though that is their game plan. They wanted to be following up by taking all the towers off the map and claiming tons of space to farm. Instead, because Internal Discord kind of jumped them and took over the map early on, even now that AGN are starting to wrest back some control and kind of force Internal Discord to respect them, you saw that they scouted the whole team with the arrow and they just fell back. Because they have the space and they have the farming items now to play that elusive game, and like we keep mentioning, the troll is going to outscale. Even the Void is farming well.
Well, right now we're playing the fighting game because Moonlight Shadow Smoke combination is coming, but who are they going to find? They've got Booty Loot, they got Gamers Hard, but I think they're looking for something big if they can. Maybe they're going to be taking them, but Jewel comes out, so no arrow's going to be fine, but there's your Nightmare again. It's on back ball, but they've got at least a Playmail coming in, but the Kiss is finally going, but it's a troll ward who's finding TCG every single fight. Isolating Pug to kill the Pug, but the buyback from Pug is going to be able to join the fight back on in. Remnant is coming in to find Gamers Hard, so no more Kisses on the backside, no more shotguns, but they're just going to be blasting down the Void Spirit and finish them off with all the skeletons around them. The cores are massive. Farnsworth hit so hard, and TCG's already back to kill up 3 heroes so far. Vengeful Spirit is running away, but with the Yule Scepter, they're going to get themselves a 4. AGN just had to use 1 buyback from the Pugner, but that is worth it. That's a team fight that you need to take. That's control of the game. It may be a 10k gold lead to you, but you can push so fast with this Wraith King right now.
Yeah, and it's telling. You mentioned that's a team fight they needed to take, but it was Internal Discord who brought the team fight to them. AGN don't really have the capacity. They are kind of very slow, predictable heroes. Apart from this long-range hook shot, like, it's going to be hard for them to close on Internal Discord, but Internal Discord instead choose to try and take an aggressive play. They see Booty Loot first, and I honestly think that's one of the better targets for you to go on. Like, yeah, okay, there's multiple heroes who can initiate. You got to be aware of where the clockwork is, but if you take that duel out of the equation, that's a great way to start the fight. I don't know if they were trying to find the Pugner first, but that is like, you know, you kind of just got to take your first available target. Instead, they open with a Yules, which is a very weak initiation, right? That's not bursting a hero. That's preserving their life. And then, the duel comes out from Booty Loot, and the fight goes bad from there.
High ground right now, waiting for it. Them keep it safe. They're going to find Farnsworth and just stun up Gary. Gary is out of here to duel on the backside. They're going to get a double. Both supports are going to be dead. No, better save Gary to go for now. The buyback is going to be on Miranda. They want to take this fight. Maybe Gary does save it with a nice swap coming out from Venture Spirit, but with Blade Mail coming in and back running on back with a little bit of rockets, not enough damage, but maybe with the Remnant and a little bit of damage control, they can take the clockwork instead. So supports are going to be traded, but one had to buy back here. So I think Eternal Discord, they want to push their troubles here. They've got to swap the save, get another support for the troubles as Game Heart spins in the air. First between the four heroes, it should be enough. Doesn't matter about a Ghost Scepter, but it does matter about the Roche, who's just been opened with the heroes. TCG, how did he die again? I thought that man got out.
Yeah, I'm not really sure. I was too busy being kind of appalled with the Roshan timing and how heavily it favors Eternal Discord. But AGN get map control for half a second. They go for an aggressive play, which I don't mind, but they have to be wary of this Troll Warlord, right? They just won a couple of fights, but they still are not slowing down Ilium. And as much as we can say that Farnsworth is kind of carrying the game for AGN, putting them on his back, this Troll Warlord is even scarier right now. 23,000 net worth on one of the best, like, straight up fighting carries in the game. At some point, AGN don't have the tools that usually do well against this troll apart from the Decrepify, and that's why they're hunting TCG down every team fight. He doesn't have buyback right now. This is a great high ground opportunity.
And one of the other things we have seen is basically Ilium hasn't actually manned up against Farnsworth yet. These guys have been on different edges of this fight. One's been going for TCG, the other's been going for XPR on these Void Spirit or even the Vengeful Spirit himself. So they've been trying to isolate down the different cores and just, leave one big hero left, whether it be Farnsworth or whether it be Ilium on the Troll Warlord.
Yeah, and that's the best way to deal with these heroes, right? Like, both heroes have a very similar sort of trump card in their ultimates in that they are almost impossible to burst immediately. So if you tunnel vision on trying to kill this troll and the Wraith King, like, you are going to take a certain amount of time to kill them no matter what, and they are hitting you the whole time. Whereas if you can kite them and kill the rest of their team, then it kind of gives you the freedom to safely, declaw the bear once they're alone. But it's pretty hard to do once they get this farmed.
And right now, level 25 on the troll, he is pretty farmed himself. He's broken basically 24,000 net worth. It is insane because it's only 33 minutes and the man's been farming like crazy. But with the Moonlight Shadow, they're looking to fight as well. The lanes are pushing pretty hardcore. The rocket's going to come out. Sentry's going to be placed. Maybe got a little bit of vision of the Vengeful Spirit hitting these creeps here, so they know something is up at least. But AGN, they're at least safe in their base for now. They haven't charged on forward unless Venge just runs for it. Arrow is going to be missing all the heroes, but the troll's going to be hitting that tower pretty hardcore. Glyph gonna be used. Move on back. Farnsworth can't stun the troll to keep him back in. Maybe you defended your tower for now, but that's your one glyph you had. It's now on cooldown, so if they find the opportunity to go back on the high ground, these towers are gonna melt. You've lost a sentry, but right now...
Oh, I was just going to say, this. If you look at Ilium's items, it actually has finished the Abyssal Blade and the BKB and the MKB, an unbelievably dangerous timing for AGN. This hero will blink onto and immediately destroy essentially anyone but the Wraith King. And with the Aegis available and no Pugner buyback, I have to assume the target's TCG. We could see the game end right now.
Right now we're charging forward again. Damage on Farnsworth, keeping it back, trying to drain away the Troll Warlord. But remember, Aegis, too large, can't commit everything on the man himself. But maybe the Vengeful Spirit can die. No depressive attack will be able to stun Farnsworth, but he can't stun the Venge. He moves too fast, and everybody just goes back to their separate areas. The high ground of the Dire Jungle for Eternal Discord, but the base for AGN. There's not many creeps in the base of AGN, so the farm seems like it's going to be slowing down even more for everybody else. So far, we've got a 15k gold difference between both these teams. But one team isn't going to leave. Maybe the runes are going to be up, but they're all going to be Eternal Discords here.
Yeah, I mean, this is not bad for Internal Discord, but obviously I think the Aegis timing does matter to them. It's not just a matter of you keep AGN pinned in their base. They haven't lost any Raxes yet. These creeps are worth the full amount of money. All the heroes are able to nuke down waves effectively enough to defend their base and still get farm. They really want to force the issue with Ilium. This is kind of the Troll's peak of relative power.
Well, we're going to force it right now, try and take away that ward if we can. Nightmare on the Brave King to keep him back from doing a single thing, but with a nice little swap on the Nightmare, keeps him safe. Game start playing perfectly. Not really finger on the arrow when it's targeting for the Brave King, but this ward, it's gone, but the sun's going to be on the Vengeful Spirit, but the damage going to be there. Nice force up to the high ground to dual damage. He's gone. They've already got input, but they're charging forward. Disarm on the Troll ward. He's been isolated, and now they've popped the Aegis. Void Spirit in the back of the arrow set up on TCG, I believe. He should be dead, but he's going to pop in the end. 7 seconds, no buyback in the back, but the BKB on the Troll ward as he charges down everybody. He needs to carry this game himself. They're running the Vengeful Spirit, but he's not even here yet, and now Troll is still being kited himself. They haven't killed the Clockwork yet. They're keeping this arm on the Troll ward. He can't do any damage yet. The Blade Mail's going to be ripping apart this Troll, and he's dead. Farnsworth cuts him down, and now they're cleaning up again. The tips are flying, but AGN is defending and forcing so much out of Eternal Discord there, and they couldn't even get a tier 3 out of it.
No, a big failure, unfortunately, for Internal Discord. They were tested there. They'd farmed themselves and played their way into a really advantageous position, but ultimately, you still have to face the test. You can buff up your sort of chances as much as you like, but executing high ground is never easy if a team just holds their position strongly, and AGN played to their strengths there. Just a few key moments, they pushed the Venge forward, and again, I have to harp on, if this was a support Venge, you would have just swapped a hero out of the base immediately and gotten an initiation on your turns. Instead, the Vengeful Spirit runs forward and exposes herself, gets forced up into the base and duels and dies.
Yeah.
That's a carry hero. That's your aura horse. You lose so much damage when she dies at the start of the fight like that. And then I thought that maybe they could win the fight by pulling things back out towards Bane, who was sitting on the high ground for a Bane script, but he couldn't find it in that position and ended up getting it cancelled later on because Booty Loot got to run forward and just kill the Bane when they gripped in a much more vulnerable spot. So things just not lining up for Internal Discord in that fight.
No, it would have been Discord come back for Eternal Discord, but I guess that's in the name, AGN in their name. They're the Australian Game Network, and they're going to be trying to take your towers, but for now, they're going to keep them back. The crates aren't here yet. Farnsworth is playing a little bit secure. They can't go too crazy on AGN because that was kind of what Eternal Discord did. They're going to just run up that tower. They had the Aegis. They felt a little bit too safe, and then it turns out they could defend. But with everybody respawning on the side of Eternal Discord, it may go back the other way. 9 stars on the backside to keep everybody back. But Farnsworth doesn't need spells to hit your towers. You can press the attack back to safety, but they kick AGN back. So Eternal Discord defend their side of the base.
I mean, great. Okay, Internal Discord do successfully defend, so not to put any flies on them, but AGN have 2 assets that Internal Discord lacked that made that push very difficult. The first is this Legion Commander providing that dispel, as we suggested. Obviously, Wraith King got stunned there, but immediately rescued. There's nothing really there. They don't have a Lotus Orb up yet or anything of the sort, although it appears they are trying to build one on the Void Spirit. It's a great idea. I'd love to see that out of Internal Discord as they smoke out of the base. And
was caught under reward though, so I think AGN no. In fact, they're waiting on the high ground, and Ilium is moving forward, but he gets bashed up instantly. Farnsworth trying to do damage. HPL going to the backside, focusing on the TCG again, so no decrep to save, so Troll can do all the damage. But his attack keeps him alive for now. Void Spirit isolating back this Pugner, but it's gonna be Brave King coming back. Farnsworth trying to run. Hailbird is there, but Troll's popped this on. Now he's running to Gamer's Heart instead. He wanted the Brave King, but he gets himself a Snapfire. Now it's Booty Loot trying to isolate between 2 here, trying to go for Gary Dragoon, but Gary Dragoon is surprisingly dangerous. Damage coming out. Maybe you get yourself dual damage, but can APR solo up this Legion Commander between it? But no, Farnsworth, he's been isolated. Troll Ward's got the damage himself. This Vengeful Spirit, it's still just a core and aura machine amping up so much damage on the side of Eternal Discord. They just clean up AGN. They take the fight they needed. They may have 4 buybacks on the side of AGN, but Eternal Discord, they may have faltered before going high ground, but in that team fight, they knew exactly what to do.
Yeah, I don't know whether AGN either underestimated how big of a deal it was that they killed input for free last fight at the start, how much that impacted the outcome of the fight, or whether they knew that they were this far behind and they felt that they needed to take a fight from that surprise advantageous position. Because it was a decent fight to take even if you are behind, but like all of their cores are so much poorer than Internal Discord's cores that it just makes it so difficult and makes it much easier to kite this Wraith King and really punish him as they did there.
And one thing I've noticed, it's Eternal Discord's focus on keeping TCG out of the fight. Void Spirit ran straight for him, used him, and chased him around the map, so he couldn't actually do anything to help Farnsworth or keep Troll from hitting him. The Creps can't keep him, he can't get the regen on him, so really, all their attention is keeping TCG dead or back.
Yeah, Pugner as a core, and this is true of a lot of spellcasting cores, but especially so Pugner, who's so fragile and wants to stand still and channel life drain, really kind of early game focused and dependent on getting and keeping a lead. When Pugner is stronger than you and his damage output and healing keeps up with your damage, it becomes impossible to go through his team on top of him. When the team is so spread out like this, there's no formation around the Pugner, and he's this far behind, he's just another support. They just run him and kill him immediately. And we've seen not just Pugner, but also Bane and Snapfire really struggle to have the full impact in fights because they're constantly chased around as the duel comes out now.
Yeah, man. He got caught again. It's a little bit of dual damage back to Legion, but okay, Kiss is used on top. So maybe a little bit of overkill from the side of AGN, but they got the kill in itself, and maybe they keep Eternal Discord back and they keep security of their base. They only lost 2 racks, they've still got the top 1, so things aren't completely dire for the side on dire.
Yeah, I think Gamerside just firing off the kisses there because he's found it so difficult to actually get value from the spell in real fights. He's constantly stunned or run down whenever he tries to stand still and channel that, no matter where he finds the position to do it. So you can see the amount of pressure that's on these supports right now to contribute, considering the conditions.
Igu.
Save.
Fireback being used on Miami? That seemed interesting. It looks like they wanted to take that fight if they had the opportunity, but yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there as everybody just runs back. Brosh is not up yet, still respawning.
They're checking it though, they didn't know that. So I think Miami figured that this Roshan is the 3rd Roshan of the game. Very important and obviously a big focus for Internal Discord who've already shown how fast they can take it. So Miami just wants to make sure he's on deck when that fight happens.
Well, AGN, they are smoking up to make sure this fight happens, but they want it on their terms. Keep it on their side of the river, but they're happy to march on forward if anybody is showing us here. So it seems like Roche is the aim here. They want to isolate forward, but I think we found somebody again. Booty Luke pops that blade mail, got that Jill. In fact, who's he? Jill, yeah, Marana here, but Troll Ward's moving on forward to kill Booty Luke himself. The Troll does damage, but can he get a kill? No, he's going to be held out again, but with stun, they can secure it. Booty Luke is gone, no buyback, 110 seconds on the sidelines, and now we're charging forward. We're cleaning up. DCG dead again, forced off to the high ground. For this clockwork and a hook shot back to the low ground, but it's just back to Gary the dude who finishes him off anyway. This Rape King isolated again. He's got a Hailbird, but there's still 3 other heroes. You can't Hailbird on top. And this Rape King getting blown on up. The man is buyback. So does TCG, and I guess Game is out of here, but the Roche, it's up. Your high ground is looking pretty tasty for himself, and this is seeming like a pretty good opportunity for Eternal Discord.
Yeah, being slipping further and further away from AGN. And look, I made some excuses for them last time. They've probably felt pressure to try and take these fights. As you said, it matters so much for their lineup to go on their terms. And actually, Internal Discord is just going for the throne. They realize these heroes are dead. Most of them don't have buyback. They can really force it.
I mean, they do, but there's DD. Like, I think the DD is just the nail in the coffin that they're looking for. Farnsworth, I'm going to be scared of it. Yeah, Yule Sept, okay. Arrow's a little bit miscommunicated there, but he got the remnant, the cookie forward into the team. Oh my lord, the man's got a reincarnate, so we'll come back. They're not actually going to get kisses anymore because HPI is just isolating the Stampfire back, just forward focusing as soon as he's trying to cast any one of these spells. The Rape King, he's not going to cast any of his spells because he is absolutely dead, just being cleaned up by the Troll Ward, the DD to BKB. It is so much damage. You can try and play mail it off, but the Troll Ward is not dying anytime soon. Everybody's just dying on back. But the buybacks are still coming. DCG just getting isolated by a remnant and just dead instantly again. The man fought. He could come back and do something to fight, but no, it turns out he's just going to walk up and die. GG is going to be called in Eternal Discord. That's going to take the game.
I'm so sorry, AGN. I shouldn't have taken away your underdog status. Their greatest strength is like cutting off Samson's hair. As soon as they're favored to win a matchup, they drop the ball. But big performance by Internal Discord to take it away from them. No disrespect.
That is true. Like that was a draft that we saw weeks ago. Like the mid-troll warlord getting picked up by Eternal Discord that they didn't exactly know how to implement perfectly. And then we're here, week 5? They figured it out. They worked out how they wanted to play the lanes, so how they needed to strategize, and Ilium being the sole focus of their farm really paid off again against just this Farnsworth matchup. As soon as they got the Rape King by himself, he could not man up against this troll.
Yeah, and I think that shows the importance of like believing in yourself and reviewing your matches and not throwing the baby out with the bathwater. They saw that match when they picked the Troll Warlord before. That was not the bad thing in their lineup. That Troll farmed like a madman in that game as well. They just needed to shore up the side lanes, and I much prefer their spread of cores and supports this game. I might quibble about whether you want the Vengeful on support or not, but in the end it worked out. There were a few situations where I sort of felt that they could have benefited, but you know, Input was at least able to swap himself out of the cogs when required. Even the Vengeful Ghost, I didn't see it have a huge impact that game, but like as far as your aura bearing carry, if you're going to put everything on the Troll Warlord, Vengeful Spirit is a great secondary core, and it really destroyed that Clockwork pick. I think that's the main thing I want to highlight in the laning phases where things started to go seriously wrong for AGN, and it was because that Clockwork was exploited by the double range safe lane.
Yeah, and a very good, just smart draft coming out from Eternal Discord. You saw like the first 2 pick up of the Clockwork and the Snapfire, and then you saw Eternal Discord's answer to it. They couldn't do anything in the team first, they just seemed to be feeding the entire time. As soon as Snapfire tried for the kisses, Void Spirit runs for you. TCG tries to cast a spell, Void Spirit goes for you. It's just fantastic answers from Eternal Discord.
Yeah, and again, Internal Discord's draft was fine. I think it looked bad in that game because they were on the back foot for the whole early game. And then by the time they started to get those pickoffs, I mean, you saw the few times that they did catch a solo hero and duel that Mirana, like easy, immediate kill, their team looks great. But then seconds later, they try to force a kill on the Mirana again after she buys back, and that's too far. You know she's with her team. They can't take the fight at that point anymore. They fell too far behind, and Internal Discord steal one. Can they steal a second?
Well, I guess we'll find out. I'm excited to see these teams just bringing it in these weeks, improving every single week. And game 2, it's going to be looking awesome, and it's going to be coming after this short break. And we are back after that amazing first game performance from Eternal Discord, really just bringing it out against, you know, the underdogs, AGN, falling a little bit back after last week's victory over FFY V2, but still, they had a pretty solid lineup in itself. I don't think they're feeling too bad after how that game went.
Yeah, Internal Discord kind of rallied independently, and that's not a knock on AGN, but it just shows that Internal Discord, they're a team that's been around a while, and we know that they have taken games before. It's good to see them demonstrate that with a draft that really kind of, as you said, builds on some of the experiences they've had over this season so far. Ilium looking great on that Troll Warlord. I wouldn't be surprised to see him just run it back.
Yeah, it seems pretty solid, but I think if we are thinking of AGN here, what do we have to consider coming out of Game 1? What was that draft fine in conception, or do they need to adapt to what Eternal Discord are trying to do?
I think that's one of those drafts where you write the 5 heroes out on paper and you go, this is a good draft. This is a solid team. It has no obvious flaws. This is the kind of draft where we all play our heroes and we just get the job done. I think the order of the draft matters a lot, and I think that picking the Snapfire Clockwork first 2 is just not what you want to do. I don't think it's good enough. Obviously, the heroes combine decently, but like they're not a lane combo. They're a somewhat efficient combo in team fights later on. But, you know, it's not like Mirana Bane where you're like kind of really threatening the enemy lanes from the start. What you're doing is telegraphing that you're going to have probably a Clockwork support, right? Because a lot of these teams just seem to not want to pick the Clockwork core for whatever reason. Fair enough if you don't think it's strong, but then we've talked about how important flexibility in the draft is, and if you show that you're picking this kind of very weak laner or a laner with very polarized matchups, you give the opportunity to the opposition to do what Internal Discord did there and draft something like Bane Venge that just makes the hero not have a place on the map, and it really struggled to get levels in time and struggled to have an impact. That really hurt Booty Loot's game. It's a real snowball effect.
And one of the things from Eternal Discord, I believe in last week as well, AXPR in this offlane role, he seems to be very key into how they just really dictate these games.
Yeah, I was trying to find a place to say that during the game, but of course, being Internal Discord, there was so much action that it was really hard to say everything that I wanted to. But yeah, great time to shout out AXPR. Has been a revelation, this offlane role. I mean, Miami has always been a very strong player, but AXPR really seems to bring a kind of different play style to the team, and one that really complements how their other cores play. Like if Ilium's going to be farming hard in this mid lane role, they need someone who's like very dynamic in their map movements and strong mechanically. And I think what's most important is that on Mirana last week, and then as well on Void Spirit this week, the farm was actually quite strong from AXPR. For a third position player who wasn't necessarily getting given extra space by his team, he did progress well in items. He was the one who was keeping up and sort of really putting the pressure on AGN because they couldn't afford to just stabilize with the Wraith King. This Void Spirit was hunting down and killing their other heroes.
That's and for heroes that really just play off, TCG is one of those players that if you give him the opportunity on like a big playmaking hero, the man knows how to play. But Pugner, it seems like that may have been a hero that he can play, but in that game, he couldn't do a thing. Do we need to make a more safe pick for TCG here just to make sure he can't be counted as hard?
Yeah, I mean, I think the problem with picking the Pugner there is you've picked the Pugner into a Bane Mirana combo, right? So two supports who love to rotate. You know that the Mirana is guaranteed to be moving around the map very early on, hunting for kills. You know also that Internal Discord, set the lanes up very well to support that. And Bane Elemental, because the safe lane is so strong for them, since you picked this kind of weak Clockwork, you know the rotations are coming for your Pugner, who has no ability to save himself in that spot. So even though your matchup looks good against the Troll, it's actually bad when you add in the rotation factor. And to compound that, the supports of Snapfire and Clockwork do not rotate favorably. Like, how do they help, really, in that situation?
No, it seems like both Gamers Hard was stuck in the top lane, and Dire Straits was trying to keep Booty Loot in the bottom lane, and because those lanes weren't going so well, they couldn't put any attention anywhere. So maybe AGN do need to do exactly what you're saying. Get a stronger support pair, which will free up their lanes for those rotations, which can answer Eternal Discord's fighting style.
Yeah, absolutely. You hit the nail on the head. I was harping on the Clockwork pick, but even if you save the Clockwork for later in the draft and instead of the Snapfire, you pick like Witch Doctor Legion or something as your opener, right? Or you could pick the Pugner early because Pugner is sometimes the support. You can flex it. And the point is that if you have a hero who isn't as dependent on levels as the Snapfire and who maybe has a stronger early game heal or stun, then you can teleport and counter gank when your Pugner is getting gone on mid and rescue them. They would have loved to have a Vengeful Spirit themselves that game, right? And it was in the pool for most of the draft. Like having that save from the swap, as well as the auras on your lineup when you're trying to push, that's something I think they maybe could have considered.
It seemed like they had at least an idea how to play it. Put all your eggs in the Farnsworth basket, which did come, it paid off at the 30-minute mark. The man had an AC, a Radiance, a Basher, every single thing you need, and a pretty favorable team fight, and he could do the damage. Maybe they need to adjust their timings as well as Farnsworth, because typically he is the mid player for AGN, at least in previous seasons, and for at least these past few games, he's been playing a position 1 role.
Yeah, I think it comes down to player play style. And look, Farnsworth's look good in this farming role. Obviously, that game was a little bit awkward, I think, because of how the early game went. But the team was able to regroup well and make space for Farnsworth. Farnsworth only had that one very awkward death at bottom where the whole team kind of rotated in and all fed. But even after that point, they kind of brought it back. He did keep up on farm. He fulfilled the promise and the faith that his team put in him. And then when they took that team fight at their base, I really thought AGN were going to turn it around. Their discipline and their ability to take those team fights in the way that served their strengths, even when some of their heroes were hampered, really makes me feel that they can bring back this game too. They just need to tweak a couple of things in the drafting and laning phase.
Yeah, it seems like a very solid AGN lineup. Maybe they were a bit surprised with how Eternal Discord were playing. They came off Oracle, Neet, all these big teams. Okay, these guys have a good old strategy, but in Eternal Discord, we're just gonna fly you. We're going to hit you. We're going to hit you hard. And they're like, okay, maybe we shouldn't have drafted the way we did, but they're not going to be playing like those top teams here. And AGN, they can be flexible in their picks, but it seems like they do have a very standard way they want to play typically. But I guess we're going to find out because the action, it's already here. Game 2 draft coming on in. We're going to be finding out how they deal with this Eternal Discord problem, which seems to be quite big this week because Eternal Discord, they're on fire.
Yeah, absolutely. You definitely want to arrest their momentum. And I mean, Internal Discord, I said that I wouldn't mind seeing them run it back, but I have a feeling we might see 2 completely different drafts here. Internal Discord are a team that never really see any particular reason to rest on their laurels. And AGN, they have shown that drafting is actually a strength of theirs. Last week when they took down FFYV2, I think that was the massive difference between the team. AGN drafted exceptionally well. FFYV2 kind of dropped the ball a little bit in that one. So, AGN, they stumbled in game 1. Everyone can get caught out sometimes. I'd love to see them adapt here, and I do believe that they can. They just need to be a bit less predictable. Maybe they were too solid.
Ooh, okay, that's kind of scary to say. Yeah, too solid. If you're too solid, you do tend to crack. You're not flexible enough, and right now, too rigid. Yeah, that's the right word for it. And they're not rigid this time. Venge, it's out of the pool. They're not going to allow Eternal Discord to play that sort of game. But straight on up, Viper, the first ban from Eternal Discord here. It can be Talon, or it could be just you don't want to play against a Viper here.
Okay, so AGN have banned out Bane and Venge. So that's an adaptation of theirs on the classic make them have a second draft strategy, and they are forcing Eternal Discord to do something different. I don't mind that at all. The bans from Eternal Discord, the Viper ban typically speaks to a desire to avoid getting broken, since that hero is like the most readily available source of break. Tree being banned, though, either means that you want to be very aggressive in your very split pushing and you're scared of living armor kind of healing away chip damage on towers, or that you are worried about the laning power of the tree, because that is the real hidden strength of the hero. And we go for a different kind of tree hero with Nature's Prophet, the opening pick from AGN. That is flexible.
That is flexible. We've seen it everywhere. It just does whatever it needs to do in the draft, and they probably love to do it. But speaking of heroes that they love to play on Eternal Discord, Miami's back on that Mirana, or AXPR's on that Mirana. That hero's got flexibility in itself, so flexibility is the name in Game 2.
Yeah, and AGN, I think they both teams, if anything, learned that lesson from game one. Internal Discord, of course, have definitely changed up who's playing the Mirana, even within an individual series, so you can't count on that. And have we seen AGN pick this NP before? I'm assuming it's a core. Seems to be where it's been more lately, but I can't remember who plays it on the team.
TCG, I believe, has played it in the mid role a few times. He does tend to play it for their team, so he can play it in the core role, and I believe Gamerside can pull it out. I don't think he's pulled it out this season, but I believe last season he's played it a couple times, so AGN are known for Nature's Prophet as well.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, it's good to have that flexibility available to you, but I guess I would presume it's a TCG mid-profit. And if you are looking to only slightly adapt your strategy from last game without completely changing everything, this is a good way to pivot because, you know, you're still fulfilling the same requirements from Wounded Hero as like a sort of core that gets online very quickly, can buy team-based items, you can buy the mechanism and stuff for your team if you need to, or you can buy heavier damaged items. But whereas TCG in the last game was stuck in the mid on Pugna, no rotations to help him, no real ability to rotate himself because the side lanes were too static and you don't want to draw attention to them and just getting ganked over and over. This is the opposite. This is the mobile pushing.
Dire team pick.
Oh yeah, he can be anywhere he wants to be, but speaking of a nice little support here, Lena to give a little bit of burst damage back, a nice little stun set up with the Sprout, but then John Discord just saying, hey, you can bring the damage on because we've got an Ogre Magi. The big man's going to sit there, buff you up quite a bit, and just be a goddamn nuisance for the side of Eternal Discord here, and hell, it can set up the arrow as well. He does come with a stun.
Yeah, I like the ban on the Ember Spirit here. Something I'd be concerned about by AGN is that last game you basically lost the game to the rotations onto your mid laner that went unanswered from this Mirana +1 stun. And even though you banned the Bane Elemental and the Ogre stun is not as long range, you've kind of ended up in the same situation where not only are Internal Discord looking very, very powerful with their laning supports right now, but they have great rotation potential as the first mover. And if your Nature's Prophet is the mid hero, we mentioned it's mobile in terms of where it can go. It's still kind of a sitting duck, no real fast mobility skill to avoid a gank if one comes in.
That is true. He doesn't have very good movement speed himself. He can TP anywhere he wants, but he can't spin around or run. But speaking of heroes that can run, Sykes being taken out, Spectre's being taken out, Ricky off the board here, so we're just targeting all those quick mobile carries here. Is there anything that really jumps to mind here? If you see Nature Prophet and the potential to gank your lanes here, do you want a safe lane carry that isn't able to just be completely burst out by one Wrath of Nature?
10 seconds.
Yeah, I suppose I wouldn't pick anything that was ultra fragile in hit points. Maybe something like Weaver you'd take off the table since it matches up so poorly against Sprout and Wrath of Nature, but it doesn't look like either team were really favoring that hero to start with. Nature's, again, it's such a flexible hero and so able to tweak itself that you aren't really concerned about what you line up against it unless it's proactive, like how do I kill this Nature's Prophet? Although if it's a support Nature's, those treants can kind of cause problems in the lane if you don't have creep clear or tankier heroes.
That's true. Well, they have tanky heroes, but they don't have the best creep clear in the world, especially the early points of the laning stage, which are the most important of the laning stage, because Nature's Prophet hits you hard from the start. Denies you of the high base damage here, but you've got an Ogre and a Mirana here. What are we looking for here? I'm assuming it's the support combination here. Are you going to be picking a different form, maybe to combine with a core Mirana now?
I think you're trying to keep your draft open and then eventually play a support Mirana just like they did in game one. But again, they are open to doing anything. And I mean, the benefit of these two heroes is you can really follow it up with almost any other three in the game, right? Like this is a very evenly balanced pairing. I wouldn't mind seeing the Terrorblade. Like Lena is a hero that is definitely a counter in terms of burst magic damage, but the high armor makes you very resistant to what the Prophet puts out. And with the Ogre, you just create like this huge timing. They go for the Pangolier instead, delaying the core pick for the time being, or the carry pick.
An AXPR favorite, not to mention the man plays a pretty good Pangolier.
Yeah, AXPR seems to be really strong on these sorts of mobile, mechanical, heavy, but still somewhat farming offlaners. And I love this Pangolier hero. Very strong against NP and Lena, right? They're sort of static positioning heroes. They stand and try and control the space around them with either summons or just stuns and damage. Pangolier is going to roll through all of that and wipe them out, you know, either alone or with the team.
Well, I mean, we've banned a whole bunch of carries on the side of both teams here, but we've still left pretty good Pangolier counters in the pool. We've got the Puck if you want to chain him down. We've got the Bloodseeker if you really want to make him to have a hell of a sad game here. So, AGN, they've still got options to deal with this Pangolier, but, I mean, is Bloodseeker really even a hero this patch? He doesn't seem to be too popular.
Grims.
I think Bloodseeker is as much of a hero as Bloodseeker ever is, which comes down to how bold you are feeling and how confident someone on your team is as a Bloodseeker player. It kind of needs to be a hero that your team practices because its timing is kind of narrow. It's early game focus. You definitely want to have a strong lane to pair with it. But I mean, Grimstrike's not a bad setup. I'm concerned with how many static, squishy, ranged heroes there are on this team right now, though. It seems like they could just get run over on AGN.
Yeah, you do have to be worried. They seem to be doing the exact thing they did last time as well, setting up for one hell of a team fight. Soulbind, double Laguna, you've got double Sprout, Wrath of Nature. Be one big burst in a team fight, but that kind of doomed AGN in the end.
Yeah, and the thing is that was also consistent in that last lineup is you say they have a lot of team fight, they have a lot of spells to use, but they don't have, classic team fight spells are AoE stuns for a reason. Things like Ravage and Black Hole, you can put down and presumably control a huge space on the battlefield, and they immediately get value. These heroes, we might see what happened in game one, where these heroes just get chased around, right? Like when you can only stun one hero at a time, if two heroes run at you, you can't use your spells effectively. You have to run. Like obviously, okay, there's Grimstroke ultimates, but you get my point, right? Like if the enemy team is strong enough, and here they go, they are just running at you now.
Yep. All right, Eternal Discord's favorite, literally just running at you. All right, lanes, I guess. Yeah, I'll say so, but no, Doom's gonna be picked up as an answer. You got double Doom, you got double Laguna Blade, but then Eternal Discord don't care about the doubles. They've got a double fist for your face. Tusk, Pangolier run you down. Morana probably a core now. I guess you could potentially play mid Morana or mid Pangolier if you're really forced with, or even the core Tusk, which we do talk about, but it never seems to come out.
Core Tusk. Do it. This game, it looks so mean. If this Tusk gets a BKB, you are going to murk these heroes, like one-shot them with Walrus Punch. Even the cores, because one of these three, like I'm assuming it's the Prophet. The Nature's Prophet core dies to this Tusk so hard. It's unreal. Like, you can't Sprout, you can't shield yourself the treants. Anywhere that you become visible, you're going to get snowballed on and Walrus Punched and die immediately. So this is looking rough for AGN. I have to assume that by picking these three, picking three in heroes back to back is not a usual opener, and you have to assume that after Internal Discord already had the Ogre Magi, a team like ID are not going to hesitate to pick a very stun and strength hero heavy run at you lineup. I was expecting bans or picks on heroes like Underlord, heroes like Centaur, very heavy frontline heroes with tons of space control. Doom, I admit I'm biased against the hero, but I just don't see it offering the same thing. Okay, maybe you can eat a creep and get a War Stop type AoE stun, but it's a much smaller spell. It's not as reliable in terms of preventing Internal Discord from overwhelming you as they see primed to do.
Yeah, it seems like they have very long cooldowns, so really timings you can exploit if you are Eternal Discord. And what are their timings? The cooldown of a snowball?
Yeah, this is the classic, I have no cooldowns on my whole team longer than a minute. It's going to be Pangolier roll, but you definitely aren't even dependent on Pangolier roll unless you're trying to fight 5v5. That Moonlight Shadow are going to be your long ultimates, right, in this lineup, whereas AGN, even the Grimstroke ultimate takes ages to cool down. So you mentioned they're picking heroes around these combos that are already kind of nebulous in value. You're not even always going to have access to those. And again, you're putting yourself in a position where if you ever get initiated on by a team picked to initiate on you, these heroes lose so much value.
Well, right now we're going to pick up a little bit of value here from AGN. They've got the big combination, but who's going to be the big carry for it? What I'm assuming is Farnsworth's position 1 hero. I mean, you could run a position 1 Nature's Prophet, the band's flexible in its nature, but is there anything that really answers the just I'm going to hit you style with Eternal Discord?
I actually want position 1 Nature's just because it lets them pick a different hero, an Axe or something, some space control hero, Underlord, whatever. You need more frontline right now. You need more space control. Maybe Faceless Void could do it. I don't know. But something like that, right? You need a carry that generates space control. Those are in short supply, unfortunately.
They are. Void is still in the pool. Yeah, Void is still in there. 9 seconds really to pick it. They don't have 9 time. It is going to be the Weaver final pick. I mean, this hero did cross my mind, but I feel like it's still going to be chased down itself and blown away. It's got no HP. It's got no way.
Yeah, so the problem with picking the Weaver here, right, is, okay, the thought process is clearly their team is going to run at me, so I will pick a carry that is very hard to pin down. And, okay, even setting aside the idea that if they stun the Weaver once before there's Lincolns and other defensive items, this hero is going to die immediately. If you pick Weaver and a team of really tanky kind of supports, like with Ogre and stuff, then your Weaver has time to hit and run throughout the team fight. If Weaver is your only core hero who can avoid getting punched to death, they'll just kill all your supports. And like, sure, you're running away as the Weaver, but we saw last game that doesn't really win you the game in the long run, right? You don't have a team to distract Internal Discord from focusing you down.
Yeah, no, they've got a pretty, pin-eye laser tight focus on their side. 30 seconds for their final pick, though, to see who's going to be joining the party. The Smash Brigade of the Tusk, Pango, Ogre, Magi, Morana kill combo. I mean, they do need some late game, maybe potentially, or do they don't even care? The late game is going to come when it comes, and they're just going to bring it down before it even arrives.
I think you want tower push.
Medusa.
Okay.
Medusa. The ultra latest of late games. So what do you think?
Yeah.
Game 2, a little bit different.
I have no idea what AGN are doing with this draft. I'll be honest. Look, I'll say one thing. Whenever I look at a draft like this, and I just can't see where the draft goes, especially with a hero like Weaver, you have to say it's the laning phase. They're all in on trying to win their lanes, and we've seen funny things happen before with teams who have seemingly weak lineups. If you can win like two lanes and go even in the third, or you win all 3 lanes, like anything's on. You can do what you want with the map control. You can scale up all your heroes. You can get a couple of key items ahead of the enemy, and you can make lineups that look spotty come together. But that is a big ask. I don't necessarily see their draft as being much stronger during the laning phase. So AGN have a big task ahead of them to outplay Internal Discord, whose lineup is very unforgiving if AGN should fall behind.
Yeah, it does seem to be like that, but I am surprised that they are running the position 1. Input is going to be playing the Morana here, so that's where the farm priority is going to... Well, I guess the farm priority is always going to be Medusa, but that's at least one of the cores coming out from Eternal Discord here.
Yeah, I guess it's because they have the Doom pickup and now the Weaver as well, putting a melee core like a Tusk, having farm priority. I mentioned it's great against TCG, but you don't want to focus too hard on that. It is, going to be too tanky or hard to pin down cores in Doom and Weaver that you have to kill, and the Morana is going to be a more reliable source of damage as well as a better tower siege.
Fair enough. That's completely logical here, but it's Eternal Discord. They don't always play logic. They just play for the game, play for the fun, and with 4 heroes that can just run around and destroy everybody, I don't even know what to say. I mean, how do we even lane this? Do we want to pressure up the Weaver? Do we care about it? Who's the real target of Eternal Discord?
I think you would much rather pick on the Nature's Prophet here. That's the hero that's going to be easiest to pressure, especially if you're going to make rotations and produce numbers in the lane. Obviously, I mentioned that the Nature's Prophet treant summons, they're quite well started in the early game. It can be hard to trade evenly during the laning phase, but if you bring in extra heroes, the burst potential, that hero does not have a lot of health. The Sprout leaves much to be desired as a defensive ability. You can do to TCG what you did to him the game before, just kill the hero over and over and over until it loses relevance.
Give him a good game, just for one of these games. And I guess out of all the lanes here,
TCG, I don't want him to have a bad time, but his team does keep drafting him very static int cores into a team that loves to fight.
Well, yeah, I was about to say, out of all the matchups you could get for TCG, the Medusa matchup, one who just pushes the lane into you and then goes back to farm the jungle, it's probably pretty good for TCG. He should, if everything goes well, have farm and have the ability to dictate something in this game.
Yeah, you're right in that it seems decent in the laning phase, although you'll have to watch out for the Mystic Snake once it levels up a bit. Those bounces can be quite lethal. That's a position where you take half your health to one nuke, and then you get a rotation from a support, and you're in a lot of strife. What that Medusa pick seems like is actually kind of a bit of insurance for Internal Discord, and while I'm always wary of teams trying to kind of hedge their bets and actually ending up costing themselves emphasis on their main plan, I think they can afford to with how the rest of the draft went for them. And you think about Nature's Prophet as a core, in the late game, most of the time, since this doesn't look like a heavy push lineup, you want to build into damage items, right? And he kind of becomes this glass cannon, stand and deliver. I've got a Desolator and 4 more attack items here, and you're going to try and teleport behind the enemy carry and just blow them up. You can't trade ranged autos with a Medusa.
No. Typically, Medusa, since she's basically the sole hero who will get every creep on the map eventually, she's going to hit hard, and eventually she'll just run you down. So if the timer is against you, if you're running against the Medusa here, do they just need to hit, as soon as they hit their levels, join up as a team and just start smoke ganking, start pushing, start just being as active as they possibly can?
Yeah, maybe not like not to emphasize you need to all leave your lanes like ASAP and not get your levels up, because these heroes, like you mentioned, a lot of these picks seem to be predicated on their powerful ultimates and the combos between those ultimates. But I would like to see them win all their lanes, whatever rotations that requires. You know, abuse the fact that you can rotate your leaner in one lane and then teleport your prophet into another. And then if you win those lanes, then you can group up and push the issue.
Oh, it's the eternal Discord favorite. The four-man smoke. The four-man charge on down smoke. Right on the minute mark. I love it. I love to see it. But I think maybe if you've Agent and played against them a few times, they should know exactly what they're going to be trying to do. So who are they going to find? No one. Maybe a Doom on the high ground?
Oh, they're going to get this Doom. I'm quite confident.
Oh, maybe they get dice rates instead. Gotta be careful when the smoke breaks. In fact, Gary Dragoon's gonna be seen. They can ping him out. They know it's coming. They're not gonna be surprised. The Amber stun into the arrow. It's a 3.5 second stun. The tag team on top. They've got the kill. They've got the first blood. And maybe try to stun everybody, save your life. It ain't gonna happen. The gold is gonna be in Eternal Discord's pockets, and their four-man rotation works.
Yeah, I mean, look, there's a couple of teams who do this at the start of games now, just almost always go as 4 or 5 and go for a kill. And commentary treats it often, even in the very, international leagues, like it's a weird quirk. Oh, how cute that they do this. But it's like, why wouldn't you do that, right? The teams are going to be at least one of the bounty runes, and if you get that first blood kill, you have plenty of time to fall back. They still get their own runes, and they got a kill. That is valuable now.
Game's hard sold rune, so it's all good for him. Everything is all nice and valuable. Well, we got another little second downtime before this landing stage really kicks in action, and it's gonna be action. We'd like to thank another one of our sponsors here at LPL, Vodafone. Our mobile partner, really just giving the best quality calls to your friends and family. I always use it. I've never dropped a single call, and it's always turned out fantastically, and we'd like to thank them for sponsoring this season of LPL.
Of course, all our sponsors intensely valuable, and in the same way, Booty Loot is very valuable to this team. They can't afford to lose it much early, but Doom does have a vulnerable landing phase with the tag team.
That's true. Damage is going to be at least normal for now, but he's moving as fast as he possibly can. He doesn't have boots, but Miami is kicking back, and fantastic start for them. They're forcing out the regen from this Doom, who I don't think he went Devour level 1, so he's not going to get that easy passive regen for the man himself.
No, he went the Blade level 1, which, I mean, it's a valuable skill if you are in a dominant laning position, but I think it's very optimistic to skill it up in this matchup, right? Like, okay, you have the stun there from dice rates on the laner, and that is a powerful hero, but these two melee heroes can kind of take their choice of when to initiate. Both have powerful movement abilities, and Booty Loot's gonna have to watch out.
Oh no, Dice Rates found again. Okay, we saw the Infernal Blade, but it's a stun that may save the Lich. It can't save himself a Grimstroke though, as he just gets blown away in the bottom. It's a stun into arrow combination, and it seems to get kill after kill. Are you liking the way that they're setting up these lanes? The Pangolier against the Doom, and the Morana up against Farnsworth on the Weaver?
I mean, I think you could have gone for something else, but, at least with the Ogre in the lane, the arrow on the Weaver is not reliable, but stun into arrow, that's a long enough stun to probably kill Farnsworth, so they do have threat this lane, which is good. Gary gonna go down here, though.
Big spell damage, nice little swell on the backside, arrow's gonna miss Farnsworth, and the kill's gonna go back there, so AGN are on the board here, but it is just the Ogre Magi going down.
Yeah, and that's probably the main reason that they don't have the Pangolier in this lane. If you have the melee core up against the Weaver Grimstroke combination, then it's going to be your core hero dying to that Inkswell combo over and over again, or forced to constantly burn the Q cooldown to avoid it, whereas Input's a little bit safer. Still under pressure here, though.
Yeah, it looks like Stroke Fate is a lot of damage, and with the arrow back on the Grimstroke, he tried for it, but now he's getting paid. All the betting going up, nice little leap on in. They're going to pop the Fairy Fire, but Input's going to be very careful. Farnsworth is dumping on in, going to be popping himself to keep this Grimstroke alive. Stroke Fate does miss with a nice little leap right on over the top of Grimstroke, and Farnsworth ends up being empty-handed, but Internal Discord, they're getting themselves another Grimstroke dying for the second time.
Too bad.
I don't think that's that bad for AGN because, Grimstroke, I mentioned, in the first week of this new patch that I wasn't sure how strong the hero would be with the mana changes, but now he gets full mana from going back to base after the death. And this Weaver Grimstroke combo, if there's any lane that's going to work out for AGN, it is that one. That's the big combo that they chose, that teams have been prioritizing, and we're seeing its strength. They already got a kill.
Yeah, it's true, and the strength of Medusa in the mid lane is farming, and she is getting a pretty good amount of farm. 12 last hits, 3 denies, but really the main strength of having a Medusa is farming that jungle camp. So as soon as you leave the lane, you just hit off this camp, stacking on up with your team, who it seems like the situation Eternal Discord had in game 1, where the supports really needed to stick to lanes. Not happening this time, because Miami's having a fun time in the top lane, chasing down Booty, trapping him in. The shards are there, HBI is just running him down. Nice little swashbuckle. Won't get killed yet, LSA. It's a little bit too late to save his friend. friend, but Bootaloot's going down, and maybe they're going to take himself out a lich as Helena as well. She is disarmed. She's being beaten down by the blade. Does get Miami, but the kills are going straight to AXPR. That's exactly where you want it. But Farnsworth, the blood bath just continues. He just gets chased down in the bottom lane itself. So Eternal Discord putting pressure in every single one of these lanes here.
Yeah, I was going to say, AGN getting a little something back there. I don't know. I'm sure there must have been a way to get that kill on the Lena without giving up the Tusk, and if there wasn't, maybe you shouldn't have. But getting the kill on Farnsworth, that's a much bigger win. Hard to see how that happens, but, you know, obviously if you just get caught out and stunned in front of the bottom with the arrow of cooldown, you can die at any time. This Weaver has to be very careful. That is a huge blow to AGN. They need to win this bottom lane at the very least.
They do right now because it's less than 1k gold lead to Eternal Discord, but that can accelerate pretty fast if landing stage falls apart. Seems like Gary Dagoon has a pretty good plan in this lane. Anyone who tries to hit those creeps, he just walks at you, tries to stun you, but right now they're going to be stunning him. The Inkswell popping on his face, and he's out of HP with a blast of face. No Weaver. Nice little storm. The arrow's not going to save him, and Gary Dagoon's going to keep on chasing out, but who takes it? It will be Farnsworth. The O goes down, but Farnsworth takes a punishment to the face, but it's Grimstroke who tanks up the arrow, jumping forward. Nice little leap, and a little bit extra attack speed. Be careful with how low you get. Farnsworth very low, pops his one, jumping forward, but it's a Sakuchi that turns it back the other way. Input goes out by the top lane. The action keeps on going. Miami getting cleaned up between Booty, Loot, and Dire Straits. So the kills are coming back up. 5-6. We're evening up the scoreboard.
Yeah, nothing like an Eternal Discord. No other team goes as hard, and unfortunately sometimes it goes against them. Marana overcommitting there as actually this makes trouble now as well.
He's good. He's good. He's good again. There's nobody waiting for the high ground. He gets silver.
What you'll find laying around.
Nice.
Yeah, it pays off in the end. We're good. We're good. So these lanes are pretty aggressive, but does it favor any team more than the other here? If AGN keep these lanes aggression up, are they still running against a Medusa who's still having the same farm here, or is TCG having a good enough stage to keep the pressure on for AGN?
I don't want to curse them before they throw away like 16 more kills, but Internal Discord are crushing it right now. Obviously the lanes are going relatively evenly, but I may end up eating a big load of crow after this game. Their lineup is going to be much stronger in the mid game, and the fact that the lanes are going relatively even right now with 3 of their cores in the top 4 net worth positions favors them immensely. These 4 heroes are going to run around like idiots and make infinite space for the Medusa, and if what they want, they could even bring the Medusa once she has 1 or 2 items and start rolling down lanes with her at the center.
Oh, Bootaloot, he's being found again. Shards disarmed. They trapped him in, but are not cleaning up that kill yet because Dire Straits is still really scary with the amount of magic damage she can put out. Penglia doesn't have much HP, but speaking of HP, Marana's not about to have any when the blast gets dodged by the lead. Perfect play from Input there, just dodging it, but they've got themselves a swarm on the Marana, so they've got vision the entire time, and they just chase her down anyway. So AGN keeping the pressure up. Farnsworth is getting the kills back on his side, so that's pretty good for a Weaver who would probably like to snowball in this game.
I mean, it's something that's been often remarked in Dota that something weird really has to happen for a team to lose 3 lanes, either a big miscalculation in the draft or a massive sacrifice strategically. You should be able to line up at least one, matchup that favors you because of how the draft works, and they've done that here. The Weaver Grimstroke combination is as strong as ever, and it is going to be up to this Weaver to kind of create space in the mid game and disrupt in Internal Discord the way that Internal Discord disrupted AGN the game before, right? You want to be getting individual pickoffs, delaying the team from gathering up, breaking up their attempted ganks as well, and you need to tank up first to do that, probably buy 1 damage item on this Weaver, but it is an early on, call that comes online early, so a ray of hope for them.
We're charging forward, Farn and Bootaloot again. We're going to get ourselves an LSA, but misses everyone. So we're just going to be trying to TP out if we can. TCG TP in, turns the other way. Nope, cancels it. He's not even come for this, but everybody is absolutely fine. Lena TP's out, but bottom lane's where the action happens. TCG actually goes to find this Marana down bottom. The arrow is going to miss, and maybe they can get Marana. Stroke of Fate doesn't actually land, but Farnsworth is still connecting with them every single time. And TCG, he's not leaving this lane empty-handed himself. He's going to help them push this tier 1 tower and keep this pressure on Eternal Discord.
Yeah, no flies in the Medusa. Obviously, this mid lane was pretty much just an even split farm fest. Medusa's now in the jungle doing what Medusa does. TCG's doing what Prophet does. Teleport to a side lane, get a core kill, get a tower kill. That is the value from this hero. So already the pick paying off, wasn't punished in the mid lane matchup. And I am a bit surprised by this Medusa. Oh no.
Gary, what are you doing? You're running, but Farnsworth could
feed
chase you down every time. Okay, well, nice done. Arrow. Okay, time lapse off. Farnsworth, beautiful play there. He's just going to get back to safety. Oh, man.
I believe TCG actually ran a trade on the arrow.
Oh, top lane though, they took an opportunity, but they missed it with the shard. So no kill on Booty Loop by the TP on Farnsworth. He's just looking to fight. They're bringing Eternal Discord's playstyle to them, and now Miami's got to run. TCG showing up and cleaning up that task.
TCG must be so happy right now. I mentioned in the draft, right? Like the last game is Pugna felt hellish, couldn't do anything but keep walking back into mid lane and getting rotated on, just like getting fucking dunked at the carnival over and over again. This game, it is TCG doing the dunking, right? Teleporting from side lane to side lane. It's Eternal Discord who don't seem to be able to react because they have this Ilium. You mentioned the troll last game paid off despite being a static farmer. Maybe this was a miscalculation to pick another one.
Yeah, it seems to be that very style of play right now, is have one farmer on Ilium and then everybody else just fights, which, I mean, 10-6, the kills are in the advantage of AGN, the goal lead is in the advantage of AGN, but Medusa is still top net worth. It's not the worst thing in the world, the rune's coming up, and maybe you can defend your top towers against it, because Pangolip, he can clean up these creeps pretty quick with a swashbuckle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's obviously a big edge for the Pangolier, a very versatile hero as a core, can initiate, can farm, can creep clear, can do really whatever you want. And they are setting up here for a team fight around this Rolling Thunder. That's this.
But they found Lena. Oh man, perfect double shots. Even dodging that LSA was done again. Farnsworth can't save him this time. TCG joining this farm. Got a Moonlight Shadow gonna come in, so the buds are gonna all drop. But can Miami survive? Yes, he can. They go and Biz. They're moving back to use the Doom already on the Pangolier, but they don't exactly need the Pangolier when Gary is so game. But yeah, bring the entire team up to make up for that. They've silenced up the Miranda. She's gonna jump away. She's got Soulbind, but she's not connected to anybody. But Ilium is coming. The snowball is rolling in with a sorcerer. Perfectly tough XP up. He's even selving up. They're getting the clean off. TCG teeping into his own depth, so 2 kills back, and a massive one in the form of TCG. Ilium showed up, but he really didn't even need to be here. Eternal Discord take a fantastic fight at the rune timing too.
We mentioned that they love to fight, and they do it quite well. That was a really good reaction. Obviously, they were trying to set up for that Rolling Thunder as the initiation, and then when they saw the Lina, they adapted brilliantly. I must say, Moonlight Shadow, not always a skill that people can get great value out of. There it was life-saving. It was so close to multiple heroes going down, but they were able to all go invisible and kind of deny TCG the impact his rotation had hoped to have, and bring in reinforcements and kind of reset, get that Rolling Thunder off, and then take a successful fight. Big stuff.
Well, Beans' gold lead is going back the other way. The XP lead feeling a little bit about the same. XPR has got level 8 against Booty Loot's level 6. The items are going to be coming in Eternal Discord's favor again, and if they get a bit of an earlier tempo and early control, okay, you do lose Miami, but still, it's just Miami. He was just sitting mid to get his level 6 and get a little bit of XP himself. I think AGN, they kind of need to keep that tempo up. You know, the TP 4 people to the top lane constantly if they want to keep Eternal Discord in check.
I agree 100%. Yeah, you've locked onto it right away. The AGN lineup we can mention is kind of very vulnerable if they get initiated on, but if they can keep rotating, this TCG hero is so key. If they keep moving around the Prophet and the Weaver, their cores are kind of already online. They can keep picking up farm as they go, and if they keep pressuring and taking fights on their terms, they will be okay. But if they slow down too much, if they get caught farming, then they might be vulnerable. You know, Blink Daggers start to come out on the side of Internal Discord supports. They start to pick off more heroes. Things can fall apart rapidly.
Well, so far, everything seems all right. They want to be able to claim the top tower for themselves for AGN, so they're bringing in 3 heroes to dedicate to it. In fact, the response is, in terms of Discord, they bring in 3 of their own. The Ogres are arriving, same with Miami. They're looking for Dion. Pick up the smoke is going to be there. Got to be careful about that courier, but so far, the response from AGN is just, okay, we'll bring in a 4th, we'll charge on forward, bring Farnsworth again to fight. Farnsworth has been fighting so much this game.
Yeah, it reminds me, remember a couple of weeks ago, we praised Baosu's Weaver, right? For being, like, so successful in playing an aggressive game. And if you're going to pick the Weaver hero, it's not a hero I always love in the core role, but this is what you should do with it. Take advantage of how powerful its Shikuchi is and the Swarm is in early fighting, right? It's a spell-based carry. Yep. It can
behind the T1 down, just diving for the Pangolier, chasing for him. TCG arrives as well, but it's a TP out. They force out the Rolling Thunder, which I think means they're sacrificing this tier 1 now, so that's a win overall for AGN, even if they don't get a kill there.
Yeah, I mean, obviously it's good that your Pangolier was able to teleport out and take advantage of that roll TP, like the classic Juggernaut spin TP, but it is a big green light to this AGN lineup. They've managed to survive the laning phase. It didn't go terrifically for them, but by getting those kills on Farnsworth, I feel like Internal Discord maybe would go back and review how they played that bottom lane. They kind of gave the Weaver more than they had to, and they also allowed TCG to get his game started, and AGN are just running with that momentum now.
Yeah, they're in your jungle trying to find Medusa, but Medusa is not here. She's actually trying to farm some ancients, and going to be trying to farm Dire Straits to get a good arrow with Pangolier. Swashbuckler almost done. Yes, for Starstorm, almost enough, but the Snowball should be able to finish off. The Dire Straits are still alive. Finally done with the shards and backside of Booty Loot. Can't get a do-up for 3 dice, but they do get a soul one in the X-Ball back. But can they get the Grim? They can, because Ilium runs to find out sake and put him in the ground. A triple in return. TCG ain't deeping out anytime soon because they find him the arrow. They Swashbuckler him down. Eternal Discord, they just kick AGN out of their jungle for dead.
Yep, and there's the part about it falling apart really quickly. You see there how vulnerable all of these heroes are. Even TCG, right? He's like their second most farmed player on the map. Super vulnerable, just dies so easily as soon as the team's formation is broken apart, as soon as Internal Discord present numbers and no hero gets bursted immediately. That is a danger for AGN throughout this game. They can never make a mistake with this draft.
No, that mistake cost him immediately because Ilium has farmed the MKB. His items are coming. He even joined that fight just to get a kill in the end. He didn't even have to pop Stone Gaze or really do much anything, and they didn't find him in the jungle there. Like, they were attempting to go for it, and they didn't smoke to do it. They just marched forward knowing their power, and then it cost them massively here. Do we need to at least maybe go play a little bit safer here? Get a smoke before you charge into the enemy jungle.
Yeah, I think that would definitely be a great idea. You've got the smokes for this reason. I mean, Grimstroke even has one right now, but they're hunting down AXPR. I don't know if this is the hero that is easiest to catch or even worth catching right now. Obviously, AXPR, we've talked about, a great player, but you need to kill this Medusa, right? Like, Internal Discord kind of weakened their draft by picking it, but if you don't punish it, it will end up killing you. You have to make them pay for this pick.
They know XPR is there, but they can't see him there. He's just hanging about. I think he's going to be a little bit greedy and try and swashbuckle the street back, but TCG is keeping mid at least. Farnsworth stuck to the top lane, but fight is happening there. They've found Miami again, but it's just a task. He can snowball right on out of sprouts. Fine, Bootaloo, punch him up. They can't even get the Doom off yet. He wants a target. He wants the Marana. He does get the Marana, but now she just runs away. So no kill in return. Maybe you get Gary. But Gary's having to trade his life. The sprout ain't going to land for him, but Bootaloo, he's going to be dead because Marana just turns around to kill him anyway. But Gary with the jukes. He's hiding in the trees. The big fat man. He has a lot of space. In fact, he just finds CCG, turns CCG, does die for the stun itself, but it's the kills in return that they may get unless Ilium goes under your tier 1 tower, finds Farnsworth, and the Stone Gaze doesn't do a thing. The positioning from the Medusa. What the hell was that, XPR? He's now isolated behind and realized he can steal your runes. But Ilium, it seemed like he wanted to showcase a big display of his power, but he was under a tier 1 taking so many shots, running out of mana, and he just gave away all his farm.
Yeah, that was a bit desperate from Eternal Discord. The communication kind of falling apart, and we have noticed this team, obviously, they kind of play with their hearts on their sleeves, and they don't always think it through. That time, they kind of... They hadn't... Oh, hang on, we've got another team fight already. They lost the fight.
Whoa! Hell yeah! Okay, they called that one through. Farnsworth, gone! That's a tip for you.
It's so rough, because as a Weaver, you feel like you can and almost have to be upfront risking yourself because your hero is so survivable, but you are so vulnerable to stuns until you get some defensive items and just gets caught out there. Unfortunately, can't fast fingers on the buttons fast enough.
No, can't time lapse away from that one, but at least you can save yourself Stroke of Fate, so it's really hard to get. Go for game is hard. You can't Stroke of Fate when you're dead. Arrow off the mark and maybe turn away from now. Okay, no killing you, but no terror as well. So, hey, pretty good defense from AGN. A little bit of misplay there, but after the perfect play against that Weaver, I think we can give that one to them.
Yeah, and it looks like I'm glad that Internal Discord pulled their heads back there, and after that arrow unfortunately missed, they knew not to overcommit a second time. Medusa running in and getting bound up with Grimstroke ult under a tier 1 where your Moonlight Shadow is completely useless is not where you want to be fighting with this hero. In fact, you don't want to be fighting with this hero at all, right? They've avoided fights beautifully so far. Just Ilium's been doing this for a game and a half. Why change the formula? Just keep hitting neutral creeps, right? Make AGN stop you. Don't run into them and feed.
Yeah. Make them come to you because you've got the pain coming. He's got the Mansa being built on up, so the items are coming up. TCG has almost finished the Orchid, so his timing is coming up, and it seems pretty good. 20-minute runes, maybe you can make something happen. You've got some pretty good targets, and that might be opportunities to get these big kills. Like Marana can leap away. She can't leap away anymore when she's silenced. Same with the Pangolier.
Yeah, and that's a big thing. I mean, granted, their team at least has heroes that have relatively good attack speed. It's a weird thing that comes into play against Grimstroke's silence because it does require you knock the little bug off, separate to obviously the Weaver bug. it still takes a few seconds, and it's really annoying. You can't purge it with Manta, so...
Yeah, it does stick on you, but they do have Moonlight Shadow to at least pop it out just in case there's no dust. So they have ways of dealing with it if they're allowed to deal with it, but right now AGN, they're not going to give them an opportunity. They're going to smoke up a 3, use that Doom, use a Laguna Blade, get a nice little pick off and a big little kill, but who's it going to be? Because nobody's showing except for Miami, again, always in that mid lane, baiting everybody to come to him. Even Gary the Goons sitting there in the mid, they just want someone to initiate onto them. So Ilium or any core can bring the pain. TCG trying to push the towers. Nobody's getting initiation. Gary Dagoon, he's hugging the tower. And the Medusa is just standing there like a beast. And no openings. No action. No commitment, but maybe you just get Gary. I think they happen to lose Gary. Oh, maybe they get booty loot in bag. He took an arrow to the face with a punch in bad. Soulbind is actually behind the Marauders backs up, but it's going to be Moonlight Shadow in between. We've got a Sentry in the dust. Already plays out with game design. Lose live 2. We've lost ourselves 3 so far. And the support's over and dead. Gary Goon denies Miami. And now there's just Marauder still just standing strong. They've lost a Tusk, but they didn't get the kill, and nothing else comes of it. AGN lose 4 heroes. Now they're going to lose their towers. And we're speaking about when Ilium was going to show it. Maybe when you're focusing on the supports, Ilium can show what she's got at the 19-minute marks. It may just be an MKB and a Yasha, but it'll still hit hard if you allow her to hit you.
Is under attack.
Yeah, and now we see where this out of left field Medusa pick, even if it doesn't quite gel with the timing and the playstyle the rest of the lineup was aiming for, really punishes what AGN were doing. They don't have a single hero that can stand and fight and deal enough honest damage to Medusa to bring her down. It's even hard for them to position to use their ults correctly against her. Doom is like a melee spell, right? So unless you get a very fortunate Brimstroke ult fighting Medusa to a different hero and do that, or as the trigger...
Okay. He's careful, Farnsworth, it's Chase, but he hasn't got a way to hold him. Got a good swarm, but it's going to be missing. Moran moves pretty fast for you. TCG TP's a little bit too far away. The is coming, but Sprout and another leap to go. She's holding them perfectly, running away, has a bottle charge, get a little bit of HP, and Miami's going to be there for Sentry plays down the punch up on the Farnsworth, but a silence is there to keep the punch away. So Farnsworth runs to safety and maybe gets Miami. Ilium showed up, they're going to get themselves a tie sign, so the Charles going to keep in place, but they're going to be careful with how they fight this because it didn't go the way they wanted. So Medusa shows up, they lose Miami, but that's about it. They save the Marana, which I think's the main thing to take away from this fight. It depends what AGN get from this, right? They're going to be able to get a tier 1 mid, but is that enough at this moment considering where the game is going?
No, that mid-team fight was disastrous.
Gary, Miami's buying back. All right, 205. Gary is out of here. Gary buys back 2. Dire Straits trying to do some action. Stable on the backside. Boom. But TCG not going straight for Farnsworth. Miami's going straight into the enemy team isolated. They're going to get Gamers Hard. They're going to get Dire Straits. And now they've got TCG trying to TP up. And ain't going to happen. Tag team plus Medusa cleans up 3 heroes in response. They gave Eternal Discord the opportunity just to buy back everybody and get some kills. And they take it every single time. They don't care about their lives. They care about their kills. And they got them.
Yeah, a bit of an accident of fate. Input shot an arrow at the Weaver, or someone missed, flew through to the back line and just stunned poor TCG, who clearly wasn't looking, and just got 5-second arrowed from a weird angle. And that's when they hit the buyback button and they know that suddenly AGN have committed to this fight that's effectively already lost. The laner is now hitting the Marana alone. That's not a matchup you're going to win, and they give up a bunch of raw kills and an Aegis now to this already farmed Medusa. The game is all but over, unfortunately, at 20 minutes.
Oh man, that's not what you want to hear if you are AGN right now, because Moonlight Shadow, pretty aggressive positioning here. I mean, even the ultimates, they are kind of still on cooldown. I believe Soulbind is about to come on off. Doom is still 130 odd seconds whenever you use it, so they've got to be kind of sparingly, and it seems like it is the timings they can exploit. Once the ultimates are done and you may have got 1 kill, Eternal Discord just literally go back to running at you.
I mean, it's not just about the ultimates. They need the ultimates and a way of initiating, which their team is not well equipped for, right? They don't have like a classic Blink Dagger hero to initiate. They don't have a great way of baiting in Internal Discord. Maybe when Internal Discord go to siege a tower, that's when they can set up on them. But by picking the Medusa, Internal Discord don't even have that.
Got found again.
Ouch.
That's another death.
Holy how'd they scout that?
I don't even... no, the trees are gone. Like, he put the trees down, bring out his sprouts, and then they get a vision of him, and that's another death from TCG. Now, he just respawned to literally die again, and his net worth isn't really accelerating. It's equal to Doom, who himself kind of has his own way of, you know, supplementing a bad game. He's got Devour. TCG just has Creeps.
Yeah, the Medusa is 50% more farmed than the Pangolier. The Medusa, the Potom also more farmed than the Pangolier. The Pangolier is as farmed as the most farmed hero on Radiant.
Oh man. That is not a gold lead you want to see, and right now they're just going to choose that gold lead that they've got. Snowball coming in, and we'll say misses everybody because one's a Snowball, one's a Rolling Thunder, and they're charging on through. Final game's out on the backside with tag teams that's going to melt that man down, and Jason Porter's Watchdog doesn't even need it. They're asserting dominance here, and we can feel it as the towers are about to melt, and Eternal Discord take complete control of this game.
This feels like a pub game, GTH. There's like two major ways that pub lineups lose in the draft. One is like when your team just can't push and gets out carried, and the other is this, when you pick a team that's like too fragile, too difficult to position in fights, doesn't have a strong formation, and then your team just pick all stunts, especially stunts like Pangolier and Tusk, where like you can't interrupt these running in. It's not a Spirit Breaker charge. That LSA completely useless against Snowball and Rolling Thunder, and you're just guaranteed to give up kills. Once you lose 2 heroes at the start of the fight, how do you fight at all?
I don't know. It seems like their answer is just to run and not lose anybody else, because Weaver's build, it seemed all right at the start. It was a Maelstrom for a little bit of farm and help on out, a little bit of damage, but she's gone back to the BKB, which isn't even a free answer itself. You've still got a Tusk. He can just punch you right through that BKB.
Yeah, and as well as just the damage overall, right? We've seen how fast Farnsworth has died, even in situations where he's not necessarily stunned. The Weaver just doesn't have a lot of health. And look, I approve of the BKB timing because you had to try and win this early while they still had that momentum. That was their... I don't want to be pessimistic, but it felt like their one shot. And as I mentioned before, the Weaver can't play a fully hit and run style because the rest of his team also has to run. So the Weaver kind of has to stand and take some attention. The BKB lets you do that to a degree, but with Ilium being so farmed, and even this Mirana putting out tons of physical damage, I don't know how reliable it really is.
Well, we're going to need some reliability coming out soon, because I don't think they're going to have too many options to go back. Roots are gone. They've still got the Aegis. The game is completely in their hands, and Farnsworth is trying to steal a little bit of gold for his team just so they can get across the line here. Is there any items you can see them building that can really bring back some focus back in the zone, or are they just looking for the big ultimate team fight that maybe a surprise, or maybe just a high ground push that goes a little bit, you know, a little bit of mistakes coming out from Eternal Discord?
Yeah, I'm really not sure. Obviously, the Prophet's a hero that can keep farming, and I think it might be, from the draft when I saw this Prophet, it might be a split push Prophet game, right? If it gets to this point, maybe if your Prophet can just build a lot of damage items and Necro Book and threaten towers, then you only have to hold high ground and just take advantage of those windows, so that could be an avenue. The only other big thing I can see is maybe your Grimstroke's your poorest hero, but if you can somehow get it in Aghanims, that is pretty effective against the Medusa.
Well, he's got 3,500 net worth all up, and doesn't even equal Ags if you sell every single thing you got. So
you start
maybe
all the gold as much as you can. Maybe you can give him the steal and Aegis and give him the Ags blessing. But the point is that like the Grimstroke portrait of whatever it is, Dark Portrait, is a very unreliable skill. It sort of creates a spectre haunt of an enemy hero that chases them. And a lot of enemy carries either don't have that scary illusion, or they're good at running away from their own illusion. Like, you can't control it, it just runs at them. But Medusa, terrible at running away from Medusa illusions. So that's one way to disgusting net worth against herself, but that's a very long way off, as you pointed out.
Yeah, well, Medusa may not have any legs, but they don't exactly need it when she slivers up to your high ground, ready to put her farm to the work here. Bootaloo's going to be careful about his positioning. Okay, Shard's not giving, but he just walks into the arrow, the opportunity they wanted. They're going to take it. The man's going to buy back, but Miami is really in the back lines here. He's charging forward, going to be silenced up. Tag team just to scare everybody away, but Bootaloo is holding his buyback. Nice little Laguna Blade doesn't actually kill Miami yet. Everybody moves on back. Towers, they're not moving anywhere though. They're being hit by a big Medusa, but Miami is waiting for the save. Lotus Orb is there to keep him up, just trying to keep swarming him, but doesn't hit anybody big. With the Moonlight Shadow there, it ain't gonna do much. Even the Sentry already placed down means you don't have the vision of them when they go with Viz. Arrows being thrown left and right by input. It's just really zoning as they take a tier 3 and walk away. Eternal Discord already ready to go high ground, getting the pickups on the mistakes from AGN there. That is a costly mistake in itself.
Yeah, look, I don't know how much differently the defense would have gone even if the Doom didn't catch the arrow. It's a very tough situation, but the Doom being down does mean your Medusa like walks fearlessly onto the high ground. But look, I don't know, Medusa's not a really great Doom target at the best of times. It's kind of one of the reasons to pick her. Like, as long as she has her shield turned on, which she should, then you Doom her and it's just kind of the damage of a time spell. She stands and delivers regardless.
All right, AGN are ready to stand and deliver. They're smoking up. They want to take some control back in this game. And Worker, don't go for the illusion. Please don't do it. Farnsworth shows. Okay, this is Farnsworth though, so everybody else is still smoked up, but everybody on Eternal Discord, they're safely in their side of the map. In fact, TCG, he may be able to TP in, but they don't even have the best pick-off anymore. Do they have enough burst damage for, say, anything valuable? Oh, maybe HPR.
Scepter. They need a Doom.
Alright, LSA bringing in all 5 heroes, and he's gone. Okay, let us all bring them back, and yeah, they showed me. Blown away the Pangolier, who does not have a buyback, but Booty Load, he's going to be careful himself. BKB is going to be popped on the Weaver. Farnsworth going to be chasing down Gary and just finish off the support. So Sacrificial, yep, one support, one core, pretty good.
Going on Ilium, Mr. Brave, yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of scary in itself. You hit him a few times, you realize you don't do any damage, but Miami, you can do damage to him. When he's trying to get back to safety in space, you chase him down, you get yourself a triple, and that's pretty good from AGN. It looked a little bit dire at some points. It looked like they didn't have many moves to make, but that's one big move, and that opens the map to them now.
That's part of why IceFrog created Smoke, because look at the dire wards, right? Really terrific warding coming out from internal Discord. The entire, Radiant side of the map is surveilled right now. There's no way to move unless you're TCG with a teleport without being detected. But by smoking out, you get the opportunity to make a play. And,
okay. Well, maybe they can get him. Okay, Sun's going to miss. He can Manta off and jump away, but no kill for you. But no kills for Moran on the other side. That's good. Even that post.
Yeah,
these are good things from AGN.
Yeah, AGN are, I mean, look, they're not right back into this game, but they are on the offensive again, and you know, once you have that spark of momentum, many things are possible in Dota. I won't say anything, but many things are possible. Roshan is going to be the big goal for them. If they can kind of keep this shred of map control they suddenly have going, if they can get these wards down, like with a gem or something right now, that would be so big, because that's how they got those kills earlier. They can permanently get control of their side of the map back and kind of reset things.
Yeah, it seems like they're getting the good items out. The tier 3s are coming. Telescope, a massive item, especially for Grimshow and Lena, who don't exactly want to get up into the front where they find a Medusa. The extra range that they get, the extra safety that they get, might be a better way to take these team fights, especially if they do just charge down the high ground again.
Yeah, even honestly, the extra range on the Doom is actually a pretty big deal. It just makes it slightly easier to line it up. If you can get that Doom on AXPR before the Rolling Thunder, if you can get it on input at the start of a fight, sort of limit his ability to move around, make him feel very threatened by this Weaver, because if you Doom the bottom, there's no leap. The Weaver runs her down. It's pretty bad to Doom Ilium, but I mean, if it comes down to it and you just need to nuke the Medusa, it certainly doesn't hurt. So yeah, I like these items that AGN are picking up. Big neutral drops.
Be careful here though. We've got a 5-man smoke from Eternal Discord. They've been playing a little bit safe for a while now, but they're ready to rock. But the high ground positioning is AGN. They find it. Smoke is going to break it. The arrow's going to be missing everybody, but it's a net onto Gamezard. No Soulbind. No, he goes Invis. They didn't put a sentry down on Dust, so he's fine. He does get a Soulbind and a Silence coming out, but they are melting. There was Gamezard, but they actually got Miami's a threat. But Bootylord is the bigger threat they want, and Farnsworth can't even man on up. He tried to do something in that fight, but then Ilium turned around, saw the bug, and squashed him flat for dead on the side of AGN just in time for Roach.
Brutal. And this has been such an important series for demonstrating how formation matters and how initiation matters when it comes to team fights in Dota. Like, I'm sure most people are aware, but like, you can really see the difference with these heroes. When you're able to get the hero you want lined up at the front, when you're able to get the first stun and have some of your heroes hidden out of vision, or they're hunting with this TCG Prophet so relentlessly, does escape that time. But yeah, when these heroes are initiated on instead, they all just turn and run. No one can stand in place and cast their spells, and it's a simple matter to run them down when your heroes are as mobile and as stun-heavy as internal Discords.
Yeah, and right now, they've got a pretty good opportunity. I mean, everyone's going to respawn, but then again, you have a 13k gold lead, you have a Medusa with an Aegis and a Cheese, who's got a Molly, a Manta, Skadi, MKB, going for the sheep stick, just feeling like that's a little bit of luxury there. Even level 25 is coming up, and level 25 is insane for Medusa. The options that AGN had a couple minutes ago, it seems like they've just been thrown away.
I mean, their options were available for a limited time only. They've never, since like the very first big team fight that they lost, been in a position where I felt they could really boldly move out onto the map. But certainly that smoke back from internal Discord put them right back in their place. They do at least have the top sort of half of the map back under their vision control, which is good. The question is who farms it, right? Like this Weaver, its weakness as a core, it doesn't really scale. Even in a fair match, it's not going to keep up with Medusa or even Potom or even Pangolier. So to keep up with all three of them, very
Radiant's
questionable.
bottom barracks are under attack.
Well, they're already at the base. They're already taking down your buildings, and they are melting very fast, and nobody is respawning too fast to get it. You've got Grim Stroke, maybe a Stroke of Fate, but Medusa doesn't care. She doesn't damage herself as a Lincoln Sphere from the Mirana, so even more safety, and Ilium takes her racks without a sweat, and moves on back to the mid lane to take some more buildings away from you. So it seems like AGN, they might go for a final defense of the one racks. They have to defend here. They're not looking to fight if they don't have to.
That Medusa does so much damage, and you click on her and say Aegis and Cheese, and you know that like running is no longer an option. You've run out of space to run to. They're doing a great job of cutting the waves, which is what I suggested the Prophet and the Weaver could do. Like, their big advantage is mobility. But if Internal Discord know how to... This is just kind of like a skill thing that pro teams have to learn, is how to control the map and how to efficiently push in all lanes without getting split apart by, you know, smart movement. So hopefully they can corral all these lanes, shove everything in at once, and take the rest of these buildings. It's going to be very hard to kill Medusa effectively 3 times.
Yeah, that oh man, that's a scary sight when you can barely kill her once, and we're 15k lead, we're hitting 35 minutes, so maybe we'll get some rune timings here, but the Aegis is there. They don't need a little bit extra gold. In fact, they're just going to smoke up again. 4 heroes just mounting around Ilium as he pushes in the lane. We know exactly what Eternal Discord want to bring. They want AGN to come to them, but AGN, they're seeing what's coming, and they're just running the other way, just getting back to safety if they can.
Yeah, Internal Discord realized that AGN cleared out and rewarded this section of their jungle and thought that maybe they'd be greedily trying to farm it, but AGN know, unfortunately, despite the fact that they're able to get temporary control over that area, it is no longer safe. They are hiding in their base, so the smoke will fail, smart stuff, but this defense is very difficult.
Oh yeah, chance for vision. Medusa can give her own vision. She's going to be hitting the buildings from the lower ground where it's really hard to get to. Alright, nice Prophet ult, does a little bit of damage to the backside, but still she's just hitting it so hard. Oh man! It's just melting everything down. She's level 25. She's got the talent, the modifiers just cut on up, and especially with the Molnir, it just adds so much extra damage on.
Yeah, it's not going to kill the tower fast, but it makes it incredibly intimidating. I don't know if AGN completely realized. I think they would have, by this point, clicked on the Medusa and seen. But if they walk forward into that split shot, they will all die so fast.
It's mid run. It's totally mid run and run. In fact, they are just keeping away to push out smoke. Okay, maybe to look for an opportunity, but the Lincoln Sphere's popped. Okay, not going to happen. Soulbind was tried to use, but it ain't happening. And now they just go back to the base. So the one opportunity they had to kind of defend it, it ain't happening. They're just going to wait for the Medusa to come. It was Macy of Vlad's and face boots.
Okay.
He doesn't have
I can't knock the items. Right. Yeah. I was wondering if he had a blink, because that would be the big deal, right? Is like they need a way to initiate on this Medusa.
You speak to it. He picked it up. He just picked it up.
Okay.
He bought it.
That's good.
Yeah.
I love
He's
that.
got a way to initiate. But
I think
it seems like
sitting on the low ground, and they're gone, this doesn't change. Nothing stops this. Quickly buy a blink.
Okay, snowball dodge. The Voidus coming back in. They save it. Mirana's fine. In fact, they're going to maybe look losing Miami, but Miami is chained to Gary Dagoon, the 2 heroes that you want. So now they've used absolutely everything they've got. And Medusa's charging forward. HPR rolling on in, taking a whole bunch of physical damage, but he is out the stadium with the spot struggle. They're just cleaning on up. Game inside is gone. Puzzle going in, but the BKB and focusing on the Mirana. But we've got Cheese, we've got Aegis, we've got so much HP, and then she just turns and cleans you up. A double kill, a triple kill. They're taking booty loot to town. They're taking their names in the Eternal Discord. They're just cleaning up AGN. Every single hero they had was needed to take down Medusa once. She's back for more. She's silent. She sells the orb. She's just fighting up TCG and is trying to run on a rampage. It's just doing so much damage. This Medusa's unstoppable. Miami is finding Farnsworth in back to Ilium's moving so slowly towards him. But they just need to run away. It's a monster. It's a beast. You cannot kill the beast. And your base, it cannot stand the test of time right now because Ilium is working it. The Cheese is picking it, and all your buybacks have been used, your ultimates have been used to try and stop it. And I mean, you took it down once, but then it came back even stronger.
She still has the Cheese, which is worth a disgusting amount of effective hit points on this Medusa hero. It's very unlikely you can stun lock her and stop using it. They still have the Doom. The Doom didn't have buyback, didn't use the ultimate that entire fight, has just respawned with it. Maybe this is your out.
I think TG came back in, but it's on the arrow. It's good, moving forward. But Doom goes on forward, but it is with the mana shield, so she's just taking damage to her mana and then stands up and just puts the booty loot down. Farnsworth gets a kill on Miami, but now he's running back and he just gets put away to 123 seconds on the Weaver. I don't think this game is going to last even 10 more seconds.
No, this is the promise of the Medusa fulfilled. Actually, like the least greedy Medusa build I've ever seen. I think Ilium could have bought a Divine Rapier 2 items ago and forced it. That's how safe this hero was. But goes for the Hex last item, just completely locking the game up tight. And Internal Discord, what a series from them, really showing up AGN big time in game 2.
It's massive. It was Toons Reborn last week, and it's Eternal Discord this week, just bringing some amazing gameplay. It's insane. Just focusing everything around Ilium seems to work so well for Eternal Discord.
Yeah, and it's funny, you know, Australian Gaming Network, they put TCG on a much better hero, and that early game looked slightly better for them, but I think this draft, they really need to go back and rethink what they were even trying to do, because it doesn't work on almost any front. I hate to be so critical, but they lack push, really. They lack good team fight. Their lanes are not even that strong outside of the Grimstroke Weaver combo. They don't scale terrifically well. It really seemed like they almost had nothing to do except for hope to win their lanes and snowball the game 100% from there. And as soon as they lost that one big team fight in the dire jungle, which was always going to be hard for them to not do given how fragile their heroes were, it kind of fell away completely.
Yeah, it did. Eternal Discord took a fantastic 2-0 victory, and it's only the first series for tonight, and the action was brought in. It was insane, and coming up, we've got Neet Uprising versus Oracle, which is looking to be even better, and it's coming up after this short break. And we're back off that amazing series between Eternal Discord and AGN. Eternal Discord proving it this week, doing 2-0 against AGN, but it's Series 2 time. It's the blockbuster, Neet Uprising versus Oracle AU. These guys are on top of the leaderboards, and one of these teams is going to come out on top at the end of this series.
Yeah, absolutely. You can't ask for a much more charged mid-season game, especially when we are starting to get towards the end of the season. So being on top of the ladder isn't just about bragging rights at this point. It really is locking in your spot for the finals. And Oracle AU are determined to do that, right? This is a team with very high standards. Whenever they've competed in the LPL Pro League, they have always won, or always been at the top of the ladder, in the top of the standings. And to fall away from that, I think they would take it very harshly.
That is true, and Oracle, we know the team, we love the team. Lose yourself, Zemetry, Kelvin, Godot, Lord Boons. It's hard, we say it every week, it's hard to isolate the real star player. Every single player knows exactly what they need to do to win.
Yeah, exactly. And Zemistry especially we've highlighted over the weeks, but the rest of the team are always strong. Any of them could step up in any given game, but Neet Uprising, this is a team that's equally powerful, especially when considered as a unit. Explosive Fury, one of the best drafters in the region, and all of these players solid in their lanes, good signature heroes you have to consider. Riz and Kozi have been explosive core players, and Spag, of course, always worth watching.
Oh yeah, Enchantress, Chen, whatever you put him on, he just seems to be able to secure the lane so hard. Riz, you put him on a nice safe carry, or whatever carry you actually really put him on, give him a good lane, and it seems like Neet Uprising know exactly how to play from there, but really, they still have a puzzle of how to deal with Oracle AU. We've seen every single week, teams really having to figure it out. They did drop a game, so it's not unfigurable, and if we were to put it to somebody, probably Explosive Fury, the drafting mind of Australia, would be the person to do it.
Yeah, exactly. And the other thing to note is that these players do all know each other quite well on both teams. Even if these exact configurations of teams haven't been together, they have been playing against and with each other in some cases for years now. So any, signature heroes are well aware, on both sides of the conditions and the what sort of things to avoid in the draft. If Fury will really have his chance, if he can't do a draft to kind of pick apart Oracle, then I really worry who is going to have the strength to take them down heading into the finals.
Oh yeah, and to the point as well, Neet Uprising, these guys have been really difficult to unfigure. The one week they did lose a game was the week that they had a different player in the squad, and this squad is back to full strength, back to the heroes that we know and love. How does Oracle AU deal with Neet Uprising?
Yeah, it's true. I think in the Oracle AU maybe have the slight edge in some positions in terms of just raw individual talent to make these big plays. So if they just pick a solid lineup and play somewhat aggressively, take the fight, maybe they can force errors out of Neets and react better to those situations as they evolve. I don't know if they can draft their way into a position where they have a huge advantage, but maybe if they use their 10th pick to secure a dominating mid matchup for Zemistry, they have shown they are very good at snowballing the game off of his leads.
It has been shown that most teams' response to dealing with Neet Uprising is to ban their signature heroes. If we're speaking signature, Kozi's Queen of Pain, Spag's Enchantress, Spag's Chen, and with the ban changes, that seems like a favor to Neet Uprising. They are going to get one of their comfort heroes no matter what.
Exactly. I mean, and that's without even mentioning things like Riz's Lone Druid, right? Like, this team has at least one hero for every player, and two in the case of Spag that teams feel are like must bans, and which, when they do get them, they have shown to be absolutely lethal on. So yeah, they are the first team I thought of when the bans changed. They are much more likely to get those heroes. The one thing that they have to think about is, and they've had time at least now to do so since the patch, you don't want to start drafting something, see that you've been given access to these heroes you thought might be banned, and then accidentally ruin your own draft trying to squeeze your favorite hero in suddenly. So make sure you know what you're going to do with the Enchantress and the Chen when you get them. Make sure you know how to set up the lanes to favor your Lone Druid pick when it's offered to you. But I'm sure Neets can do that.
They've been known to be flexible. We haven't just seen Riz play the Lone Druid every single week. He's been playing so many different heroes. Same with Spag. He's been playing, Grimstroke, Ogre Magi, Kelvin himself on Oracle IU has proven the same thing as well with saying Timbersaw, so strong. But then he's just been flexed into other offlane picks as well. So all these players have such versatility, it's really just hard to target them. So maybe the better strategy is to just have a much better overall draft than the enemy team if you can try and figure it out, but then that's still a challenge in itself.
Yeah, I mean, it's very hard to pick a clear favorite amongst these two teams. They're both very, very strong, and we haven't seen them play that often in the LPL Pro League, certainly not at all this season and not for a while, because Oracle did not compete last season with this lineup. So, it's hard to call who wins, and I think a lot rests on how the bans fall and how the 10th pick is used, right? Like you mentioned Calvin's Timbersaw. I was talking about Zemistry, but that's another hero we've seen win multiple games when last picked in the draft because, even though it's not necessarily a cheese hero on the scale like a Huskar or a Broodmother, if you don't have a good Timbersaw counter, it shuts you down from the laning phase and never lets up. So Fury is aware of all the ways it can go wrong, but there's still a lot of potential blowout heroes to cover, and Oracle could very easily maneuver themselves into a spot to take advantage.
That's true. And actually coming out from last week as well, one of the linchpins of Oracle that really did shine was Godot on his Earthshaker. Really just turned all the team fights around against AGN, and the turn AGN targeted him, it just went so well for them. So maybe if you are Neet Uprising here, you're putting so much attention on what Godot is doing at all times.
Yeah, I think it's difficult to target Godot in the draft. He's one of the best players in the region, like hands down in any position, has incredible game awareness. As we saw, like if someone can hit those kinds of echoes that he was hitting without help in this level of match, it shows how like many steps ahead they are mentally. But, Godot's only the 4th position, and it's almost like he's the least explosive player on the team. He makes his contribution in small ways. So targeting him with the bans heavily, I think is too big of a risk to afford. You have to try and just play very tight. And I mean, Fury's strength is in the captaincy beyond the drafting phase as well. So hopefully, Neet's Uprising, they can show the discipline, even against a hero like Earthshaker that's very dangerous, to maybe not get 5-man echoed.
Oh, yeah. We don't want that happening at all if we can for Neet Uprising. And the one thing that we do know about Neet Uprising every single week is how disciplined they are. How exact they play their drafts. They know exactly when to pull back. They know exactly what timings they need to do for team fights. And it's going to be something that Oracle needs to work around, because what was their draft last week? It was an Ember and a Morphling. 2 heroes that need to farm for a very long time. And sure, they were quite active when they could, but they are openings that Neet Uprising with a very disciplined team can really take advantage of.
That's absolutely a draft that when I saw it, I mean, I admit I have to eat my hat. I got the prediction wrong. I thought they were going to lose the game because of that draft. I think that's a draft you can't afford to pull against Neets, right? Like, that's the kind of draft where they are leaning on their individual skill as players to win the laning phase and snowball it from there, much like the draft we saw last game, right? And if you significantly outskill your opponent in those like position players where you can just dominate on Ember and Morph, fine, good. But I don't think you want to be resting the whole game on that against a team that's very skilled like Neets. You know, that you have to consider them equals or close to it.
Oh yeah, you can't give them any edges in there because they're just going to take every single one of them. We know what happens when you allow, say, Fury to play Sapphire or Fury to play Morana. Like, that man knows how to land those arrows. So there's all these different angles you really need to be focusing on when you're playing both these sides here, because Zemistry, he can go off in the mid lane. Lose yourself, he can go off in the safe lane. He can farm a crazy amount. Kelvin can dominate in the off lane. Godot can make the plays. And then when doing the flip side, Riz, he can go off in the safe lane. Kozi, that man knows how to dominate on those heroes. I don't exactly know where you need to put all your attention on these drafts.
I think that's just it. You can't afford, either team can't afford to put all their attention on any one place. That's what happens when you have these really, really high-level teams, is that it's a mistake to tunnel vision on any one factor. You just need to approach it as a game of Dota. Like, be aware of the signature heroes, because you're more likely to have to ban a lone druid against Riz than you are against, you know, a different team that doesn't have that kind of high-caliber LD player. But, like, don't tunnel vision on any one aspect of the game. Make sure you know your game plan going in, and just watch carefully on the enemy draft. Cut off the worst kind of cheese picks that might blow you out, and then, you know, try and get them when it comes to the map, right? This is going to have to be a game of small advantages, because I don't think you're going to get a bigger break.
Oh, no. And if we're trying to, you know, maybe reflect on a different series, Crossfire, another team that was right up there, right at the top 4 teams, were like, holy crap, it's the Titans. But they were versing weaker teams every single week, and then they were surprised when they came up, I believe, against Neet Uprising, and then they just got dominated. This might be the same situation here as well, because Oracle, they're off a week against AGN, who we haven't considered as one of the top teams. But still, they dropped a game off them, and going up against Neet Uprising, that might be another, just a blast of water to the face here.
Yeah, it's very confronting to see that you know, teams like Oracle and FFYV2 and Neets, who've looked very strong throughout, but as you said, haven't necessarily played each other yet, come into context. You kind of put them all on the same level in your mind, and I mean, we've just had a whole discussion about how these teams are roughly equivalent in terms of at least their history. But if one team has a significant edge that's, you know, a factor from this patch, or maybe just a current form, that's something we won't really know until we see them play. And now that they have all dropped games to what you would say are sort of weaker teams, you know, Oracle lost to Crossfire on a map, AGN took a game off Neets as well as a game off FFYV2. And I mean, we just saw AGN, right? Like, if you can lose to them, they can definitely lose to each other. So, we're not certain how the relative strength exactly works out.
That is true, and it's really difficult to really bear up, since we did have that big meta change in the last week, so maybe that was a big player coming into it. Do you think this meta really suits either Neet's playstyles or Oracle playstyles a little bit more?
It's interesting. Like, the facets of the meta that we sort of came across are that, you know, there's increases in the ability to farm in lane and to control your lane if you're not being dominated by a really dedicated, you know, powerful laning hero. So maybe that favors, I suppose, Oracle. I would just assume they maybe have like slightly better laning mechanics or slightly better rotations. You know, players like Lord Boons, I don't think you were mentioning him, maybe the only player that didn't come up before, but I've always been hugely respectful of his support play, and this season he has been just going off on Oracle, on Coddle, on the signature Nature's Prophet when he gets it, and like that kind of play becomes more valuable, I think, now in the patch. Other than that, I can't really say for sure. It's not like any of these teams were Lycan spammers or anything else that got, you know, heavily targeted. We'll have to see how the draft works out.
That's right, because game one, we are right into it. So this is where the most important part starts between these two teams. We'll see where the bands are focused, and Neet Uprising, they're taking away Lose Yourself and Zemistry's Ember Spirit straight away.
Radiant team ban.
Yeah, don't mind the Ember ban. Obviously, lots of teams love to play the hero, but I think Neets are probably one of the less heavy pickers of it, right, as opposed to Oracle or Crossfire.
Yeah, it seems like it's the most favorable, because Team Oracle, they've been first phasing Ember Spirit every single game they've played. They're really confident in that hero.
I mean, it's incredibly strong, and until we get around to a patch that affects heroes and nerfs it, it will remain incredibly strong. And there you go. You mentioned the impact of the bans, right? Only able Oracle to retire the Lone Druid and the Quap, give up on banning the Chen and Enchantress, and Neets snap it up immediately for Spag.
So what do you think that's going to mean? We're going to be going for the old-fashioned pushing lineup. I did notice we did take out the Lone Druid straight away, so Riz doesn't have that option. But then again, you were mentioning before, Lycan is still a hero. Neet Uprising could really just pressure against Team Oracle, who generally go a little bit more greedy with their cores.
I don't know if Lycan actually is a hero. I think if one hero was really like taken apart by the item changes, like Lycan lost many advantages in the nerfs to Helm and the nerfs to Necrobook. It's not like the hero doesn't do anything, but I don't think you want to like start gunning for that draft from pick one. And especially a player like Spag is so good at Chen. I don't think that like Chen is as much of a commitment to a pushing draft as the hero used to be. They're still very open to do whatever, and that's one way to counteract a Chen.
Yeah, steals creeps, and then he steals it back. It's a never-ending cycle, but speaking of cycles, Kozi on the puck. That is a good cycle to see. One of his comfort heroes, the second pickup for Neet.
Yeah, and the really nice thing about this puck that especially we've seen some of the top teams internationally pioneer is that it is not necessarily your mid laner. It absolutely can be, and we know that Kozi plays the hero well. With Kozi's Quap already out of the pool, you'd be very tempted to say this is Kozi's hero, but also very brave to reveal your mid hero's second pick against Team Oracle. So, you know, if Zemistry goes in too hard or they try and counterpick this puck, you can always shift to an offlane or even a support role.
That is true, and it seems like confidence and being a little bit cocky as both these teams, you know, strong too. Picking the Emma Spirit first, picking the Queen of Pain whenever Neet Uprising see it. They're just beeline straight forward if you don't ban it. So they have a whole bunch of confidence in the heroes that they play. They don't really mind if it does get countered too much.
Yeah, I think it's important to separate. Not saying they aren't confident, because they definitely are, especially Oracle. They play like a team that are confident. But that confidence comes in more the knowledge of the game that they have. Like Quap right now as a hero, you can pick early. Ember, you can pick early. They almost have no counters insofar as laning goes. They're good at all stages of the game. So even though you might think, oh, I don't want to commit my core this early on, all you need to do is have a little bit of an opportunity to flex between which lane you match it up against. And those heroes are actually remarkably safe. That's not true of every hero, even every hero that's currently strong.
Well, what about a bat? Do you think that's one of the safe heroes you can pick up in the first two?
Yeah, I know that like they wouldn't be afraid to throw Lord Boons on it as a support bat rider if they have to, or you know, you assume it's probably a core. But yeah, between bat and Enchantress, there's probably one support there and one core. They'll figure it out based on how the lanes are going to go, and it discourages many heroes. Although it does open up picks like Nix's house.
That is true. Few things to counter, but then again, there's the flexibility right in build. But the bans, they aren't too flexible. We are taking out as many cores as we possibly can. PL's gone, TA's gone, Void Spirit. Actually, two heroes that are typically all right against the puck. The Remnant is fantastic. And just holding that little evasive man down, he can't blink away if he's walking towards the Remnant.
Dire team ban.
Yeah, and obviously it's a great, if you ever see puck phase shift anything, you can throw the Remnant out as like a preemptive stun, so... Yeah, removing those heroes does make it look more and more like they are setting up for Kozi to take this hero mid. I can't say that that's a bad plan overall. Like, you know, remove your worst matchups. How badly can you be punished?
10
That's true. In fact, they're going to be removing most matchups. Sark is gone from Oracle, just isolating all the cores away from them. Do you think they know exactly what core they're going to be playing there if they're banning such broadly at the most popular ones this patch?
I mean, the bans from Oracle particularly just seem to be trying to make the lane matchup better for Batrider. Like, it's very hard to get the Batrider game going against a Phantom Lancer with the Doppelwalk. Very hard to even lasso a Slark, who can obviously purge all the debuffs away, constantly using Dark Pact. So I think that's just guaranteeing your Batrider is going to have a game, and it does make that look more and more like a core offlane Batrider, although not necessarily.
And does look even more like a core mid lane puck, because Dragonite is going to be the third ban from Neet Uprising, just taking away all the good laning matchups.
Yeah, this is really interesting. Normally you see teams sort of pick two heroes in the first two that they don't really mind the matchup of, and then they ban proactively to try and answer what they think the enemy are going to follow up with to complete their draft. But instead, both teams are sort of like acknowledging that it's hard to close off all the options available to players with such deep pools, and they're just making bans that make their picks they already have better.
Well, we're going to have to find out what pick makes Oracle's draft better. The third pick coming for them. They've got a support and probably the offlane bat here. What do you want to see Godot on? The Earthshaker is still there if you want that playmaker, but he does play one mean Rubik as well, and both those heroes still in the pool.
I think that Godot might be playing the Enchantress, no? He is named Microfiend for a reason. He came to prominence as a Chen player originally.
Maybe again, maybe that's the flexibility they have in, and just give Lord Boone something just really safe and secure for the man. He has been playing quite a bit of Undying, quite a bit of Coddle, heroes that are very good against the puck, and I guess the Chen army as well. If you have a Coddle in the back, just powering up that Illuminate, all those creeps are just going to melt.
Yeah, I wouldn't mind something like a Coddle, especially since that, I mean, it's obviously not a terrific farmer in terms of what items you buy to pay it off, but a hero like that has a lot of team fighting and the ability to scale, because it looks like Neets might be trying to slant aggressively with these two picks.
And right now, they're picking up the best matchup they can against the puck before it gets banned. Kunkka, the third pickup for Oracle. I'm assuming it is Zemistri's hero here.
Yeah, it looks a lot like it. I think you hit the nail on the head. Once you see like 3 mid-heroes banned in a row and the Ember's already been removed, Zemistry, there's only so many counters to the puck available, and you do want to secure Zemistry's lane. So Neet's Uprising successfully enforcing out the Kunkka before the 10th pick. No super punish for the extremely skilled mid laner on Team Oracle. Maybe that last pick now going to go towards their safe lane carry.
Yeah, and right now we're picking up some of Fury's favorite. The man knows how to land arrows. And in fact, from the first series, we know Mirana is a hell of an effective, bringing Eternal Discord some fantastic kills. And Neet Uprising, they're happy to take it too. Mirana third pick, but I guess it doesn't have the same setup that Eternal Discord drafted in.
5 seconds remaining.
It could still have some. Puck's probably not the greatest hero, but at least until level 6. But Chen could definitely bring some disable, and you still have 2 picks to go. Where I like the Mirana here is for the Moonlight Shadow and the Arrow. Obviously, Arrow can disrupt Batrider initiations. Sometimes the Batrider has to run in kind of a predictable pattern. But moreover, it kills Enchantress creeps immediately, right? So like the Chen and Enchantress we mentioned are going to kind of ruin each other's day. You can sway that battle in your favor with the Mirana pretty easily. And also, Kunkka and Batrider tend to telegraph their initiation very heavily. If you sense that the Batrider is flying towards your team and about to blink lasso, or the Kunkka X's somebody and you throw down Moonlight Shadow, it does throw an extra spanner into the wrench of that team fight. Oh!
And speaking of spanner wrench, we're bringing back the Earthshaker. Echo Slam's going to be massive, and Godot even bigger on this Earthshaker.
Yeah, it'll be really interesting to see where these heroes actually line up now. This could even be a flex back towards an offlane Earthshaker now that you've kind of tempted them with this Batrider pick. I wouldn't be surprised if they put Lord Boons on this Batrider, but it seems that they like to put him on a somewhat greedy support. And the way that the draft's going, it definitely seems like it could pay off to have a support that can kind of farm the jungle a little bit behind the scenes. We know how good Godot is on the Earthshaker already, and their teamfight is starting to look very formidable.
Hell yeah. Right now, we've got the 4th pick coming up from Neet Uprising. One team has used a whole bunch of reserve time getting their picks up, though. Team Oracle are literally out of it. They've got 5 seconds of extra time. Neet Uprising, they've been feeling comfortable. They've still got a whole minute 40, so they know exactly what they're drafting.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying the Team Oracle are really in massive trouble, but it shows that, Neet's Uprising are very good at the drafting phase of the game. Explosive Fury clearly feeling comfortable with the first few picks. You know that they're being considered carefully. Now has room to really think about these last couple and just, wow, Lifestealer.
Yeah, I've heard a few Australian players talk about Lifestealer, and they don't say good stuff about it. Interesting pickup here.
The hero tends to get kited a lot at the moment. The tempo of the game seems to have kind of outstripped it. A lot of times when you would have picked the Lifestealer in the past, teams are currently preferring the Wraith King. But the Lifestealer here, the Rage is very important against all this initiation. You want a hero that feels safer against the Batrider and feels safer against the Kunkka, and the Rage certainly offers that. You just give away less free deaths, both in the laning phase and thereafter, and they ban out the Ursa, which is a big deal.
Oh, yeah, I guess the only other option that you traditionally go is maybe either a Troll or a Razor, and where are you feeling that Team Oracle really need to go back on?
I think banning the troll is probably a good idea. I mean, we saw, Razor can be very strong, and we have seen it banned a lot, but we saw last game, or in the troll game in the first series, how flexible it is in terms of item build. And if you don't think that the Neets are going to fight you when the troll is strong, you'd always just build a Battle Fury and farm hard. Whereas I don't think Razor is as flexible in the build path or the way that it's played. But certainly Neets are happy to pick this up after Oracle already banned Slark and Phantom Lancer. Like just these heroes that tend to encircle and fight Lifestealer well.
Oh yeah, drain all them run away. It's a really good setup, and Team Oracle just handed it to him on a plate. And the final ban for the Uprising, it's going to be a Drow Ranger, so no silences to hold down Pucks, Moranas, no way to kill the Chen creeps so easily
10
with a core. But
remaining.
Team Oracle, what do they need to ban? I guess we need an offlane hero. We
5
need a
seconds
tackle
remaining.
hero. The man's been versatile himself. A Veno, a Phoenix,
Dire
a
team.
Mars. What are they missing? Oh, I guess no more Mars.
Yeah, Mars Band would have been really good. Obviously, with Puck, you can set up a really nice arena with the Dream Coin. It lets like either of them sort of throw that first spell out just to catch heroes. It doesn't need to be perfect when you've got the follow-up to counter-initiate. So, you know, that's a good ban. I wouldn't mind seeing the Venomancer. You brought it up before, but like what they're sort of lacking
5
here is
seconds
damage.
remaining.
Or you go for something like an offlane Necrophos, but that's a little bit more risky in terms of, you know, the Venomancer front loads his spells, and once you get them off, it doesn't really matter if you get lassoed or echoed or whatever. Whereas, like, if your Necro gets caught out and Oracle have great catch, you don't necessarily get full value from the hero.
That's true, and 57 seconds to find out what the most valuable hero is going to be. But Team Oracle, they're kind of been left with a few heroes here. Seeing that they've banned out the Mars himself, is that indicating they want a specific matchup against their carries here?
I mean, Mars is just like a very, very strong laner. Same with Legion overall. So I think maybe banning those indicates you want a melee carry. They could go for a monking or something. And there is the Venomancer. We know Tekor's like a genius of this hero, probably the best Veno player in the region. Yeah, has destroyed. It takes a lot of finesse and a lot of practice to play this hero very, very well as a core, and Tech Core is one of the best. So that's a really strong pick. They needed a bit more of a front line. They needed a hero that, you know, maybe doesn't care if it dies a whole lot, and their lineup is actually
5
pretty
seconds
set
remaining.
to take the game on from the mid game.
Well, right now, Team Oracle, they got the final pick, and it's going to be straight on into the Morphling, the Lose Yourself favorite. But is it your favorite here? Who's going to be taking out game one?
This is tough. I think I maybe slightly favor Oracle. I feel like both Lifestealer and Veno, it's weird to say that those are higher execution heroes than, say, Morphling. But I think they're higher execution in terms of, like, finding their strategic window. Like, it's very easy for these heroes to miss their power spike or have one bad team fight and then kind of fall off. Whereas I think Oracle are going to feel comfortable. They have so much team fight to defend their towers. They know that Lose Yourself is going to come online eventually. Once it does, poses a lot of problems for this Murana, this Chen, even this Puck. And they're just going to sort of be trying to play cagey and get farm throughout the game.
Well, fair enough. And to be fair as well, it seems like a very close draft between them. Neet Uprising seem to know exactly what they play. It's kind of reminiscent of their draft, I believe, if it was last week or the week before, where they picked up the Venomancer and the Murana combination and just dominated the lane. And a Morphling level 1 with, say, an Enchantress. It doesn't seem as effective if you can't get the Enchantress creep just to secure that lane.
Exactly. And the one thing about Morphling is, and we've seen this happen, I think, the exact matchup before, or at least with a very similar hero. When you're a hero like that relies on having the mobility and the burst of temporary health from something like Morph to survive all-in ganks, what you don't want to see is something like a Venomancer that is basically impossible to dodge the damage from and just consistently harasses you over time until there is, like, no more wriggle room for you to outplay. Like, eventually, you simply have to leave the lane because you will die to just ticks of reliable poison.
That is true, and the reliable damage is going to be theirs, but then again, is it going to be the reliable game in itself? It's all decisions to be played for, and they've got some pretty good matchups between it, because Kozi is on his comfortable Puck. We know the man can go off on his Puck, and it seems like a pretty good game for the Puck. A silence against a Morphling who is surprised, means he's going to be full energy, and he just explodes. But Zemistry on the Conquer, a playmaking hero in itself with a favorable matchup, maybe that exchange just really does slow down Kozi, who is a very big tempo control for Neet Uprising.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to hope that the Puck can at least have an okay game. They devoted a lot of time and bans in the draft to trying to make sure Kozi wasn't punished too hard, and I think they've been successful in allowing a matchup where he will probably have a game, but you mentioned yourself, it's probably Zemistry who gets first bite at this apple, the matchup favoring the Conquer, and both players being, you know, very explosive for their teams. Wouldn't be surprised to see, you know, Conquer rotating as soon as level 6 or 7 is up and trying to get a team fight in the side lane with the boat into a tower kill, start the ball rolling from there, because this lineup from Neets, if I have a criticism of it, is that it's none of its heroes are like terrifically good at scaling in the mid game. Like the Lifestealer is strong naturally, but doesn't flash farm well, and the Mirana can farm, but sort of needs a lot of items. Not the best carry, like especially compared to the Morphling. So like none of these heroes I can see being like automatically strong. And there's room where if the Lifestealer falls behind and they lose some map control, they can't like get the snowball rolling for him, then their team may not have a strong core hero at all.
That's a scary sign, and especially since you have a Puck and you have a Venomancer as your other cores. You are really relying on this Lifestealer to have a good game here.
Game of some sort.
Yeah, if the Lifestealer does not have a great laning phase, the one thing you can fall back on is the Venomancer. If the Lifestealer gets trashed, but Tech Core like similarly destroys this Morphling, like the Venomancer requires mandatorily like 5 heroes to come to the lane and kill it, and it loses like very little momentum, you know, once the laning phase is over. Like once you get, that's intimidating. But yeah, monkey aside, once Venomancer gets to kind of that like point of strength where you have your ultimate and you've kind of got a few items up and you're tanky, you can force people to have to come and gank you as a team over and over and over again as you just shove in the safe lane relentlessly, and that buys space for your team to do whatever they want. So that is also a way for Neets to win, even if a lot of attention is paid to this Lifestealer to shut it down.
And one of the ways to try and win these lanes is just to get the matchups you want, because right now we've got Lose Yourself going straight up that off lane to avoid Tekkor completely.
Yeah, it's very important to play around this Venomancer. It's a known factor. It's kind of what we said about rigid heroes, right? Once the core Veno is locked in, you know exactly how Tekkor is going to play it. You may not be able to stop him, but you can do some damage control, and that's what they're doing here.
Well, while we're on a little bit of extra time as well, I'd like to thank another sponsor of this season of LPL, WD Black, the makers of fantastic hard drives, places to save your games. You never have to choose any more games. In fact, you never have to choose a kill because Riz, he's just going to maybe die here. He's getting started on Upchase around, not even given time to thank our sponsors yet, but we can do it in a moment when we turn it around the other way and go for Lord Boons on this Enchantress who has no HP and feeds it all the way back to Cozy. We bring 4 heroes, we get the kills, we get the runes. It's a good start for Neet Uprising, and it's a good hard drive from WD Black, and we thank you for sponsoring this season of LPL.
Absolutely, and there I think we see the classic reason why teams should be actually going as 5 toward these runes if you're going to go to them at all, right? If you go as 2 and you go aggressively like Oracle did, you just get punished by 5 heroes and die.
Everybody's here. Everyone's just hitting around. Let's finally Lose Yourself. They see Lose Yourself, so they know where he is. And they're kicking everybody out. So the lane surprise is not going to be Neet Uprising because they've got all the information they need. But Tekkor, on the other hand, he's not leaving that bottom lane. He is staying down bot, planting down his wards, his play style. And in fact, no, I lie. Spags a Chen. So Chen means he can TP top without using a single TP.
Wow, okay, yeah, rarely seen aspect of Chen. They can win the musical lanes battle. If they want to force this Venomancer matchup, it's going to be very difficult to dodge with that additional source of teleportation. It's just a matter of where do they want to shut the lane down, and they have how many heroes in top lane at the moment?
1 hero and 3 heroes top, and then the other one's doing the musical chairs himself. But Tekkor does have a TP, so they literally have to walk the entire way down. So Riz is getting a complete wave of farm. I guess Godot has a good side himself, but Lose Yourself is currently hitting no creeps and losing the entire first wave.
I should caution before we say Riz gets a full lane of farm. Godot actually out-denying, out-CSing the Lifestealer on this ES with no quelling blade. So, whoops.
Oh, man.
But, the principle works out. Now the Morphling's down here to contest.
That's right. Yeah, Fury's going to go down to join him. They're leaving Tekkor up top for now, and I guess they can just wait out the cooldown on the Chen if they really need to. But for now, Riz at least can farm against the Lifestealer. I mean, both of these cores will be able to secure their farm, and I don't think you're going to be killing the Morphling anytime soon, but the same can be said about the Lifestealer.
Yeah, I think if anyone's in more danger, it's probably the Lifestealer. Lose Yourself once he gets his waveform and should basically never die, but a chain stun can eventually kill the Lifestealer if his health gets worn down enough. So maybe that's the matchup that Neets were trying to dodge. Most of the lanes are pretty hard back right, and not a lot.
It almost got some damage. He's good. He can regen a little bit. He's Morphling. But the one thing I also say as well, because Spag actually went a little bit defensively, tried to pull Tekkor up from the bottom lane. He doesn't have a creep to help himself out, but Enchantress does, and is doing so much work against both Tekkor and Spag in the top lane there.
Yeah, luckily with the Venomancer, I think you should be safe to shove out this lane until you can get level 2 and kind of redress the balance. But you're right, that is a big deal, and sometimes level 2 can seem a long way off when you miss skill at level 1 or you're forced into an unusual choice.
Godot just manning up against Fury, just literally beating him down, just chasing him. He's not giving him any left. He wants him to use a leap. He does have to use it to safety, but that's a whole bunch of damage that Godot did not take in mid lane. It's looking a little bit even here. 10 last hits on the puck, 14 last hits on the Kunga. But if you're both these mids here, I think you're feeling pretty fine.
Yeah, and that probably favors Neet Uprising, right? Like, they picked this puck earlier in the piece. The Kunkka did come out as a counter, even after several bans were voted to sort of shield puck from the worst matchups possible. So Kosi comes out of this even or ahead, I'm sure the Neets will be pleased. And here's Tekor. He's been hunting this Lucius Elf Morphling the whole game, and I assume will continue to with help of the Chen.
He's just standing there. He's literally just, yep, okay, there he goes. He showed his party. Just come at me, bro. Got Savannah, actually just going to hit him a whole bunch. Go straight Morph a little bit of loot up. I guess Morphling's level 3 here, so the opportunity to kill him so early has been lost here, but Tekor is not feeling like losing anything, just constantly hitting this ward man, making him hide behind his tower, and Riz is still getting the last hit in the lane.
Yeah, look at how brave Tekor is running on top of the Earthshaker in the middle of his creep wave with the Morphling still in the lane. Just knows the power of this hero right now.
Godot just moving around the trees real nice, dodging the extra damage. But yeah, now Tekor gets the farm and nice little stun on back to try and attempt to break a little bit of regen, break the last hits, and give this Earthshaker a good start in this bag. It's the creep wars. We've got a tomato running up against what? Oh man, it's a little tiny bird, and a guy gives you a little bit of extra magic resistance. So I'm feeling like Warboons is feeling pretty safe between. In fact, they're going to be getting the damage between him and take him out. Enchantress puts him down. The creeps can't do a little bit of thing, but at least Gozzy might get himself a regen rune. Alrighty, Park having at least a good time in his mid lane. Everyone's so
yeah, it's interesting. I've been excited to see this battle between Chen and Enchantress, but by not having the creep at level 1, it looks like Enchantress has kind of like seized control of the dire jungle, and by controlling the battlefield, like there's no army for Chen to recruit. That's very bad for Spag.
That's right. He's only been left the leftovers, and from what the leftovers do is reduce magic damage, and it's a bird. And that's about it. Now Riz has to deal with this because they've swapped the lanes all back. They got the net onto the lifesteal. Tekor, all right, he's arrived to the party again. He's got the lane back top. He's still level 3 here, and Lose Yourself is level 4. So it seems to be an advantage for the Morphling here, who is getting the XP. But I guess at least Riz is able to chase out Calvin in the bottom lane and get his farm back as he arrives back in the bottom lane, burned at least a little bit. And the runes, they're going to be Neet Uprisings.
Hey, look, playing this musical lanes, even with Chen pulling the Venomancer around to save him some of the cost and cooldown, is hurting your Venomancer, but I mean, like, you're hurting your Venomancer to hurt the Morphling, and even though Morphling's slightly out-leveling Tekor, he only has 15 CS. I mean, okay, the lifesteal also only has 15 CS, but you're delaying the Morphling's development, which I think is overall better. That's like out of all of these cores that are kind of caught up in this constant rotation, this is the greediest one. So by like slowing down Morphling's farm, the effect it has, like slowing down that curve of net worth, is more impactful for Neets.
Well, I mean, they've still got timings on both these heroes. What build do you want to see the lifesteal take? Because we haven't seen lifesteal too much. In fact, actually, hold that thought for a moment, because Lose Yourself is getting going on top. They've got the arrow arriving. I think he knows he's dead. He's trying to take Tekor, whip him his strength morph, and at least a little bit more. But there we go. Lord Boon's never left his carry at all. He's got himself a ghost, and now he's running everybody back to safety. He might even have a point in nature's attendant to heal up this Morphling again. The arrow is going to miss completely. The damage back on Fury, and the attention ends up earning them absolutely nothing on Lose Yourself.
Yeah, I can't disagree necessarily with Tekor not wanting to feed a kill away, but you do give up any kill potential by like not continuing to hit the Morphling, and maybe it would have been worth to just commit there and see if it worked out. It's
I'd say that. He's gone. Fury gets it. Somebody can aim an arrow and aims it right into his back, so he's out of here 16 seconds. And here he got some items in, but that's at least a big timing. And I guess he can swap lanes again when he comes back if he really wants.
Yeah, that was a weird time for a kill. I'm going to assume Explosive Fury just hit a God arrow, and if so, that is very, very big contribution for your support player. Has the arrow available, but doesn't realize Lord Boons is TPing in that expected spot. That would have been another soul read. But yeah, getting the kill on the Morphling's massive. Did he skill Starfall?
I think he did a little bit extra burst damage to surprise. And Morphling is committing to this top lane here, so he's not doing the musical chairs anymore. He needs to get this farm, so now he gets the matchup against Tekko and Fury. He's waiting for him on the other side, going to pull back and back to waveform for it, and he's just moving so slow back to safety. But the man's only got tangos, and Tekko's taking control and good positioning in this top lane. It is his lane now.
I'm really surprised Fury didn't even try to fire off an arrow there. Like, the Morphling had just committed the waveform. You're never going to have an easier time stunning the Morphling. And if they get the stun there, Tekko was easily walked up and resumed slowing him. But I guess the play was so aggressive from Lose Yourself, maybe they were afraid there were going to be rotations.
Well, the rotation's back. Lord Boons is here, but can he save his friend? Poison Vogue, Tekko low, waveform forward, strength wolf against Zemistry. He made his way up. He's going to hit nothing with the torrent, but hey, Kelvin's showing up too. We got 4 heroes on Oracle, and Kozi just joins on up to get lassoed to the face. He has to orb back to safety if he can. The Silence back on the Demonstrator chain being wasted. They've got no more coil anymore, and now Kozi's up in the top lane, but who else is? Because Fury and Tekko are dead, but then again, you did get Lose Yourself twice. So maybe that's worth it. I'm not sure. How does the math work out?
I think it works out in favor of Neets. I mean, look, it's not ideal. They did sort of panic when this is the classic with Morphling, right? It's one of those heroes that's very hard to judge a kill on, and if you overcommit and it starts strength morphing, like, he can just keep strength morphing for a long time. You really have to front load your damage, and
Zemistry never left. He just waited the entire time for everyone to respawn, but Tekko's here as well. Nice leap from Fury, gets away from the torrent, saves his life, and Kozi in the meantime in mid lane with the help of Spag is giving the pressure on the Lord Boons, who takes a dive, saving Lose Yourself again, but the man goes from lane to lane, and he can't find himself the farm. They're putting so much pressure on this Morphling.
yeah, this game is so intense and these clashes are very close. Lose Yourself going to be extremely happy his team have dug up an Iron Talon for him, because at least now he can go and hit a neutral camp to get level 6, but this is not where you want your core Morphling to be, and this Tekko Venomancer pick, it has paid off.
Oh yeah, it's been mercifully, and Riz, he hasn't had to move a lane for a very long time. He's farming up fantastically. The armlet is coming, and he's ready to fight sooner than Lose Yourself is going to be, and that's going to be big for Neet Uprising.
Yeah, I was going to suggest Armlet Desolator for Riz, just because the team does need to be able to hit towers. It's kind of a weakness of theirs, and the Armor Shred is very effective against the Morphling, not to mention the rest of the lineup. So, you know, no reason for Riz not to go to fighting build as Lose Yourself dies again.
He loses his lone life again. He's trying to farm the jungle, but they're going to chase him for it. They've got some deep vision as well, so they're isolating Lose Yourself again. But top lane, they might be finally able to isolate Tekko. It takes 2 heroes to do it, but with an arrow back on Zemistry, I don't think Fury is going to follow through, but he is going to slip in and steal the rune, so the man's playing objective gaming.
I mean, killing Tekko is decent. This isn't even like the other game we saw him completely dominate as Venomancer, where he was top of the net worth chart. He's the 3rd poorest hero on the map. He's behind the Chen. Like, and it still takes multiple heroes, core heroes, to commit to that kill. You committed the Kunkka there. So all this is doing is giving massive space to the Lifestealer. Ever since those heroes teleported top, he has had complete free reign in this bottom lane. And yes, Godot is getting farms, so that's going to give them, you know, the Blink Dagger timing to take some team fights. As we go over...
Using the Chet army against him. We've got a Mecto. Kozi can turn the Silence back. We've got the Hand of God coming in, and the kills are arriving. Godot is dying, but they finally will get back. Kozi has to dodge the kill of his life, but he gets hit by the boat. The damage is adding up with Tomato and Zemistry. Maybe they can do it. A Jet on top, a couple more right clicks, but they've got the orb, they've got the fight, but the Dream Call to safety. The courier is going down. Zemistry ain't going to get his jumps, but they do lose Kozi in the end. Godot is traded. Lose Yourself gets some space here. Finally, something going positive for Oracle.
Kozi seems very keen, almost too eager to get involved as the puck. It's a couple of these fights that he's shown up to and dived in very deeply, and his team have not necessarily had the juice. In that case, he unfortunately jumped right into a torrent, which messed up his whole game. Like, normally, puck relies on dodging these spells, and after that, he just kind of got pressured out.
Riz denied the tower with the goddamn Harpy.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Yeah,
I mean, sorry,
the tower with there. But yeah. I mean, that's Lord Boons, right? He even on the enchanters, he's finding these small ways to show off.
Yeah, I mean, take it away from him. Gets gold. He's not going to get him, but the timing is coming. The man is, what, 3rd top net worth with Kozi as well. But Zemistry, the man who's been actually able to rotate. In fact, he's rotated top as well. He's been having a pretty good game himself. He's got some drums. He's keeping the pressure on, and he's making space for the Morphling.
Radiant
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see what the Conker's build is, because like normally I'd say maybe you even mimic the Leicester and go for, oh, hang on.
Everybody's TPing though. Lasso's being used. In fact, Riz coming on in. Boat is committed for the Venomancer, but Zemetry, I don't think he got hit by the boat itself, so does he have the rum? He's chasing on down. Spag is in biz, but he doesn't have a single creep to help him, so they can't get any turn kills. They kicked Riz out of bottom lane, potentially, but he's got a whole bunch of farm and top he can make, but it's a pretty good pick-off from Oracle. They're shutting down Tekka again. You did say before that, you know, Tekka is almost the bottom net worth, but he still does need items himself. He is a Spirit Vessel builder.
Yeah, I mean, and that's probably the most important item for him to build, but after that point, like, the items are cute on Venomancer, but not required, and it seems like they're definitely prioritizing the hero a lot lower than they did. Previously, they would have had Venomancer as the hero sitting out alone on that bottom lane, but they've recognized that they can give that space to Riz and the Lifestealer and have a much better scaling core, so I think Tekka is definitely more of a support. Oh, the arrow!
But he's Drag Wolf, and oh man, that combination was beautiful. It shouldn't end with a kill because he's just get all the HP back, but man, that was beautiful to watch.
I hate Strength Wolf, and I hate that you can Strength Wolf while stunned, but that's how it works, and so very hard to kill Lucius off at this point.
The Dota, but Tekka, welcome to the top lane where they put more pressure on you again. He's looking to run away from the creep army itself, but no, he moves back in, but Spag, he's going to get some turn kills of Kozi, but Lure Boons, he's level 6, so he's got himself an annoying passive itself. It won't keep him alive, but it makes enough space for Godot to save Zemistry, who's able to get out of this lane. So 2 supports are dead. The calls get out to safety, which is probably positive in the end, unless it's just, you know, less returns. They've killed Tekka twice now. How much more gold are you going to get out of it?
Yeah, I don't really think it's worth much in gold. It has to be in terms of map control, but I don't know if they're really getting that much either, because the tower is still standing here in the top lane, and Neet's Uprising are being very careful to push that out, even before.
Chris? He uses Infest really early, really safely. Does he have rage? No. Hand of God being used. Okay, a little bit more regen from Beck coming on in. He does finally have a rage, but the right click damage from the Wolfling turns the kill the other way. A misplay from Chris, maybe. In fact, it might be another kill on the backside as Spag is running, but he's only a gen. He's just going to TP out instantly. They can't cancel it, so he's good. But they lose the Lifestealer there.
Yeah, that's a big one. There's a little bit of discussion happening in the team chat right now, no doubt at all. Like, you cannot give away your one position, especially a hero like Lifestealer. He only has a finite number of deaths he can take in this game before he falls off the pace. And, yeah, I mean, look, you can understand why you would feel confident. We saw how long it took them to kill him with the Hand of God and all the other saves that they have. But if your team is not willing to commit to save you, and you've already burned your Rage and your Infest before they show up, like, there's no way you're getting out of that.
No. In fact, he just fed a little gold back to them, and Zemistry, who was top net worth, he was happy to take that kill back for him. And Luge himself, who's been suffering the majority of this game, that is a high value kill for him. That's space for him to come back, and you don't want to give him too many options because the Yasha, the Manta is coming, and that deals with so much. But Spag, he's gonna, okay, Tekka's gonna be sacrificed again. Spag cannot save from that one. He's claiming runes, he's claiming vision in the bottom lane. It seems like Neet Uprising, they are sacrificing Tekka, whose job seems to be just sit in the lane and slow down their push as long as you can.
Yeah, that's definitely where the Venomancer's been committed, and it is the kind of hero where you just need to decide what role your Venomancer's playing after the laning phase and commit to it. And today, Tekka is definitely not the star of the show. He's playing that utility core role, already has, you know, the levels and items he needs to a large degree, and yeah, I'm just concerned with how much they're getting out of the space that he's made. Calvin getting another kill on Spag is very good for Oracle, and they're starting to take over the map completely.
Yeah, 11-8. So far, the goal lead is now in their favor. It's 2k to these guys, and these pickoffs from Neet Uprising a little bit uncharacteristic of them, but they're adding on up. Spag, who had a fantastic timing on his mech, I don't think his next timing is going to be as good as that one, and the timing, it seems like Neet Uprising, they're a little bit more timing focused because Kozi, he's down in the mid lane as well. You landed an arrow again, but Oracle are still pushing. They're still getting the kills. They're making the plays and keeping the pressure away from Luge herself again.
Yeah, emphasizing the Venomancer as a core gave it, oh no, here's another pick-off.
No, man. He does get a gale, but I think that's all she wrote, unless Fury can save. No, Godot with a nice little fissure, and brings in Fury on top, so Oracle are picking up kills after kills. Another 2 kills. Kozi could not have even respawned to respond. So triple going down, the tower's being pressured, and the game is completely turning on its head.
This feels very much like a first game that we watched tonight, not only in that, you know, the soul farming core from the Dire is hiding out in the bottom radiant jungle, or the one place on the map that can be reasonably safe right now, but also in that Oracle are taking a huge advantage of the fact that they have all of the initiation tools right now. They have the Batrider, they have the Kunkka X, and they even have the long-range Earthshaker Fisher stun as an effective initiation. All of these heroes individually can stun on a target or open on a target and then expect a follow-up from the rest of the team. That's how they're getting these many pickoffs. Whereas Neet, oh no, as Spag goes down.
Spag, he had 2 Centaurs. He had exactly what he wanted. He was feeling so happy for a moment, but then that happiness was taken away from him when he walked up to the high ground and saw Lucius out there. But Kazi, you kind of have to be careful yourself. You can't run as fast as you want. The blink tag is going to be used to get back to safety, but it doesn't seem like the Uprising have too many opportunities. Okay, they're going to try. Dream Call's coming in, but Kelvin is TPing in on the Enchantress Grape. He's arrived. The Infest Bomb is going to be there, but it doesn't kill a single soul. We are going to be raging through, or at least the boat for now, but everybody has to run away from the Uprising, and that was it. That was their initiation. It didn't give them anything. That is not a good sign for the Uprising.
No, Kazi, again, I mentioned, it seems a little jumpy on the puck, just trying to force things. I don't know if it's just like a pessimistic outlook on the game, or the fact that there's so much stun on Oracle. He feels pressured, even though, you know, Puck has such a great toolkit for avoiding spells. And then, yeah, threw down the Dream Call. It seemed like the team was not ready. I was shocked that it happened, and his team may have been shocked as well. That Batrider teleporting in kind of made it impossible to go, and I like that Riz tried to infest the creep that the Batrider was teleporting onto. It just kind of came out a half second too slow.
Yeah, it's good gameplay. It's like they know exactly how to take the fights, but Oracle are just a little bit too quick for them to respond. And I mean, if you are at a 5k gold lead for Oracle and you are Neet Uprising with a Lifestealer, is there any real game plans you have to go to? You just have to rely on these Infest Bombs to kind of find some pickoffs?
Yeah, well, that's what I was going to say before that whole fight broke out, is that Oracle are able to get small individual pickoffs by deploying any one of several skills from any one of several heroes as soon as they get vision. As long as they have a couple of players in the area, they're able to get the kills, whereas Neet kind of can only fight as 5. It requires a lifesteal bomb, which requires a full team, and they never accept that.
The greed of the D-Ward is paying dividends as Fury burns down the one charge. I ain't going to save him, but maybe you lose yourself. You don't have a Spirit Vessel. He's in Strength Wolfen, and the team is coming. They're coming fast. You need his kill to be done, but they've already arrived. Zemistry showing. Kelvin, oh man, he's just pulling Riz right on through. The man doesn't rage. He doesn't have spell immunity yet, but maybe he's going to chase down Zemistry for a bit, but they don't have any damage. They have 0 damage. They're not really feeling anything, and with these Impenters, they're finding Kazi. He gets to run away, but now you've just isolated Riz yourself. You pick up the Smarter Creep. The BKB is going to be popped on the backside, but with Godot, with a perfect Echo Slam. With the Blink reveal, it doesn't give him Brizzo yet. He's still regenning, and now Zemich are like, okay, we're done on our side. Let's just TP out, sacrifice Lord Boons. You did lose yourself in the end. It was a very long commitment, and maybe you didn't lose Riz out of it in the end, and that is an opportunity for Neet Uprising, but I think they wanted those fights to go a little bit better than.
I'd take that, given the position that they're in. Maybe it's not how they drew up the start of the game, but I mean, that could have, even if they had the Dream Coil there, actually they get the kill, they're going for follow-ups, they got Godot.
Maybe, no, blew himself right back on him, Fury's dead. Melted down, but maybe didn't get Godot here, trying for it, Spag wants it, but now Spag is going to feed himself to Kelvin itself. Zemistry is unstoppable, and a double kill being traded right on back.
This reminds me so much of the game between Crossfire and Oracle that where they traded games as well. The top teams constantly pressuring each other to the very limits, and players kind of overcommitting and dying. It looks sloppy, but it's because they feel that they need to go so hard to punish, because like these players are so good that you have to commit 110% to actually finish them off. We saw, you know, the Morphling nearly escaped that engagement before because of the Dream Coil being on cooldown. Puck had to dive very deep and just had enough damage to kill him before his strength morphed out of range. And similarly there, the overcommitment to try and get the kill on the Earthshaker costs 2 lives.
It did, and right now, it looks like Tekko, he's not going to be giving up his life anytime soon. He's put wards everywhere, so the mid lane is going to be his. But right now, your jungle is not going to be yours if you need Uprising. Oracle have taken a nice little home into it. In fact, they've moved all the way to your tier 2 in the top tower. Just allowing Lose Yourself to push this tower on in and waiting in perfect initiation position as Kelvin's just sitting there on the high ground. You do have a glyph though, you do have a tier 1 in the mid if you are Neet Uprising, but it looks like they are going to be trying to, no, I was going to say sacrifice the Dow, but they're smoked on up. They've got the Moonlight Shadow, they are going to take this fight, but who can they find? They need Kelvin, they need something easily quick to take on off, but what is it going to be? Koz gets style from Zemistry, but Zemistry has the BKB, in fact, he's jumping around, delivers alive, still a little bit awkwardly though, but lose yourself, he becomes the puck, he can all run out back to safety if he wants. Boat is going to live. We do have a nice ult coming out from the Venomance, but nobody's sticking down yet. The BKBs are coming. Lose yourself. They're just pretending to be pucked for a moment. The Spirit Vessel that finally got picked up isn't doing any damage to the Morphling. You've lost Deckle, but you're trading it for Lord Bones, and at least Neet Uprising, they can get out without losing any other heroes, but that was meant to be way cleaner than it was. The priorities are a little bit, you know, dysfunctional from Neet Uprising there.
They were looking for either Godot or Lose Yourself, and I'm pretty sure it was Godot. That's where the puck saved the Bleak, and then went right on the Earthshaker, but didn't immediately have range to Dream Coil, and Godot was able to slip away up into the trees, which is just too far for the Lifestealer to run. The puck got stunned, Lifestealer had to hop out, and you want to kill Lose Yourself for sure, but it's just too hard to commit on him in the middle of the team, right? And that's why I'm so scared for Neet Uprising. We saw the Lifestealer in the previous fight. They barely killed the Morphling when the Morphling was alone, and Oracle nearly killed the Lifestealer surrounded by his whole team without their Morphling. If they get the similar like Earthshaker stun combo onto Riz while Lose Yourself is alive, that is a dead Lifestealer. So they know that they need to be able to take out either the ES or the Morph at the start of the fight, and Godot is just the easier target. It's kind of reminiscent of the other game that Oracle lost, where the Earthshaker became the focus hero.
Yeah, maybe that is the idea. Neet Uprising need to change their priorities or just keep their priorities onto Godot, and Godot really just knowing that he is the pure target that Neet Uprising need to take out so they can win these team fights. He's just playing safe himself, but Tekko, who's been just getting so much attention from Oracle right now, he's going to get even more attention as he gets pulled back into the team and melted again. Bounty is going to be claimed. Zemistry is wicked sick, and it just seems like whenever Tekko wants to hit a single creep, you've just got the entire team of Oracle just running at you.
It's just like this Pugna hero that we saw in the other game. I mean, the overall effect is different. We've already seen, you know, how Neets are not in the same position that, you know, AGN were, but this hero is so static. It's so predictable. It can only run into the lane or run into the jungle and cast spells on creeps to farm. It doesn't do anything else. So they can just pick up free kills, and it's sort of a tax that Oracle are levying on Neets Uprising. Even though they're even in team fights, they're going to constantly pick off heroes when they're not fighting.
Perfect.
Oh, they wanted to get the Roche defense again. Kozi is running for it if he wants, but nope. He's going to be Yules on up. The Bandage Jack actually delivers Riz again, but the Dream Call's good this time. It finds Godot. They're going to get Godot. No Echo Slam, but they've got the Aegis on the other side. You're going to be careful. Fight. Lose Yourself is going straight for Fury to keep him back fight, but we're isolating back the Morphling. We're getting the attention. Tekko is keeping his focus, but with the arrow, it misses completely. And now Lose Yourself is cleaning it up. Tekko is going to get melted down. Fury's hiding in between. Kozi moving forward. They're going straight for Ward Boons if they can. The Axe ain't going to mean much, and everybody looks like they're going to be backing up for now unless they reinitiate. No, they're going back to safety. So the Aegis is still in the Morphling. You did get Godot finally, and that fight went better because of it. So maybe Neet Uprising, they can keep this pressure up even with it.
When they killed Godot, I half expected the snap buyback to happen and Oracle to take a potentially brutal fight, but Godot didn't actually have the cash on him at this point, and later on in the game that'll become a factor. That's how they need to do it. Unfortunately, Neet Uprising, it's for as long as they're spread out, and they did sort of get spread out because of how that fight started awkwardly, the Morphling can still pick apart lone targets. So you can't afford to commit heavily into the whole team once Godot's dead. I just don't think they have the control for Riz, and Riz does a lot of damage. But yeah, Oracle not really punished despite, you know, getting initiated on quite well.
Yeah, it's only 5k gold lead. Like, we've been speaking a whole bunch about crazy leads going out, but this game is still getting closer together. For the amount of map control Oracle have had, they really haven't been able to stretch out this gold lead by too much, by something that you can't bring on back. So Neet Uprising still very much, they're in this game. They have ways they can make the moves. That smoke can play off. Even Fury in a good position if they want to try and push this tier 1 tower.
Yeah, I mean, they're holding on for now, and it's not like an urgent concern compared to anything else we've talked about, but I do worry for their hero composition if the game goes later and later. Neets are not scaling as well as Oracle are, and inevitably, oh, the Morphling gets arrowed.
He was tanking it so the catapult stays alive, but on the backside, we're going to find ourselves Riz. Disarm comes in, Leech is on the backside, but it is going to be a big kill on the lifesteal if they can get it, but he is staying alive. The Hand of God is doing so much work, but they finally finish him off. He doesn't have a buyback to rejoin his fight, and now Neet Uprising, they need to run. The Net is gonna miss. Morphling is so low, they pop the Aegis. Bag somehow pops the Aegis, but it looks like Oracle are popping Neet Uprising. Fury so low, getting Kelvin in the end, but it is not worth it. Tackle, he's gonna pop his ult, but it's Spirit Vessel Zemetry, but Zemetry TP's out in front of his face. Kazi, half HP. They've lost themselves 3 heroes so far, one of them being Riz, the hero you need to stay alive, and Morphling, whose Aegis did pop. He's now back with full HP and ready to push up the bottom lane here.
Yeah, I mean, the Aegis did make the difference there, but I mean, that's the power of the Aegis once you secure it, and Oracle get meaningfully further ahead because of it. Maybe next fight they won't need the Aegis to win. And we saw the fulfillment of what I said before there. Last time the Lifestealer got chain stunned, the Hand of God was enough to keep him alive, and once he's able to get out of being stunned, you know, you have that armlet to toggle. There's not a ton of burst damage from Oracle's heroes, but once the Morphling is there, they just cannot keep Riz alive through all the CC, so they have to be able to disable Godot or lose yourself at the start of the fight.
It seems like they do need to get a pick off on one of the big cores before they can win the fights here. So if they can't actually get that initiation, do they just have to avoid these fights?
Silence.
It's really tough. I would have said they have to try and get the Aegis, but they unfortunately got outmaneuvered for that one by Oracle, and it's a long time until the next one. As I mentioned, their heroes are not scaling particularly well. Like, Mirana could become a powerful core, but she's the bottom of the farm at the moment. The Venomancer can scale into the late game, but he sort of has to be consistently building farm throughout the game, and they paid a lot of attention to shutting Tekor down in the early game, and that didn't necessarily, you know, have a huge impact straight away, but it does mean that now the
Oh man. Tekel's dead again. He showed up for a couple seconds and they just lasso him, bring him on in, and deliver him straight to lose yourself. So Tekel, well, he's got 40 seconds to think about his positioning, but right now Oracle, they've got a whole bunch of time to think about their action because Zemetry is trying to X-back Kazi, but the puck is able to escape. But can Fury escape? Yes, he can. He can leap away from the turret, but the fissure leaves him on the other side, but he is still safe. So much pressure from Oracle. They're not even done. They're marching up this mid lane, ready to take some tier 2 towers. Lose Yourself is finishing off Spag, who's just a Chen. He's just sitting there. He can't do much more than he wants, but the dream pull back on the other side is pretty good, but it's the Echo Slam. It's Godot turning it the other way, but it doesn't get a kill. Riz is finally doing the damage, but Kelvin goes to the high ground and flies away. The rage is done. The sentry is placed. The Lifestealer infests inside the range group to just break the entire combo, so he survives. But it's so costly for Neet Uprising here. The 9k gold lead going up against him. Your tier 2's crumbling. Do they even go back from the high ground? Yes. You get one reprieve, but it's only the 30-minute mark coming up. Maybe they're just going to get runes here, but Neet Uprising really... They need to get some control back in this game. And Riz
in the bottom lane.
He's facing Demonstrate. I don't think you want to do that, my friends. Really ballsy.
That
Maybe
was
the ballsiest play you need to make.
Of the whole game so far, unfortunately, if your Neet's Uprising, because Godot, I hate to say this to the guy, for once, whiffed. Just missed everything. Echo Slam hit, I think, just the Mirana and nothing else. Whiffed the Fissure completely. But the fact is that despite these big stuns missing, Lifesteal got nothing done in the fight. Just got kited. It's gotten to the point where like he can no longer easily kill any hero. His team just can't control the Oracle heroes for him because they are just dead all the time. So this Lifesteal by himself is a very sad boy indeed.
Alright, Riz wanted boot, but he's going to sacrifice his life for it. The boot is landing, but he is raging, he is healing up, he needs more healing. But Lord Boone says keeping it nice and slow. Can they get at least the Enchantress? They will, but now Riz is isolated between four and jumps inside Tekel. But Tekel's not long for this world. They've got turrets, they've got damage, and now Riz pops right back on out. He's got some more regen himself, but how long till rage? I believe a couple more seconds, but the stun's perfect, and the E-Blade blows him away. 74 seconds for him. Fury's trying to jump, but a torrent perfectly timed gets them another triple kill. Ready to march, and all you lost was Lord Boons, and now you have the opportunity of a lifetime.
Yeah, this is past GG, unfortunately. I think for Neet's Uprising, they delayed. Lose Yourself had an Aghanim Scepter on the Courier, which died on its way out of the fight. It seems to keep happening to them. Their items are getting slowed down even as they win engagements. And Kazi desperately crit cutting him. He's down by Godot here.
Oh, that's a hard son to make.
Okay. But yeah, things are so rough, right? Kazi is just in trouble here. He can't really find room to teleport out.
He's making space. They're not pushing high ground at this point. Alright, he did try to TP out. That was a little bit greedy. Phase shift. One charge. Alright, he baited everybody out by not actually blinking away and staying there for a moment. He's going. He's running. He's trying to escape. Zemisri is trying to find him on the back, but not gonna happen because he's out of here and everybody respawns on the side of Neet Uprising. That's exactly how you do it.
Yeah, wow, okay, because he got successfully
back.
baits them. Calvindo, consolation kill. And
Yeah,
this is just it, right? Like, the whole Oracle lineup is suited for this kind of game where both teams are running around as 5 on black map looking for pickoffs, right? Obviously, the Oracle map's not black. They have terrific ward vision, but like they are all heroes that are either very mobile or great initiators or both. Whereas Neets have this Spag hero, this Chen, and this Venomancer hero that are very static. They just kind of walk into lanes and die right now.
Yeah, it seems like all their job is just to attempt to push out a lane, but yeah, Fury, he's pushing out the top Spag dive, but we actually got a nice little lasso coming on the Tekko, because that's the kill they wanted, that's the bounty they got, but it forces the Dream Call back on the 3, but the Echo Slam, they're cleaning up, Tekko is dead, the double kill goes out, Gozzy, with no buyback, takes a dive.
Godot makes amends for that last fight in such a big way.
That's the kill you needed. Kozi was given so much space and so annoying, making his team fight go so great, and now your defense is what? Lifestealer Chen Morana. That doesn't slow down Oracle at all.
I mean, Neets haven't really had an answer in the long term for this Morphling Kunkka double core for a while. Their timing kind of passed them by, but yeah, in terms of actually closing the game out, that was a huge play from Godot, and now we're just waiting for the call, I think, from Neets Uprising. There's no real way to lose yourself out of your base. You just kind of missed your timing to group up as 5, and, you know, once you fail to group up, these heroes lose a lot of their utility, unfortunately.
Dire's middle tower.
It seems like that all the attention they did play on Tekko meant he was just really irrelevant this game. On one of his signature heroes, he couldn't do a single thing.
Yeah, and look, I'm not going to blame Tekko for this. I'm actually going to turn around, and as much as I praise Explosive Fury, this is why the reason teams pick Morana support in this meta is because you're meant to take over that core role. You're a very mobile hero with leaps. You can nuke down creep waves as Starfall. If they're focusing Tekko so hard, it shouldn't just be Riz farming. You should be farming and turning into that tertiary core for your team. But he's bottom of the net worth, even below the Chen still.
It is true, he is just scratching by, but right now we're smoking by as we want somebody to leave the base. Zemistry smoking up, hiding behind a tree, everybody just TPing back to push out at least maybe the top lane, and which is actually maybe going to get him a tier 2 eventually, but that space for Neet Uprising, they're not GGing out. They've got one set of racks firmly standing, and they are going to stand beside this smoke. But bad news for them is Oracle have completely left their side of the jungle. So this smoke is literally going to get them nothing.
I mean, I think this smoke is sort of the smoke where you just run into the enemy team and all die, and maybe you kill one hero and then you like concede before the fight even ends. But yeah, very, very sad indeed to not find anyone. Now they're going to run into the heroes, but it's going to be popped from the low ground. Actually, the worst hit.
Someone's coming out, BKB's popping, Riz is delivered, but can he deliver the fame? No, he's just lassoed instantly, run on back, he's stuck on the other side of the fissure, and Lose Yourself jumps on in. Finding himself, Kozi going to be getting dual steps to keep him back for now, but the cleanup is so far so good, but no, the Echo Slam turns it up, kills back instantly, doesn't survive, actually wants to use it, Tackle, got his abilities off, but that's about it. 51 seconds away from him, and we're just charging on forward. Morphling is doing the damage. Riz is trying to man on up between every single hero on the side. But we got Torrents, the rage only lasts so long, and so does Riz's life. As he gets controlled, he gets killed. He may have a buyback, but it's looking like this game is pretty done for Neet Uprising as they get chained on up, controlled on up. They find Fury with another Yules, claiming the bounty, claiming the Roche, and maybe even claiming game 1 here. Actually, yeah, it is. GG is called. Oracle's got it.
Oracle half-assed that team fight, just kind of threw all their spells on the ground and missed most of them. Knew that they were so far ahead mathematically that they almost couldn't lose it, and so it plays out. They even have the Morph Shaker combo online, so like, if the game did go another 15 minutes, they would still be favored, but at this point, their lead combined with their hero lineup is just overwhelming.
Well, that was one real dominant performance from Oracle. It was really good at the start from Neet Uprising. They had some great strategies of how to play the laning stage, but after Lose Yourself got some farm and Zemistry made those rotations, they just took complete control away from Neet Uprising.
Yeah, it'd be really interesting to go back and watch that sort of 10 to 20 minute mark, especially 15 to 20 minutes, because I think where the Neets kind of fell apart was the transition. You mentioned their laning phase was good, but it never converted into tower pushes. They have a Chen, they have a Lifesteal who is clearly going for this aggressive Armlet Deso build. They have a Puck to deliver the Lifesteal in a Venomancer that means they probably should be able to bulldoze down lanes, and they never even got that going at all. So how did they not turn the pickoffs early game into more momentum, at least to start making inroads?
Well, I guess we'll find out if Neet Uprising can bring some momentum back. They've got one hell of a mountain to climb against Oracle here, and Game 2 is going to be coming up shortly. I'm excited. I'm hoping you're excited, and we'll see you after this short break.
That's good.
We are back. Game 2 after a fantastic series. Oracle just dominating against Neet Uprising there. We're looking for who's going to be top of the leaderboard here, and Oracle, they're proving it. They're not scared of Neet Uprising at all.
Yeah, absolutely. We've been waiting 5 weeks now to find out which of these teams at the top of the ladder really, has the goods when it comes to fighting against their, elite rivals. And Oracle definitely laid down the gauntlet for Neets in Game 1. I don't think it's a mountain that's insurmountable for the Neets Uprising team, but they need to go back and look really hard at how their lineup fell apart, because it looked like they had the game all together, and then 10 minutes later, they were hopelessly lost.
So what do you think? You'll Neet Uprising, you're coming into Game 2 here. You pick the draft, you're like, oh yeah, we've got our favorite heroes here. We've got Tekka on his Venom Man, so we've got Kozi on his Puck. We're feeling pretty comfortable. But then it just fell apart so quick. What's the real point that you can actually just look at that they really need to fix going into Game 2 here?
Well, there's some things that you can't necessarily fix, right? Like the sheer strength of the core players on Team Oracle really showed through there. Like the amount of work Zemistry got done on the Kunkka, the speed with which Lose Yourself was able to recover from being really determinedly hunted around the map. Those are things you can't control. And like you did your best to give Kozi a good matchup in the mid lane. It kind of paid off. So I don't really know what more you can do there, but maybe just talk to Kozi a little bit and see how he's feeling, because that game, I think his play wasn't bad outright, but it did cost them in some places. I think it was over eager. There was a lot of puck ultimates that seemed to be kind of desperate, either before the rest of his team was ready to go, or jumping into a team fight that maybe was already lost and maybe he should have saved the spell, and overcommitting. There was that gank at bottom lane where he jumped in to try and save, I think, the Chen and ended up dying. Like, whereas giving up just the Chen kill, that doesn't matter. Losing your puck and losing like your Dream Coil, terrible. At top lane, jumped into that big engagement where things really started to go wrong for Team Neets, and the Dream Coil there was really late. So even though he lived and was able to stop the tower being pushed, that hurt their timing. They almost missed a Morphling kill or got a smaller teamfight win than they wanted to because the coil wasn't available after that.
So maybe this is one of those issues that we're talking about before, like the big tiers of teams here. When a team comes up against a team that knows exactly how Kozi wants to play, and they can abuse that instantly. And Kozi was surprised because the earlier weeks he was just playing around, diving in the back, jumping around with his Queen of Pain, just playing around with these players. But Oracle don't give him the same opportunity. And once you mess up maybe once here, you can't play the exact game that you want to play next time. And then you start making these mistakes, and it just keeps on compounding.
Yeah, it's really interesting. Kozi as a player has been someone who's really evolved over the course of a couple of seasons of the LPL, especially since taking over this mid lane. Like, we've come to know him as really a confidence player, where like when he's doing well, he will smash games on his favorite heroes. But the hero pool there, like for mid, does seem to be smaller than some other players. Like we know the Quap's good, we know the Puck's good, we know that Kozi can play Mirana. But yeah, it's a bit rough when the teams test that hero pool, and especially when you're up against a really formidable mid laner like Zemistry, who gets draft priority from Oracle, whereas Kozi does not always get draft priority because the flexibility of picks isn't there to support it. They did their best to try and make this puck game as best as possible for him, but there's a lot of pressure.
Yeah, there is a lot of pressure, and to be fair, Neet Uprising, they didn't crumble at all. They kept their game plan going. Riz farmed the entire time. Tekka was doing his job, as admirably as it was. He TP'd into the lane, he slowed down the push, he sacrificed his life. But it really didn't pay off against Oracle, who are really just happy to take advantage of these gameplays. Give some more kills to Lose Yourself, he gets his gold, he gets his timings, and then they just start dominating the games.
Yeah, well, I mentioned it in the early game, like when you look at the cores of Neets, and this has become such a huge factor when you're evaluating drafts, who on the team is capable of like flash farming and moving around the map quickly, because in the mid game, once that map control breaks down, if you don't have heroes who are capable of taking dangerous farm in a safe way, then you can run into a ton of trouble, and your heroes just stop scaling. And once the enemy team identified that you don't have the ability to scale your cores, we saw, like you mentioned, there was one time where it's like, oh, Oracle going to push high ground, and they just fell back, because they knew they didn't need to. They know this Venomancer is like out of the game. And they know that for some reason Fury's Potom wasn't able to get into the game, even though it kind of has that capacity as a mobile AoE nuke having hero.
Yeah, it seemed to be very different here because typically, if we're good in a laning stage, usually they're very stable lanes and then Fury can just sit there, plan around it. But the musical lane situation really just put Fury's game off. He wasn't aiming up the arrows, he was swapping to the lane where he could potentially gank, and then they just swapped right on back. So Fury really never had that opening.
Yeah, he definitely had a game of lower impact than we've seen in the past, and you're right that that's probably some of it. I think it did a lot to affect the laning phase for both teams. Definitely what they did with that musical lanes, like the commitment did at least achieve its primary goal. Lose Yourself's Morphling was way behind after the laning phase, but unfortunately Zemistry's Kunkka, even just coming out even out of the mid lane, which is sort of a win we identified for Neets, he just did enough with it to get Oracle over the line. And when they were able to shut down Tech Core and there was sort of no hero that rose up in his place, that gave Oracle a significant advantage going further into the game.
And the one thing that we have been hyping up every single week, every single band keeps on coming out. Spags Chen, unfortunately, it didn't have the impact that they wanted. The Enchantress was able to dominate from minute one, especially since they had to use the Chen to swap these lanes over.
Yeah, and I think that I don't know for sure because we didn't watch them the whole time, and I'm not an established Chen player, but I think with the way Enchantress moved into the jungle at level 1, that window that they had where Spag was not able to control creeps really cost them. That weird little engagement we zoomed in on briefly, where Spag had 2 small creeps under the control of his Chen, that says a lot. That says to me that Enchantress had like specifically gone through and spammed control on creeps to kill them, and we saw her switch over creeps again after that engagement. So she was effectively denying the jungle to Spag, and that is one way to really shut a Chen down.
Yeah, that is really scary. So we're actually going to find out how we're going to shut one of these teams down because it's game 2 already. The draft is already coming. The bands are looking pretty similar. Ember and MP, I believe that was first game ban from Neet Uprising, and the same on the other side. Team Oracle, they're taking out Riz's Lone Druid and Kozi's Queen of Pain.
10 seconds remaining.
So do Oracle first pick the Enchantress again and challenge Spag to pick the Chen, or do they allow the draft to go further? Because I think maybe Neets try and figure out a way. They have first pick in the next phase, so if both heroes survive all the way through this first phase here, they might try and like sneaky last ban the Enchantress or the Chen and then pick the other one immediately.
That might be a little bit smarter because it seems like if you do get the advantage of having another hero that can control creeps, you lose the big impact that we've been seeing so many times when either Spag or Boons has these real micro-intensive lane-dominating heroes. It's a very good answer, but right now we're looking for a single answer because Team Oracle are really going for their reserve time for their first pick.
Yeah, it's weird that a team tanks on their first pick of the draft, especially when all the bans were exactly the same as last time. Like, this is what your time between the 2 games is for, fellas. But Team Oracle, they're kind of irreverent folks, at least the ones that I know, so I wouldn't be surprised they all just came back and sat down now and try to figure out what they're going to draft. That's when you have the confidence of being the best team in the region, right? You kind of just figure you're going to win with whatever you pick.
Well, that is some scary confidence, but it is something you can abuse if you want. But right now, we're going down to the minute mark. I mean, openers for Oracle. I guess Oracle, if you're really feeling confident as well.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle's not a terrible first pick, and there you go. Good stuff, GTH. You picked it up. They do love this hero, and it's very strong against a whole range of stuff. Doesn't really reveal anything, and has some very special synergies you have to watch out for later in the draft.
Oh,
wow.
Going back for Spags Chen. Feeling like the first game wasn't a good showing of it, so game 2 is going to be where it really shines.
I wonder whether they think that they can get away with this because they think that Oracle Enchantress is a non-functional support combo, or whether because Spag has just slammed the desk and said, it's all about that level 1 skill. If I have my creep control... Yeah.
Yep,
I think Spag just wants to run the attack.
Yeah,
I think
maybe
Spag says, if I get...
Yeah.
Spag's going to correct the mistakes from the first game and prove that he is the superior creep controller. This is about pride, goddammit.
Hell yeah. And maybe if he has a little bit of better start than what Spag wants and they don't need to make the musical lanes that they had before, it might be that start you wanted, but paired up with this Chen right now, we're going back to the favorites. Fury is picking up the Morana again. Game 1 wasn't a great showing of either one of these 2 heroes, but that's why we have game 2.
Yeah, I mean, the same things that I said before apply to the Mirana with regards to both combining with the Chen for gank and for countering the Enchantress up. I do want to clarify that Oracle is a decent counter to Mirana or any other hero with like a lengthy stun. Obviously, you've got a range of single target saves and dispels to protect the hero from being damaged or stunned. So, you know, you can't really rely on it for kills when the Oracle's around.
Well, we're going to go straight back for the bans. And if you are Neet Uprising, do we just want to target Oracle's heroes from last game, or we're just going to go back to how we played game 1, banning all the core heroes that were probably quite good against the heroes from Neet Uprising that allowed them to maybe pick the lifesteal, pick their heroes more specifically, pick the Puck for Cozy, and just work their drafts better than targeting Team Oracle?
I don't think they want to pick the same heroes because I think picking Puck Lifestealer is kind of what forced them into a rough spot in game 1. Like, even though they won their lanes, the timing for those heroes where they have to push towers together as 5 is so narrow that they really, like, it was easy enough for Oracle to disrupt it. So maybe they can pick different cores which give them a wider window to win the game. But I did like their banning strategy last time of just trying to secure the mid lane matchup for Cozy and protecting the cores that they decide to draft. So we're seeing them ban differently now. I wonder what this supports.
Yeah, Lycan, Timbersaw, Troll Lord, DP. One hero pushes, one hero hits, one hero cuts, and I guess Lycan just destroys on everything. But it doesn't mean that we're trying to keep our game going a little bit later. We're going back to Lucius, who tends to play a little bit more greedy in his cores. We're talking Embers, we're talking Morphlings, we're talking PLs.
Well, I mean, yeah, the Ember's still banned out, but the PL is available this time around. They're leaving that open until they see more of the, like, if they see the Neet's off lane, they might be able to counterpick it heavily and give Lucius a really good game. I'm sure he might like one after that game 1 kind of was a difficult start at least. But banning Lycan and Timbersaw, like last game they heavily targeted individual heroes or heroes that shut down their picks. This is just like cheesy stuff. So Oracle kind of back to their, like, as long as it's a fair game of Dota, we'll win confidence bans.
Yeah, Beastmaster being gone as well, so those towers are gonna be standing the raw. Usually pretty fantastic at holding down those little evasive heroes like, say, Mirana could jump around, but Neet Uprising, do you think they're going to take the bait and just ban whatever the hell they want as well, or are they actually going to be fearing these heroes from Team Oracle here?
Yeah, I think they're maybe wondering what sort of farming heroes Oracle might be picking up. You might want to start banning carries that are really bad for you. Banning stuff like Lycan and Beastmaster makes me think that Oracle want to pick something like a sniper up, right? Because, like, what these heroes do very well is just dive through your team into the back line without really caring about anything and run down stationary targets. And obviously there's a push factor involved as well with all of those picks, and Chen is a noted pusher. But so long as you have those key hunting heroes banned out, if you pick something slippery and ranged or like just really long ranged, you feel safe holding your high ground, even if Chen takes the outer towers.
Well, DK will be the final ban for Neet Uprising while they finish it all off. And the third pick, it's going to be interesting to see because it will decide at least a portion of their draft and what their strategy is going to be. And right now, it's back to game 1. We're going back for the Puck.
But we've left the TA and the Void Spirit in the pool, whereas last game Neets were like felt at pains to ban those before revealing the Puck pick. So this time maybe they're leaving Cozy a little bit more exposed and letting them counterpick heavily in Zemistry's favor if Team Oracle wish. But Neets do get some sort of cachet back in their draft for that. It's interesting that they banned DP and DK though, because like those heroes are sort of anchors of a push lineup, and just based on Oracle's bans, that does not seem like what they're looking to do.
Nope, they're going to be picking up the TA in response. So Zemistry, he's going to be farming up a Storm.
Yeah, I guess Neets right now seem to be scared that they're going to lack damage to kill heroes, but of course, like, damage amounts like don't necessarily matter against the TA either. With that refraction, if she's farmed enough, she's just going to blow up these fragile heroes, even the Puck.
Yep, pretty much. Just right, one right click, Puck is 900 HP, gone. Chen Army, more refracts for TA to just work around. So really, everything just going up into that perfect TA pick. But Neet Uprising know that. They left it in the game. So they must have something that is able to deal with this TA here. A nice little surprise. Is there anything that really just comes to mind here that will just destroy TA's game?
I mean, the obvious idea, there are some notable mids that are not usual mid picks, but are very heavy TA mid counters. And the obvious play would be to have this puck be your support or offlaner, probably offlaner, and pick like Veno mid or Jakiro mid or Dazzle mid. Maybe, I don't really know about Pangolier mid, but I mean, maybe Pangolier mid. This hero can do an astonishing amount of work from the mid lane.
Yeah, I was about to say, it's one of those heroes that really does deal with what TA wants to do. If TA's getting aggressed upon, you have Swashbuckle to get away with fractions. If she's just hanging there with a meld, you roll right on top of her. So it's very good against this TA here. And even if you want the puck matchup, maybe they're trying to play exactly what they did against game 1, is they have an unfavorable matchup for Kozi, but still he's able to make some plays around. And Zemistry, he was on the Kunkka last time. He could make the ganks. TA can't exactly do the same play style.
Yeah, but he may not have to. And I mean, Zemistry was able to convert off of an even mid lane last time. This is going to be an even heavier Zemistry favored mid lane if it is the puck matchup. And like, when Zemistry is the primary carry, him having that heavily favored lane like could go very poorly for you. Needs are going to have to do a really good job of controlling the neutrals. But again, this Earthshaker pick discouraged their aggression so much, basically scared Neets out of playing their entire game plan last game. So what are they going to do this time against Godot's best hero?
Well, the thing about that as well is it Core Enchantress now?
10 seconds
That's a little bit different.
I mean, last game was effectively core Earthshaker for half the game because they recognized how important it was to get the Blink Dagger up. And I think that's the same thing here. Like, you really want to have Godot ready to fight with that Blink by the time Pangolier starts, forcing fights with the Rolling Thunder. The Rolling Thunder Dream Coil combo is devastating if you don't have something to match up against it. And right now, it's pretty much just the Echo Slam. So I suspect maybe Godot's going to get farm priority to start.
And, I mean, you got a whole bunch of damage. You may not have the greatest control in the world, but Neet Uprising, they're on the back foot. They still need to be able to pick up a last carry. They're taking away lose yourselves carries here. So the Morphling's going. The PL in response here. Is there anything that really jumps at you here from Rizzy? I mean, Slark is still in the pool if you want a nice little attitude carry that could take away refraction, could be able to dodge a lot of damage. I don't know.
TA destroys you so fast, same with the Earthshaker, and you can't burst any target because Oracle False promises them, so your ultimate is not going to buy you enough time to get these key kills. I don't like the Slark pick. The PL would have been huge. You just need something that's like, I mean, you think of Earthshaker as a counter to PL, but you can play around it. I think they just want something that's capable of like sort of absorbing attention and still putting out damage because they have disables on their team. But apart from maybe Pangolier, like they sort of have this problem we keep seeing teams come up with where no one can take hits. Troll would be a good pick, or Wraith King. These are both solid pick choices.
Well, Void is going to be the one thrown away, but Team Oracle will have the opportunity.
Like
they get the first pick. So Troll maybe for Team Oracle.
Yeah, Wraith King is like the traditional Void counter because, obviously it's not great to chrono it, but... Oh, the Ursa pick.
Just straight up Ursa, run you down style gameplay. Very good against Punk Morana. These heroes that you chase down. If you get a really quick bash or Abyssal Blade, you just jump right on top of them. Chen, he can't do anything to get away at all. I mean, his creeps are just going to be food for the Ursa. So it seems like a very good game here, but Neet Uprising get the final pick. They can counter the Ursa.
I wonder whether their Ursa pick just got stolen, actually.
Potentially. But what are you dealing here now? They've lost a Razor. So the Razor was banned out against this Ursa here. I mean, they do have the Troll left as an option, but I'm pretty sure Ursa can still destroy Troll if he really wants to.
Pick, like, Viper, maybe? Because you have Break then for the Enchantress, and you have a source of damage over time. You have control for the Ursa, heavy control, another ranged hero to siege with, and then you put the Puck in the off lane, or the Viper in the off lane, and you put the Pangolier somewhere that's not against the Ursa, because the big thing about this Ursa pick is the Pangolier cannot lane against it. Like, okay, you have that, you have a disarm on the Pangolier, right? The Lucky Strike and that, the Lucky Shot, and that can help, but it's unreliable, and you need levels, right? At level 1, when you just have Swashbuckle, it's a giant cooldown. Okay, they go for the Veno. I guess it's kind of like a Viper.
The Tackle Veno. Does that mean carry Morana here in the end? How do we play this?
This is one game where I would almost approve of the support Pangolier just because it's like the lane matchups are not very good. I wouldn't mind seeing Veno could go against Lose Yourself, but I think it's against Zemistry's Templar Assassin, right?
You've got two good matchups, I guess. You got to try and put your priorities here, and I guess that's why Neet Uprising, they aren't picking their heroes, they're holding it, and same with Team Oracle, they're holding their last 3 picks. Man, where are we going? I'm saying I'm gonna go crazy. Veno position 1.
10
Even if they're
Sure,
poison,
I think
they just throw it there.
As long as you don't line up Pangolier into
5
Ursa
seconds
or
remaining.
Puck into Templar,
Yeah.
I think you're doing okay. It's actually Calvin on the
Change it.
ES going to be Godot Enchantress, so we will see it. Corey,
Oh man, it's Carry Pangolier. Pulse
yeah,
1 Pango.
I don't mind that. Okay.
Yeah, it stays away from the Ursa.
The biggest thing about this, as opposed to the Lifestealer draft, is that the Lifestealer was totally dependent on the Puck to make plays, right? Like, you need the Lifestealer bomb, otherwise it's not killing the Morphling or, like, Kunkka ever. But this Pangolier, as, you know, if it's doing okay, can definitely get solo kills and create pressure with any combination of other heroes. So, like, whereas before their movements were plodding and really predictable, this time they have a lot more freedom about how they move around the map.
Well, where you going? Who's going to take game 2 here?
Team Oracle have a lot of very terrifying heroes and some very terrifying players. Godot on the Enchantress is a menace. But you know what? I'm gonna back the Neets. I love Pangolier, and I love Tekkor's Venomancer, and I love Spag's Chen. So I hope they can pull it out for me here. Level this at 1-1 and keep this tournament very interesting moving into the final weeks.
Yeah, very tight going in because these games are massive going out. Because if one team takes 1 game in game 1 and the other team takes game 1 in game 2, these guys still stay on top of the leaderboard. Like, they're still even in between them. So these games are very important to keep yourself up in that top position.
Yeah, especially since, you know, like FFY V2 are playing as Crossfire tomorrow, right? And Crossfire already took a game off of Oracle. It would be surprising to see them defeat FFY V2 2-0, but a 1-1 result there is very possible as well. So if you lose Fiat and FFY V2 take 1 game off of Crossfire, that means you're sort of like a whole set behind them in contention for most of these teams. You need to beat them outright. Whereas if you can keep up and keep that tie to match their tie, you sort of remain at the top in equal contention.
And while we're joining on into the rune spawning, we'd like to thank our final sponsor for this season of LPL. The New Zealand Defence Force is actually sponsoring this season of the LPL. And they're recruiting for roles across the Army, the Navy, and the Air Force. And if you guys are looking for more information on it, just visit defencecareers.mil.nz for all the information. And we thank them for sponsoring this season of LPL.
30 seconds.
Yes, indeed. So the lane matchups right now for Neet's Uprising, they have managed to dodge the Ursa with the Pangolier, as you mentioned, by putting it in the core role, but they are not trying to line up the Venomancer, at least currently, against the TA, which seems very interesting, right? Like, the powerful slow and damage over time completely shuts down what this short-ranged or fraction-dependent hero wants to do. So to play the Puck, which is like a famously bad matchup into it, is very odd.
Well, Puck is showing on up top. Just a party on for the runes here. Lord Boons is here. Hales is here. Microphene Godot. But the rune is gonna be Oracle. So the attention did not pay off in the end. So Kelsey heading all the way back into mid lanes. And lanes, they're gonna be a swapping because Tekkor's heading right to the top.
Okay. And Riz to mid?
No, Riz is going
Riz to
up.
bot. Cozy.
Sticking there.
Why
Yeah,
do you think this is? Why are they so determined to have Cozy mid lane? Are they like, okay, I'm sure the Puck Ursa matchup isn't like terrific, but is it better than this?
I think he wants to make the plays. He wants the early XP that you get from the mid lane. He probably doesn't care about the lane if he doesn't die. And speaking of dying, maybe Spag does as he walks on back to this tri-lane situation coming out from Team Oracle. So Oracle, Enchantress, and the Ursa, just to make sure Tekkor's life is a living hell again.
And, I mean, look, we saw Spag pick this hero up again and allow the Enchantress he picked up against it. They want to do something different this time to change what happened. But, like, what is Spag's skill level 1? Because it doesn't look like he's going for the creep control. And again, we can see the Enchantress immediately move into the jungle and start stealing and warding creep camps.
Yep, walking all up. They've already got, oh man, they got the bird with a tornado. It's just going to be chasing everybody down. It's looking like a super sad lane for Neet Uprising. Do they need to make some changes here, or are they just happy with whatever creeps they get out of it?
I mean, if you're determined to leave the puck mid, you don't have many options. You do not want to leave the Pangolier at low levels against this Ursa. The cooldown and the mobility spell is just too long. You need to have multiple levels in Swashbuckle and multiple levels in Lucky Shot before you can feel comfortable handling that lane. And that means that I guess you're just stuck with this one. I mean, Venomancer reasonably should have good game, but Ursa with this movement ability on the Earth Shock is so game-breaking, and it's kind of crazy. I expect to see the hero touched in the next balance patch because it makes so many lane matchups unplayable.
He's gonna get I don't know. It seems like you wouldn't want to take away some mobility away from Ursa,
getting
but it's just insane. Oh man,
millimeters away from getting spill damage there to death by Zemistry. Very frightening stuff.
It seems like scary in all these lanes here. Kelvin is having a much better time in the bottom lane though because Fury can't exactly keep him out, and Riz for an early level on a Pangolier, he can't exactly exert the same pressure as he can when he hits level 4 and 5. But Spag, he's trying to get a single creep to do something, but he can't leave this tree line. Every single time he does, Godot is just sending golems to him, throwing rocks at him, and just keeping him stuck behind that tier 1 tower. In fact, Fury is TPing all the way top to kind of make something in response. So the tri-lane situation is becoming a tri-lane, but the Nets have found Spag again. Fury might be a surprise, but no, Spag is going to be dead. First blood is going to be his. Tekkel's going straight for Lord Boons. Lord Boons goes straight for the creeps, and then they go straight for Fury instead. One charge is not going to be enough to save your life as you get destroyed by skeletons, golems, and the power of Enchantress and Oracle. A double kill to start off the second game here.
Yeah, I like that Mirana rotation top, but I would have much rather they just bring her top and send Spag bottom to start getting some creeps and have the impact his hero can have. Instead, committing to that fight without creeps available on their Chen. And I mean, we finally get to see why Godot's tagged up as Micro Fiend for this entire tournament. He is famous for playing these creep controlling heroes, and that unusual army getting both the skeletons and the golem summons. That is a tremendous amount of auto attack damage.
Riz?
Yeah,
Riz?
kind of
It's buckled in.
messed up.
Oh my man, he's juking. He's running. Kelvin doesn't have any mana at all, so he survives. But oh my dude, the misplay, the self is good, but
clearly,
do you want this lane to be going better though?
It kind of has to go.
Do you want him to be dominating? Yeah, fair enough.
Pangolier's a really weird hero. Some people will tell you the Pangolier is a great laner that can survive in like most lanes, and other people tell you that it dies to everything, and both are kind of true. He just needs to get through these first couple of levels.
Tekkel, he gets back to safety. They don't chase him down. Arrow on the back. Can they turn itself back on the Venom? It's going to be popped back with a Purifying Flames, but can they purge it off? No, he's good. He's regenning up, but they're going to be draining all the mana away from Fury, so we can't even leave. Oh man, the Micro Fiend himself earning the kill. It might turn him for Lose Yourself, but Fury definitely out of here. Spag finally arriving to do what? He's hitting Oracle. He's just hitting Oracle on the back lines to keep him back, and I guess you save Tekkel, but you're losing Fury, and you're not getting Lose Yourself again.
Yeah, that works out okay. Like, losing Fury is not that bad. It's only a support. Oracle's out of mana now, so Boons has to retreat. Just kind of burned his load of powerful Oracle level 3 nukes, and that's a big power spike for the hero that you've now weathered. Forcing Lose Yourself back is nearly as good as killing him, but yeah, this laning phase is definitely Oracle favored, and Neets are going to need the Puck and the Pangolier to come through really big as they approach their level 6. They obviously, especially the Pangolier, get to a slightly better position in their lane. But again, this Mirana Chen support duo are having trouble doing anything.
Well, right now they're running back. Spag is not getting a single creep. He de-warded his small cap just so he could potentially, but I don't even think he's going to be safe enough to get them. Because the mid lane, it is dominant. Zemistry has currently got 2,700 gold to himself. Spag is stealing a tiny little bird to go up against the big one, which I guess Fury's arrow is going to put it down. But still, you're not getting the domination in these lanes. And Tekkel, it seems like he's having flashbacks to game 1.
Yeah, they just can't get this Chen to compete with the Enchantress in the early game. Unfortunately, the way the skills line up just does not favor Chen in this matchup, and unfortunately there's so much pressure on the top lane, and it's sort of not really much to be gained by sending him bottom apparently, so they're kind of locked into these unfavorable lanes until something changes, which at this point looks like the level 6s.
Yeah, level 7 on to TA. Someone's going to be there, but he's not taking any tower shots himself. Cosy he's just trying to keep the creeps away from his tower. Guts the damage, orbs away, tries to get a rune, does get it. It's a haste to safety. So Louis Zemistry's not going to be able to have that one. But Cosy looking to fight, it seems? No. Okay, he's just playing around with Zemistry, keeping it back and making sure his tower's safe and sound. Not taking a single bit of damage.
Yeah, at least that much is going okay, but I mean, Zemistry's TA, we mentioned, is very scary. At this point, not even an enabler like he was last game on the Conquer, just the primary threat for the team, as scary as Ursa is, and they will have to be aggressive to control the stacks that are being made, but with the Chen and the bottom so shut down again, it seems hard to know how Neets will do that.
Yeah, it seems like they're on quite the back foot. Cosy does have level 7 himself, but right now he's walking all the way back to base. He's not looking to make plays, and Zemistry, full HP, half the matter, but always happy to take all the creeps, and at least maybe Luchasel's going to die here. He's been left by himself. They purge up the poison, they put phase in by the right-click damage. Is it going to be enough? One more lead needs to do it. Fury needs to get the damage on Ink, but Godot is healing him up, and now Fury is slowed down. He's leapless, he's got himself a magic stick, and maybe Lord Boons gets killed instead. He purges off the poison, but you can't purge off your own death. So in the end, they don't get the Ursa, but at least they get the Oracle.
Yeah, scary moments there. I thought maybe they were going to get turned on. They at least get one kill, so in the end you can consider that a win, but it just shows it's going to be very scary in the mid-game teamfights, killing either of the big damaging cores out of Team Oracle, when you know that if you overcommit, you're going to get Blink Echo Slam, because this Earthshaker is sort of farming unpunished in the space at bottom lane, and if you don't commit too hard, then you've got 2 healing supports and all of the purges from Oracle to rescue the Ursa and the TA from trouble.
And Kelvin's looking to pressure up Riz at least a little bit as he pulls the creep wave to him, but Kelvin surprises. Yep, hits him in the head, but I don't think he's really looking to kill here. He's just trying to keep Riz back, keep the pressure on, keep the farm away from him, because even his laning stage isn't going perfectly itself. Spag, he's resorted to jungling up a mech again. He's losing his creep army every single time. Lord Boons just destroys him, but maybe they can destroy Lord Boons himself. Zeko a little bit too slow. It doesn't exactly have boots, because he did finally arrive. The Dream Call has landed, but other kills are gonna be there. No. Okay, yep, Godot does get taken. He does get the courier as well. They've got to get at least the Enchantress and punish him out, but you lose the Enchantress, but all the other cores on Oracle didn't need to move a muscle.
Yeah, I mean, Oracle, that's a great kill to have, and it shows that they have the potential at least, but I still favor Oracle's lineup at the moment. It's going to be really critical when we see Neet's group up for the first time. That was where they stumbled in Game 1, was consolidating out of the laning phase, and this time their position isn't even as good, although their team fight, I admit, is a little stronger.
This is the saddest Chen I've seen for a while. He's got the Ogre, which literally has nothing. It doesn't do a single thing. Even Fury misses his arrow going in to Lord Boons, but he was just moving too slow because of the ice armor. Oh man, it's not feeling great for Neet Uprising, especially going into the 10-minute mark. Maybe they can secure the runes, but I think they need something bigger than this, because Zemistry, he's got 4,500 net worth before the 10-minute mark.
Yeah, this is bad. I mean, at least you're reaching a point where the Chen, in this sort of like micro game matchup between the Chen and the Enchantress, the Chen is about to hit a power spike. Level 4 Chen at level 5 has the level 3 Holy Persuasion and can finally start getting some big creeps to compete with the Enchantress, but has the damage been done already? We know in Game 1 it kind of was by this point, but maybe this is enough now that you can sort of bring that army in behind the Rolling Thunder, behind the Dream Coil, and get some kills, punish this passive stance from Oracle.
Boons' arrow is off the mark. He purges off the poison, goes back to safety, gets his rune, and feels a little bit happy. But himself going straight to fight up those runes if he wants. He's just going to take the wards, go on back, and I guess we're not seeing really the dynamic plays. Fury, he's going to try and steal the rune, but it's not even there anymore. There's a Templar trap that sees him, but there's no play around him. He's just making space. That's all Neet Uprising are really do. And what are they making space for? Riz?
Yeah, I'll need some making space for Riz. Like, don't get me wrong, it's not bad to get farm on their heroes. A lot of these heroes do well with farm. Venomancer does well with farm, so especially if he can keep up sort of for a longer period as opposed to last game where his farm sort of ended past a point because they lost map control. You know, the Potom, or the Mirana, we hope would scale in Game 1, might do so in Game 2. And Pangolier, if Pangolier gets 6 slotted, it's very hard to predict because so much is like dependent on positioning and spell use, but you can definitely kite Ursa with that hero. And even TA, Mass Disarm is very effective in this matchup.
Mana is gone away from Kozakozu because mana creeps from Godot every single time he gets. He just seems to value these mana creeps. These really annoying creeps that stops you from being able to do what you're doing. And speaking of Kozakozu, the man hasn't made too many rotations. He's responded to a jungle being invaded, and Fury, he's tried to invade your jungle, but he does just make it out. The mech, the wands keep him up, but the big pressure that you want to be building, the kills on Zemistry, the farming you want to stop on Zemistry. Okay, you put a wall down.
Yeah, but they've got the Chen army, they've got Heroes moving Anglia.
It's coming, it's moving. It's slowed with the trap. But that seems to be about it. Spag is bringing somebody in. The Moonlight Shadow is coming. Kozakozu's moving on in. Zemistry is greedy. He's farming the Ancient Creeps, but it's not costing him a thing yet. Kelvin TP's in. They're not finding anything but Lord Boons again, but it's a double-man dream call that finds himself. Lose yourself. Lord Boon's gone. No save for the Ursa, but he buys back instantly to TP back in, just in case to save. They save Lose yourself. They get the Echo Slam on Riz. Riz needs to get out of there. Fury's just getting melted, but Lose yourself slaps in the backside. They've lost 2, make it 3 as they keep on charging down. The only thing saving Spag right now is the fact that he is invis, and Oracle take a fantastic fight. They have an opening for Roche. They can do whatever the hell they need to. It's a 2k gold lead to you, and I don't know how much. Oh, it's back under a sentry. What?
That's agonizing for Neet. They had a window there. They really did, but it was so awkward. They looked at Roshan, but then they know that the TA's on the high ground doing a stack. It's so difficult to go in there. So they try and push the high ground, but the Pangolier didn't come. So they sort of had to wait to start the fight, and it gave it so much time that Oracle were able to all TP and get into position themselves. And then even without the ES Blink Dagger, I thought that might be the difference maker. Calvin walked in and got a brilliant stun into Echo, trapping and killing, or Pangolier, or at least taking him out of the fight, and that freed up the Ursa to just go and wreak havoc. So with that team fight, I don't know. I don't want to say that was Neet Uprising's best shot, but you certainly don't get happy and in a better position from losing that fight.
No, you don't. And the power spikes that we were worried about, that you wanted to stop coming, you kind of just helped them along a little bit. I believe the Desolator Blink Dagger, it's almost arrived, and once Zemistry has it, what do they have to kind of stop him from just destroying everyone? I mean, Lose Yourself is farming up creeps and Tackle's throwing it. Gozzy's here. Alright, we're gonna pop the ultimate. Dream Call for 3. Maybe we can do it. Sounds back, trying to keep safe away from this Ursa, but they're not getting a single kill. Riz is finally coming in, but it's the Bishop block on back. He gets nothing, but at least Kozakozu gets Lord Burns. But Spag, he's gonna get destroyed by Zemistry. Tackle does finally get himself Godot. But my man, these team fights are looking rough. Riz is chasing down Zemistry, put a trap to move on forward. Tekla in position. Maybe Zemistry should just run back right now. He can blink away, I believe, if he wants to, but that's not too bad. You got support out of it for Neet Uprising. That's a little bit of a positive. You didn't lose Kozakozu or Riz there, or Tackle.
No, I mean, yeah, it's a positive, but I guess so. I won't call it out. They've got time. These are short cooldowns, at least for them to go and go again. And we see the power of the Venomancer ultimate to command the game, at least through this mid-game phase. That's the big answer to the TA as well. Like, if she blinks in, the only real sitting dark target for her is Chen and, I guess, Venomancer. But Venomancer is going to get his poison off and slow her. Every other hero can sort of leap away, and then Zemistry's kind of pinned down in the middle of their team. So as long as they can stand up to the rest of Oracle, this TA can't just solo tyrannize them. But the combination of TA and Ursa is a huge threat, especially with the counter initiation from the Earthshaker available.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And that visual was beautiful against Riz. He looked at his opportunities like, I'm gonna get everyone, and he bounced right back.
Yeah. Really save multiple heroes with one Fisher, and it's clever to use it like that. Of course, oftentimes you will use Fisher for something else, and then the Pangolier can be free, but otherwise, if you see the Earthshaker winding up that totem, and you're rolling, you have to hit W and jump, and just hope that you clear whatever Fisher he throws, because, yeah, otherwise that is going to happen a lot to Riz.
And I was looking at the item builds, I was wondering, how do you go for the position on Pangolier? It seems like you go Morbid Mask straight into MKB.
Yeah, that's correct. MKB is by far the most damaging item you can build. There are other items which bring a lot of utility or farming potential, but now that you know, Javelin is really your farming item on Pangolier. That's one of its advantages. It's quite cheap, and you can just destroy creep waves. Nothing will get you as much damage as quickly as MKB, and yeah, that's going to be their hope, is that comes out at an appropriate timing, that they can surprise, if not the Ursa and the TA, then heroes like Enchantress might just die to Q.
Maybe. Hopefully. To catch his pants down.
It's not
Mid
really a
lane, maybe.
lightning fast MKB, no.
Yeah, no. You got to be careful about the refraction charges because the MKB might just be soaked up with it. Kozi is keeping that mid lane pushed out by jumping in constantly. Tekor is keeping Lose Yourself at bay, but that's about it. Looking a little bit static until we hit that power spike again, and it's looking like the Desolator has just been picked up by Zemistry, so that power spike for Team Oracle, yeah, looking pretty fit. Roshan looking pretty flimsy. Between an Ursa and a TA, they can cut that down pretty fast.
Yeah, I could easily see Neet Uprising losing all of their outer towers here. I mean, there's a lot on the map to get done, but with the pushing power of the Enchantress and the healing that they have and their nuking power, oh, Tekor is dead.
He was in the river. What was he even doing there? Full staff to safety, Riz roll to save. Maybe it was the beta sentry because they got the poison to break. Oh no, Riz is stuck. He's trapped. Oh no! Oh, you hate to see it. The opportunity Neet Uprising we're looking for was right there, and then Riz got stuck on a ledge.
Oh, poor Riz, he must be so tilted. That is, I mean, that's hard to do on purpose, like hitting the wall at that angle. You got stuck with. You ever like play down ball or something? Yeah, you throw the ball into like the exact corner of a wall and it just sticks.
Yep.
It's like an insult from God. Yeah, that's disastrous for Neets. At least they didn't all die, but wow.
Hey, yeah. Well, I mean, out of all the opportunities to kill Zemistry there, it was looking pretty neat because they had the poison to get your refraction. He was empty. Like, you just need to get the damage on top, and Riz like, oh, man. Oh,
nothing going right for the Neet at the moment.
Dreamcall being used defensively, but Kozi is dead anyway. Enraged to get it, and towers are melting. Oh, my man. Oracle, they're just taking every single thing they can get. Neet Uprising, they're getting nothing. They're being responded to in the opportunities that they have. I mean, Gaben's just seems to be working against them.
Yeah, this Kozi puck pick, I'm not saying it's been the reason solely that they've lost either game, but I think on the whole it's clear that this is a weakness of Neet's that they can't fully compensate for in the draft. Like, Kozi's mid lane against Zemistry looks pretty rough. And this puck hero forces them into awkward drafts where they're trying to go at this specific timing. And you can see all it takes is a couple of misfires on team fights or for gathering up for team fights, or for a hero like Earthshaker to just get prioritized in both games by Oracle, where he is so effective at team fighting in this time window, and suddenly this Kozi puck is struggling to make an appropriate impact in the game.
And speaking of impacts, we've just taken a rush. We've got second life on the TA, and I think we're just looking for our charging point because Battle Fury is done on the Ursa. He's got his item. He can farm up for his next one, and he's not really needed for the next few minutes. This is all TA's time right now, and Fury, he's trying to run away from the TA, but what? Whoa, okay. That was a side blade. That's insane. It just cut him from half the map, and with a blink on forward, Zemistry's looking for more. Tekor gets safety because he's got a full stuff. Riz going forward. Actually, he's break him down, but Kozi, he's got a good dream call. Maybe you can get Lose Yourself, maybe you get the Aegis. Okay, you pop the Aegis, but you want yourself the Ursa on top. You pop the ult a little bit early here because it didn't hit the TA.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Do they get anything here? No, they get Spag. Okay, Spag had creeps and then he just refracted himself to death, and now Zemistry is just looking to clean on up. Kozi's on the other side of the river. Now just trying to look like he wants to cut the wave, but the damage seems to be adding up. With a Fisher just finds him and Zemistry kills him. Already gone, a double kill already, and now they're just chasing on forward. Riz already uses Swashbuckler, gotta be careful. 3 seconds, Sekal moving back on in, trying to get Goat up, and then Kelvin flies right on top of him. The Ags, the Duncan style, like Magic Johnson himself is looking to dunk on them. But everybody moving to safety, and these misplays from Neet Uprising, they're coming up again. It's a 5k gold lead to Oracle right now, and that was a pretty good initiation, but they seem to have different ways of implementing that team fight.
Yeah, Zemistry playing so aggressively on the tear, you almost have to take it. It's not really a misplay to go and take the free Aegis when he puts it in front of you like that, but unfortunately it's a low-value Rolling Thunder, no walls around to bounce off, no way to restun the Ursa. The only thing you could have done was maybe roll like a different arc and try and bounce off your own tower, but it's so awkward, and Riz, unfortunately, just not able to make this Pankblia work out in the team fights how they wanted it to. Maybe he can just farm his way to a better spot. I saw that maybe the TA's mana, at least until she has a BKB, is an angle they could attack if he buys Diffusal.
Yeah, if you're looking for angles, that seems pretty good. He does have his MKB now. Like, he's got that damage spike. So maybe you can utilize it, but we're looking at a point where TA is going to have a BKB. So your Rolling Thunder isn't too good. Your Dream Call doesn't mean good. And we're only 20 minutes into this game. He's a goddamn monster again.
Yeah, Tech Core at least has scaled a bit this time, but the BKBs in the mid game are definitely going to come out for both of these cores, if not more heroes, on the side of Oracle. And so there's going to be a big window where this Venomancer doesn't do anything. They might just lose the game during that time.
Plus, he doesn't have any charges in his Spirit Vessel anyway, so if he wants to do anything, it ain't gonna happen with that Spirit Vessel, and they do need to get some kills with it, but their priority right now is to position around this tier 1 tower. Warboons is defending it by himself. In fact, they've found Fury. They've seen Fury. They're gonna get the nice little control on Fury, but can he even survive? He's leaping away. They're not gonna die this way to Sideblade, but with the roll on Grizz, they want the commit, but Kelvin is looking for the dunk. Tech or runs. He's got the Gale, keeping a blink away from Savage. The man doesn't have BKB, so this is an opportunity, but we're running forward. Kelvin has found himself Spag. Again, the ATOS pick up from Fury, lands the arrow, and now the creeps are trying to destroy Kelvin, but Riz is gone. No buyback. Kozi is dead. Fury gets sacrificed. 3 dead. Spag is running, but how far does he get? That's not far at all, because Lose Yourself and Kelvin will tag team him to make it 4.
The fact that Calvin is like fully leaping into fights without having vision of the Pangolier with no mana to ultimate in a 5v5 situation is very telling.
Echo Slam with the Ancient Graves. Deckle, can you even survive this? No, you can't. Oh boy, that's now a team wipe. That's officially a team wipe. You can put that down in your books here. We've lost 5 heroes, and now Oracle have a 10k gold lead. Tier 1 towers to take, and complete control of the map.
My face.
Yeah, when I say Oracle are a confident team, that's what I mean. They make extremely high-risk, pretty much unnecessary plays when they think that they are either, like, the much better team or way ahead. And even though they're only 10k gold ahead, they haven't taken these tier 2 towers at all, they clearly think that they are in the driver's seat. This game is all but won for them. They are just throwing their bodies into Neet's Uprising with full confidence. But the thing is, they are very hard to prove wrong.
it's true. Like I don't know what they can do about it. Spag was moving forward like he's dead, but Kozi, no, he will be able to get away. Okay, we silence forward, nice little Dream Call, but that's Dream Call down again.
They can go back
defensively. Fury wants something from this. Atos arrow gun possession, but he pops his BKB, and now you just look to disconnect from the man himself. 10 seconds is down. I guess that's value, and nobody died. But the commitment to get it was massive.
Yeah. Look, the Dream Coil was committed to save your life. The fact that you go back and you at least get the 10-second BKB charge out of the TA is significant. Like, that's a small win for Neets. They need some big wins.
Yes, they definitely do, because Roche is going to respawn in a couple of minutes, and then I don't know how you stop them from going high ground at that point.
Yeah, me either, really. Maybe like a wall of wards. I mean, there is pretty good team, like high ground defense from the Neets, but in terms of late game, I'm not sure what there is. Like, if you just get trapped on your high ground.
Is under attack.
Well, they're just going to try and trap them up. It looks like they've no Kozi's in the tree, so Kelvin's going to try and dump bombs into him, but Kozi gets back out to safety, but Kelvin can just fly with you too. So you gotta play a little bit safe when this big earth-shaking man, he's gonna be flying for the trees just looking for you. But they've got that tier 2 tower as well, so the towers are falling straight to Oracle, keeping some more gold on their side. 17-7. We're only 24 minutes in. The BKBs are coming out for the Ursa for Kelvin. Zemistry may already have his, but that means he can build his next item as well. So it's still not looking comfortable for Needs, and Fury, he's trying to cut this midway back in just so they can keep this tier 2 tower alive, but I think he needs to run a little bit faster because they ain't a chaser. They want to use this DD on the Zemistry, and can they see him? They need the damage. The leaves are coming out. Fury already half HP. They do some creeps to keep Zemistry back. Spag with the save, but Kelvin jumps in anyway. TP out, can he make it? He needs some time. He's gone. He's good. He held the Fissure. He's safe, but his Spag safe as well. He's moving fine. We're good to go. Need Uprising, lose no one, and they get the space they crucially needed.
I'm not 100% how they didn't get that stun off, but Calvin is like flying around the map and spending all his mana without even like switching Treads or Vambrace to discount it. So I, again, get the sense that Oracle are not really trying that hard anymore. They're just like, well, whatever, Zemistry, you got this, Lose Yourself, you got this, we're gonna just fly around and get kills. You guys hit the base.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a strategy that hasn't been heard of them. Just flying around, seeing what you can do, seeing the sky, you know, it's a beautiful night sky, and I'm sure Kelvin can see every single time he flies, but we're getting a response from Neet. Uprising. Fisher's going to come in, but Fury's dead. Instant combination. Oh man, so much damage. Dream Call back on 3, but what they follow through, and okay, the roll is coming from Grizz, but they're moving on back to going straight for Godot, and they're retreating. They're running. They're just getting out to
Such a
safety.
bad roll. There were 3 heroes
Spag,
there
he's
stunned at half health, and they run away.
Riz had so much confidence for 2 seconds there. He was just like, yeah, I've got this. And then he just spun right around.
So he's rolling back towards his team. I got one, guys. You saw that? I got him.
I got him. I hit Godot. That was my target the entire time. I was just trying to save our base. But with the Glyph, with Tackle sitting there, it's going to take a while for them to take it down to tier 2, but none of them can make the plays. Kozzy is committing to cutting creep waves, and that seems to be all he can really do at this point.
Yeah, it's sort of the same as last game, right? They sort of transitioned straight from laning phase into, I don't know how to take a fight, and I'm just going to try and dodge fights and cut creeps. But that's not a winning strategy against any team, let alone Team Oracle. They're not a team who are just going to sit around and let you farm your way back into the game or give you some huge, obvious opening to take a fight on them. They are just going to grind you out of the match if you do that.
Hey, right now they're grinding pretty hard. Tackle's like a little bit of farm mid, but that's about all you can get. The XP is going straight up Oracle's there. 15k gold lead, 18 kills so far. And it seems like, yeah, a smoke response, but it's under award. It's under award. Oh, this is their opportunity to take back some control of the game, but Oracle know exactly what it is. Look at Kelvin. He breaks it and runs away. He's hasted. How do you control him? He's just dodging everything you got. There's your Atos, there's your jump in, there's your control. In fact, the GG's going to be called for now, but he just jumps back on in, knows he actually took the opportunity, and there's this melting down Kozzy. Echo's big, Zemistry's even bigger, chasing Venom down to the high ground with the dust being popped by Kelvin. He's just going to be doing the damage as Spag moves in. Spag is gone. He's not even a hero. He's a creep at this point. And Fury Tackle, they just need to run on out of here. At least Fury can get back to safety. Same with Tackle, but they're losing Kozzy again. Maybe you save Riz, but that seemed to be like one of their most desperate plays that it didn't earn them a single thing. How do you feel at this point? Like, that was everything.
I don't know. Neets are hanging in there, it seems like, just in case something goes miraculously right, but they certainly don't have an idea of how to win this game right now. That teamfight tells you that much. Riz, again, they had a situation where they rolled onto a hero. Like, that was a fine way to commit Rolling Thunder. You know, the hasted Earthshaker, okay, it's very scary. He's likely to shake out of that stun for 0.1 of a second and just fly off somewhere. But, like, he was stunned for now. You could have bounced off the fissure, you could have bounced off the pit, anything. Instead, turns around and just rolls out of there. You know, like, at that point, just call GG. If you're not going to take that fight, what fight are you taking?
Radiant are scanning.
All right, now Riz is going to maybe get caught out. They're blinking forward to him, they're holding him down, and now with Zemistry's help, they take him out anyway. It doesn't matter if you can roll away from a couple fights before, they're just going to chase you down anyway and kill you without a buyback. And guess who just respawned? Roche! Lose yourselves already in there. Taking it away, having to push it on out, and Kozzy's going to keep him back in there, but it's looking like maybe this isn't the fight you want to take, especially since you don't have Pango, who's fantastic at defending Roche. He's currently dead.
I think that's why they went in last time and maybe why they pulled back. They figured they might be able to catch Oracle in the pit, but when they realized it was just the Earthshaker standing outside, they tried to retreat. Unfortunately, they kind of blew their load on that fight, and with Pangolin dead, no buyback, the Roche is free for lose yourself. Not what you want to give up.
Nope, Zemistry's got a second life, got a cheese on the Ursa, and we're going to be charging on forward for these heroes. The BKB, the Battle Fury, the Sun Yasha, basically almost a basher done on top of this Ursa is farmed insanely, and you can see the farm at least a little bit on Neet Uprising. Riz has got some, Kozzy's got some, Tekkel's got more farms than he had last game, but I don't think you can deal with these monsters at 20,000 net worth. TA with the Aegis, with the BKB and the Ursa, who's just trailing a little bit behind.
Yeah, it's a classic situation. Neet Uprising just, I mean, it's not always possible, but they just have not been able to, for whatever reason, keep up economically when they're behind on the map. They haven't been able to finesse the movements or have the right heroes to keep up in farm in any meaningful way. And once Oracle have identified this, in each game we've seen this, like, Puck Venomancer core combination punished the exact same way, just strangling them economically.
Yes.
Riz, okay, nice arrow, but I think you just want to get the living hell out of here. Yeah, Riz is rolling back to safety. He's going back to party out. He's good to go. Bouncing back. Fury, can you do the same? He's keeping up too, so Neet Uprising, they're very good at pushing out these lanes and escaping without sacrificing too many cores. Riz may have got caught out before, but he escapes, and same with Fury, which does make a little bit more space for your team, but I still don't know what you're making space for. It looks like you're just waiting for them to come on in, and your roll's down again. Maybe you won't have it for this defense.
That's it. Like, I always say that roll's a short cooldown, but it does not take long for Oracle to mount the high ground, and that roll was, like, very obviously, as soon as they see that committed, you know they're saying, like, can we get to the tier 3s? How fast? And they have a DD on Zemistry. Wait, where's he teleporting to?
Yeah,
Oh,
to find Kozi, I think. No, farming. He's back to farming. Weird. Maybe he wants a better GPM.
Are they waiting on the Abyssal on the Ursa or something? Like, there must be some items they're playing for here. Or they just want to farm kills. God only knows.
Well, Fury is at least still. Oh, Courier, can you get it? Can you get it? Can he see it? No, he can't. Oh man, the movement is going to be there. In fact, oh, he's got it. He gets actually a trap. He gets the Courier. No, it's good. Oh no, man, that would have been at least a opportunity for you because Zemistry is already back. Okay, brought back to his team, having to push. Oh, he's got Axe. That's why he's moving so fast. That's the item I'm looking for. He TPs around the map wherever he wants to go. Fury was surprised by it too when Zemistry just pops out of a trap.
That was kind
Yeah, wow, that's a flex, the TA8. I gotta say, like, this is what I think Fury needs to be doing on the Mirana. So like, it's good that he's there, and it's good that he's going for the courier kills. Obviously, hoping to maybe cut that creep wave once he feels the coast is clear. Sorry, but it seems like too little, too late. Like, he's just not farmed enough. It's not effective enough. And as you see there, he didn't really gain anything. He was just hitting neutral creeps before he died.
Well, we've got another cooldown. Rolling Thunder was used defensively again, and I think that's exactly the opportunity they're looking for. Maybe Zemistry's pushing out the top lane, but he's got Ags. He can come back. He's all good. And now Lose yourselves having to charge on in the mid lane, hit the wards a couple times, have it a little bit defensively, so maybe you force the Pangolier to go mid, and then you just put a little bit of attention bottom, and then you just play out this game a little bit further because Oracle don't seem too fast. Kozi's got to be careful himself. Yules to defend, but can he even survive? We can TP to the traps, but Kozi is at least back to base. Space is the name, and Zemistry is ready to get the action. Kozi's back on in. Zemistry's going to respond. The Fissure stun is a little bit off the mark, but Fury is definitely dead. He can't get away from this. Zemistry's on a monster kill streak, and Tekkel's been found too. We've got the Gale getting popped. The Elven's popped on top, but he's just godlike. He's melting everybody down. He's just cutting them in half. Echo Slam being used onto Riz, who can't do much about it. He's gone, no buyback. 64 seconds. Oracle just running right on over Neet. Uprising, destroying their hopes, charging on forward, cutting the creep waves down. I don't even know what they can do anymore to stop this. Zemistry TP's back to base, but guess what? He'll be back in a moment, full mana, full HP, and ready to roll.
Yeah, this is so hard to deal with. I mean, the hope for Neet Uprising was maybe that you hold the high ground, you keep a wall of Venom wards up, you always have the Moonlight Shadow available, which is hard to punish in the base, and you keep the Rolling Thunder available, which is very powerful on the ramp. But they never seem to be able to get this Rolling Thunder ready in time, and by having this TA, they're punishing the rotation so hard that these heroes are being caught dead without buyback, and that means that there's just, like, no high ground defense available for Neet. So it's sort of bypassing the most difficult stage of the game.
Right now, it seems like it's going to get even more difficult because I think we're ready to go high ground. Okay, Zemistry's back top again. He keeps on doing that. The Axis. Just insane mobility you get in a TA who already is a hero that has insane mobility. Loves building blinks, can blink around everywhere, and now you can blink around the entire map and make sure all these waves are pushed on into Neet Uprising.
Yeah, I mean, look, this is one way to approach it. If the high ground defense is very strong, you can either just not go high ground and eventually assume you farm so much that the enemy either makes a mistake and gives you the game, or that you can just brute force it. You can split the lanes up and run up multiple lanes at the same time and assume they won't be able to. There'll be like one of those lanes that crumbles and either the other heroes disengage or you don't mind losing them. Or you just try and brute force the high ground and you get a pick off with like a blink kill. And they could do any of them at this point. It does seem like they're just playing with their food, and maybe Zemistry's enjoying his Ags a little bit before the game ends.
Yeah, he's having fun. He's on Ancients. He's just jumping around the map, getting some more items. I don't know if you can build Ag twice, but maybe he will. It seems like, yeah, they're getting a little bit of farm in the moon. Okay, Moonlight Shadow being used, maybe one defensive movement from Neet Uprising. I guess if you do stay in your base forever, you can't actually secure back the game, and these plays need to happen, but what are you going to find here? Because this might just be the opportunity for Team Oracle to push up.
You can solo kill Zemistry. Yeah, this is hard. They can't find anyone farming close to their base, which is what they wanted. They get a pinch of bounty rune on Fury. That's a bit cheeky. Maybe cut some creeps, but yeah. Look, they had to smoke out. They really. Yep, that is gold. I guess they've realized that. Zemistry is just going to keep farming until he can one-shot them. Like, that's clearly the plan, is just to force you to do something. Otherwise, eventually I'll kill you in the most humiliating way possible. Would not be surprised to see a rapier even at some point, because this TA is just going to be invincible. But yeah, so Neets need to do something about that, but realistically not a lot of good options. This might be one.
Maybe it's cool Godot. He's half HP, he's almost dead, but with the roll, okay, they're trying to aim it, they get it, but then you're just going to stop all the magic damage. The Fate Edict is there, you have an Oracle in the back, and that opens Lose Yourself to find Tekel. He's silenced, he's popped, he's going to survive. He can pop his ult out now if he wants, and it's a commitment on both sides. Nobody loses any heroes, though, so that's pretty good for Neet Uprising. But there wasn't any BKBs popped on the side of Team Oracle yet, and maybe we're ready to charge level 26 on the TA. He's looking pretty farm. No, he's just going to farm a few more creeps and just isolate Neet Uprising even further. We're up to 32k gold lead for them. So they're just going to keep on.
Actually, it kind of might have miracle that no one on Neets died there, but unfortunately you saw how fast Godot got healed up there between like Enchantress's own healing and the power of the Oracle. Like, Oracle, are very clearly waiting to make either Neets just GG out without them having to go high ground, or they are going to just farm.
Well, yeah, I don't think they can stop them. They're just going to have to sit in here, get 2 creeps a minute, and then they can take the entire map.
It's a flex. You want to make Neets either smoke out into you and basically just take a suicidal team fight, or actually just call GG without fighting, which some teams will do, some teams won't.
Neet Uprising, they never seem to be a team that does give up at all. They always just have that play on nature between them. In fact, their play on nature right now is a 3-man smoke in the top lane trying to find Zemistry. Can they do it? There is Kelvin. Target if you can get it. Okay, silence, root, get it damage, but he's got a BKB, he just turns it, and now you just need to run. Get out, get out, get out. God damn it, get out, please, get out. Roller's coming, trying to perch it off. He does finally get away. Fury is just trying to keep down onto Kelvin, but the heal comes in. Godot arrives, and Nature's attendant. Gotta heal his wounds, and he's already back to basically full HP. And that was the entire commitment from Neet Uprising. Again, they can't even dent this Earthshaker.
Yeah, that might have been the end of the game, except that Calvin stepped an inch too forward, a second too soon, and popped the Aghanim's Dream Coil, which stunned him through BKB for a long time. Other than that, he would have just wreaked havoc. But look at these items on the TA. Like, this is truly disastrous for Neets. There's 34,000 gold deficit.
Oh, loops out. He finds something big. It's Deco. He gets his ult, but it's the Echo Slam that cleans up Spag, finishes off Deco. Put them in the ground. Deco has no buyback. Spag does, but I don't think a buyback on a Chen is going to scare away Team Oracle, especially when they have a 35k gold lead to themselves. Just going to be trying to take down these tier 3 towers. Fury, he tries to cut the wave in, but he forgets TA has Ags, so he just pops up anyway and kills him instantly. And also doesn't have the buyback. That's 3 dead right now. The game's looking pretty much over at this point. Oracle with the masterclass in Dota here.
They finally decide they have had enough of humiliating their rivals. I regret using the term statement win in previous weeks of this league, because this is a statement win. This is Oracle not just trying to beat the Neets, like, this is them taking a team they have history against and just rubbing their face through the dirt 2 games in a row. This time they've really made them suffer, and you have to wonder how this plays into the finals. I don't think Neets are gonna, like, really be psychologically scarred by this, but wow! So much damage.
3-man Dream Coil, and that's about it. 43k gold lead. I'm pretty sure TA is all that far. In fact, he's just cleaning up Kozi. Kozi goes in Viz for a sec. The BKB is going to be popped. Kozi survives. Nullify the pop for Yules, and he's gone anyway. Buyback comes in, keeps it back up. Riz is back at the base, but he only survives because he swashbuckles to safety, but he can't kick them back. They're losing their base. Symmetry goes back to base to heal on up, and then he's got a trap on down so he can pop back on up and join the fun again. Deco, respawn, pops the ult instantly. His guns on up. Riz trying to do anything he can. He's got himself an MKB and an Ags, but is not even feeling it on the backside. And Zemistry comes on in. The Fine Techer again gets the damage with Nullifier, pops him off. He's already dead. They've lost another 2. Kozi goes in to save somebody, but he's stunned from the meld, and he's gone again to make it 3. The die back on the backside. Spag is just feeding him the rampage. Give him the kills. Bring them back in. The Havoc Hammer is running havoc. And Oracle just walk all over Neet Uprising in a 2-0 dominant performance. My man, I don't exactly have any words left for it. That is just insane play from Team Oracle there.
I was like watching a Mortal Kombat fatality play out for like the last 10 minutes of the game. Just gruesome heroes ripped limb from limb, deprived of all joy and farm. I mean, the game really could have ended a long time ago. To a degree, there is making sure and respecting an opponent. And then past that, there's like buying TA Aghanims and just continuing to farm them out for another 10 minutes because you want to really make, you want to make the Neets suffer and you want to make them remember this. So, look, realistically, what that does to me is say that, I don't know, that loss that Oracle took, maybe that was a fluke. Maybe that was them like just getting, caught half asleep or something. They looked right back to being the strongest team in the competition.
Yeah, I couldn't for them. They work Neet Uprising like a book, and this is a team that have been working other teams like a book every single week. So comfortable going in, took the games off Crossfire, and then we're just going here, and they have no answers. Their Pangolier position 1 didn't do anything. They just got completely outdrafted, and that's exactly what Explosive Fury is known for, is outdrafting other teams.
Yeah, exactly. And that's something we focused on. And definitely Oracle were the ones to seize a decisive draft advantage in both these games. The fact that the game 2 draft ended up so similar to the game 1 draft, but, and lost the same way tells me that either there's a factor that Explosive Fury just can't negate in the draft that compromises his ability to pick a winning lineup. I'm not going to say for sure that was the case. I think the mid lane might be that if there is one. I also think the second draft came down to that last pick. I really think that was meant to be a tech core Pangolier, and they were going to last pick Ursa. And then Oracle took the Ursa, and you recall they tanked forever on the last pick, went back to the Venomancer, and threw the Pangolier over onto Riz. And I'm not flaming Riz. He looked uncomfortable on that hero. Lots of very weird rolling thunders.
It did, but in the end, it's going to be a 2-0 straight to Oracle, and a 2-0 again for Eternal Discord in our first 0 as well. 2-0s is going to be all the games for tonight. A dominant performance from both these teams.
Yeah, we got too used to the ties from last week. Back to some good, clean, dominant wins this week, and that's going to be hugely meaningful for the ladder. Internal Discord keeping up with, of course, Toonsreap, who got the bye this week, so crawling up an AGN. Unfortunately, that looks like it may have eliminated any shreds of hope they would have had of factoring into the finals. Of course, they can still take pride. They took some games off top teams. They can still king make, and as far as the kings being made, Oracle AU now hold the crown 9-1. Well clear FFY V2, the only team with a chance to catch them if they can take things out 2-0 against Crossfire tomorrow night, but that is no certain thing.
That's right. The leaderboard is going to get to distinct because this game is looking pretty big. Crossfire and FFY V2. Crossfire may have lost a few games in the week they played. FFY V2 lost a game as well last week, so they're looking to prove it back in. Prove to be that dominant performance and take their position back right on that top there on the leaderboard.
Yeah, of course. And Crossfire being the team to have taken a game off of Team Oracle and a very strong team in their own right, past finalists in the league, I believe past winners even. Like they should not be underestimated. There's a real up in the air kind of game, but definitely one of the most impactful ones we have left for the season. I think it's going to be this and FFY V2 versus Oracle coming up in a week or two that are going to really decide the shape of the top of the ladder.
That's right, but that is all the action here at LPL tonight. We've got more games looking forward in tomorrow. I believe it's 6:30 starting, so we'll be seeing you then for Crossfire versus FFY V2 and catch you straight then for more action here at LPL.